and ripe for spawning, and if he really desires me, he must have a tail, fins, and everything a normal merman has. Otherwise, I don't want to know him."
Geralt translated quickly, trying not to be vulgar. He was not very successful. The Duke flushed and swore foully. "The brazen hussy!" he yelled. "The frigid mackerel! Let her find herself a cod!"
"What did he say?"
𝐲𝐿 asked curiously, swimming over. "That he doesn't want a tail."
"Then tell him to dry up."
"What did she say?" "She told you," the Witcher translated, "to go drown yourself." Chapter 2. "Ah, well," Dandelion said. "Pity I couldn't sail with you, but what can I do? Sailing makes me puke like nobody's business. But you know what? I've never spoken to a mermaid. It's a shame, damn it." "I know you," Geralt said, fastening his saddlebags. "You'll write a ballad anyway." "Never fear, I already have the first stanzas. In my ballad, the mermaid will sacrifice herself for the Duke. She'll exchange her fishtail for slender legs, but will pay for it by losing her voice. The Duke will betray her, abandon her, and then she'll perish from grief and turn into foam when the first rays of sunshine— Who'd believe such rot?" "It doesn't matter," Dandelion snorted. "Ballads aren't written to be believed. They're written to move their audience. But why am I talking to you about this when you know bugger all about it? You'd better tell me how much 𝐸𝐵𝐵𝐺 paid you." "He didn't pay me anything. He claimed I'd failed to carry out the task, that he'd expected something else, and he pays for results, not good intentions." Dandelion shook his head, took off his bonnet, and looked at the Witcher with a forlorn grimace on his mouth. "You mean we still don't have any money?" "So it would seem." Dandelion made an even more forlorn face. "It's all my fault," he moaned. "I'm to blame for it all, Geralt. Are you angry at me?" No, the Witcher wasn't angry at Dandelion. Not at all. There was no doubt Dandelion was to blame for what had befallen them. He had insisted they went to the fair at 4 Maples. Organising festivities, the poet argued, satisfied people's profound and natural needs. From time to time, the bard maintained, a chap has to meet other people in a place where he can have a laugh and a sing-song, gorge himself on kebabs and pierogies, drink beer, listen to music, and squeeze a girl as he swung her around in the dance. If every chap wanted to satisfy those needs, Dandelion argued, individually, periodically, and randomly, an indescribable mess would arise. For that reason, holidays and festivities were invented, and since holidays and festivities exist, a chap ought to frequent them. Geralt did not challenge this, although taking part in festivities occupied a very low position on the list of his own profound and natural needs. Nonetheless, he agreed to accompany Dandelion, for he was counting on obtaining information from the gathered concentration of people about a possible mission or job. He'd had no work for a long time, and his cash reserves had shrunk alarmingly. The Witcher did not bear Dandelion a grudge for provoking the rangers of the forest. He was not innocent either, for he could have intervened and held the bard back. He did not, however, for he could not stand the infamous guardians of the forest, known as the Rangers, a volunteer force whose mission was to eradicate non-humans. It had annoyed him to hear their boasts about elves, spriggans, and eerie wives bristling with arrows, butchered or hanged. Dandelion, though, who after travelling for some time with the Witcher had become convinced of his impunity from retaliation, had surpassed himself. Initially, the Rangers had not reacted to his mockery, taunts, or filthy suggestions, which aroused the thunderous laughter of the watching villagers. When, however, Dandelion sang a hastily composed obscene and abusive couplet, ending with the words, "If you want to be a nothing, be a ranger," an argument and then a fierce mass punch-up broke out. The shed, serving as the dance hall, went up in smoke. Intervention came in the form of a squad of men belonging to Castellan Budibog, also known as the Empty-Headed, on whose estates lay 4 Maples. The Rangers, Dandelion and Geralt, were found jointly guilty of all the damage and offences, which included the seduction of a red-headed and mute girl, who was found in the bushes behind the barn following the incident, blushing and grinning foolishly, with her shift torn up to her armpits. Fortunately, Castellan Budibog knew Dandelion, so it ended with a fine being paid, which nonetheless ate up all the money they had. They also had to flee from Four Maples as fast as they could ride, because the rangers who had been chased out of the village were threatening revenge, and an entire squad of them, numbering over 40 men, was hunting 𝐿𝐴𝐺 in the neighbouring forests. Geralt did not have the slightest desire to be hit by one of the rangers' arrows, whose heads were barbed like harpoons and inflicted dreadful injuries. So they had to abandon their original plan, which had involved doing the rounds of the villages on the edge of the forest, where the Witcher had reasonable prospects of work. Instead, they rode to 𝐉𝐴𝐺 on the coast. Unfortunately, apart from the love affair between Duke Aglaval and the mermaid 𝐿𝐴𝐺, which offered small chances of success, the Witcher had failed to find a job. They had already sold Geralt's gold signet for food, and an Alexandrite brooch the troubadour had once been given as a souvenir by one of his numerous paramours. Things were tight. But no, the Witcher was not angry with Dandelion. "No, Dandelion," he said, "I'm not angry with you." Dandelion did not believe him, which was quite apparent by the fact that he kept quiet. Dandelion was seldom quiet. He patted his horse's neck and fished around in his saddlebags for the umpteenth time. Geralt knew he would not find anything there they could sell. The smell of food, borne on a breeze from a nearby tavern, was becoming unbearable. "Master!" somebody shouted. "Hey! Master!" "Yes," Geralt said, turning around. A big-bellied, well-built man in felt boots and a heavy fur-lined wolfskin coat clambered out of a cart pulled by a pair of onagers, which had just stopped alongside. That is," the paunchy man said, embarrassed, walking over. "I didn't mean you, sir. I meant Master Dandelion. It is I." The poet proudly sat up straight, adjusting his bonnet, bearing an egret feather. "What is your need, my good man?" "Begging your pardon," the paunchy man said, "I am Teleri Drowhard, spice merchant and dean of our local guild. My son, Gaspar, has just plighted his troth to Dahlia, the daughter of Mestfin, the cog skipper." "Ha!" Dandelion said, maintaining a haughty air. "I offer my congratulations and extend my wishes of happiness to the betrothed couple. How may I be of help? Does it concern jus primae noctis? I never decline that. No, that is, you see, the betrothal banquet and ball are this evening. Since it got out that you, master, have come to 𝐉𝐴𝐺, my wife won't let up, just like a woman. Listen, she says, Teleri, we'll show everybody we aren't churls like them, that we stand for culture and art, that when we have a feast it's refined and not an excuse to get pissed and throw up. I says to her, silly moo, but we've already hired one bard, won't that suffice? And she says one is too few. Ho, ho, Master Dandelion, well I never, such a celebrity, that'll be one in the eye for our neighbours. Master, do us the honour. I'm prepared to give 25 talars as a gesture, naturally, to show my support for the arts. Do my ears deceive me? Dandelion drawled. I am to be the second bard? An appendix to some other musician? I have not sunk so low, my dear sir, as to accompany somebody. Drowhard blushed. Forgive me, master, he gibbered. That isn't what I meant. It was my wife. Forgive me. Do us the honour. Dandelion, Geralt hissed softly. Don't put on airs. We need those few pennies. Don't try to teach me, the poet yelled. Me putting on airs? Me? Look at him. What should I say about you, who rejects a lucrative proposition every other day? You won't kill hirkas because they're an endangered species, or mechopterans because they're harmless, or night spirits because they're sweet, or dragons because your code forbids it. I, just imagine it, also have my self-respect. I also have a code. Dandelion, please, do it for me. A little sacrifice, friend, nothing more. I swear I won't turn my nose up at the next job that comes along. Come on, Dandelion. The troubadour looked down at the ground and scratched his chin, which was covered in soft, fair bristles. Drowhard, mouth gaping, moved closer. Master, Do us this honour. My wife won't forgive me if I don't invite you. Now then, I'll make it 30. 35, Dandelion said firmly. Geralt smiled and hopefully breathed in the scent of food wafting from the tavern. Agreed, master, agreed, Teleri Drohard said quickly. So quickly, it was evident he would have given 40 had the need arisen. And now, my home, if you desire to groom yourself and rest, is your home. And you, sir, what do they call you? Geralt of Rivia. And I invite you too, sir, of course, for a bite to eat and something to drink. Certainly, with pleasure, Dandelion said. Show us the way, my dear sir. And, just between us, who is the other bard? The Honourable Miss Essie Davin. Chapter 3. Geralt rubbed a sleeve over the silver studs of his jacket and his belt buckle one more time, smoothed down his hair, which was held down with a clean headband, and polished his boots by rubbing one leg against the other. Dandelion? The bard smoothed the egret feather pinned to his bonnet and straightened and pulled down his jerkin. The two of them had spent half the day cleaning their garments and tidying them up. What, Geralt? Behave in such a way as they throw us out after supper and not before. You must be joking, the poet said indignantly. Watch your manners yourself. Shall we go in? We shall. Do you hear? Somebody's singing. A woman. Have you only just noticed? That's Essie Davin, known as Little Eye. What? Have you never met a female troubadour? True, I forgot you steer clear of places where art flourishes. Little Eye is a gifted poet and singer, though not without her flaws, among which impertinence, so I hear, is not the least. What she is singing now happens to be one of my ballads. She will soon hear a piece of my mind which will make that little eye of hers water. Dandelion, have mercy. They'll throw us out. Don't interfere. These are professional issues. Let's go in. Dandelion? Huh? Why Little Eye? You'll see. The banquet was being held in a huge storeroom, emptied of barrels of herrings and cod liver oil. The smell had been killed, though not entirely, by hanging up bunches of mistletoe and heather decorated with coloured ribbons wherever possible. Here and there, as is customary, were also hung plats of garlic meant to frighten off vampires. The tables and benches, which had been pushed towards the walls, had been covered with white linen, and in a corner there was a large makeshift hearth and spit. It was crowded, but not noisy. More than 4 dozen people of various estates and professions, not to mention the pimply youth and his snub-nosed fiancée, with her eyes fixed on her husband-to-be, were listening reverentially to a sonorous and melodious ballad, sung by a young woman in a demure blue frock, sitting on a platform with a lute resting on her knee. The woman could not have been older than 18, and was very slim. Her long, luxuriant hair was the colour of dark gold. They entered as the girl finished the song, and thanked the audience for the thunderous applause with a nod of her head, which shook her hair gently. "Greetings, master, greetings!" Drohard, dressed in his best clothes, leapt briskly over to them and pulled them towards the centre of the storeroom. "Greetings to you, Gerard, sir. I am honoured. Yes. Come here. Noble ladies, noble gentlemen, here is our honoured guest, who gave us this honour and honoured us. Master Dandelion, the celebrated singer and poet, has honoured us with his great honour. Thus honoured, we—" Cheers and applause resounded, and just in time, for it was looking as though Drohard would honour and stammer himself to death. Dandelion, blushing with pride, assumed a superior air and bowed carelessly, then waved a hand at a row of girls sitting on a long bench like hens on a roost, being chaperoned by older matrons. The girls were sitting stiffly, giving the impression they had been stuck to the bench with carpenter's glue or some other powerful adhesive. Without exception, they were holding their hands on tightly clenched knees, and their mouths were half open. "And presently," Drohard called, "come forth, help yourself to beer, fellows, and to the victuals. Prithee, avail yourselves." The girl in the blue dress forced her way through the crowd, which had crashed onto the food-laden tables like a sea wave. "Greetings, Dandelion," she said. Geralt considered the expression eyes like stars banal and hackneyed, particularly since he had begun travelling with Dandelion, as the troubadour was inclined to throw that compliment about freely, usually, indeed, undeservedly. However, with regard to 𝐸𝐶, even somebody as little susceptible to poetry as the Witcher had to concede the aptness of her nickname, for in her agreeable and pretty but otherwise unremarkable little face shone a huge, beautiful, shining dark blue eye, which riveted the gaze. 𝐸𝐶 other eye was largely covered and obscured by a golden curl, which fell onto her cheek. From time to time, 𝐸𝐶 flung the curl away with a toss of her head or a puff, at which point it turned out that Little Eye's other little eye was in every way the equal of the first. "Greetings, Little Eye," Dandelion said, grimacing. "That was a pretty ballad you just sang. You've improved your repertoire considerably. I've always maintained that if one is incapable of writing poetry oneself, one should borrow other people's. Have you borrowed many of them?" "A few," 𝐸𝐶 retorted at once and smiled, revealing little white teeth. "2 or 3. I wanted to use more, but it wasn't possible. Dreadful gibberish, and the tunes, though pleasant and unpretentious in their simplicity, not to say primitivism, are not what my audiences expect. Have you written anything new, Dandelion? I don't seem to be aware of it." "Small wonder," the bard sighed. "I sing my ballads in places to which only the gifted and renowned are invited, and you don't frequent such locations after all." 𝐸𝐶 blushed slightly and blew the lock of hair aside. "Very true," she said. "I don't frequent bordellos, as the atmosphere depresses me. I sympathize with you that you have to sing in places like that, but, well, that's the way it is. If one has no talent, one can't choose one's audiences." Now Dandelion visibly blushed. Little Eye, however, laughed joyously, flung an arm around his neck all of a sudden, and kissed him on the cheek. The Witcher was taken aback, but not too greatly. A professional colleague of Dandelion's could not, indeed, differ much from him in terms of predictability. "Dandelion, you old bugger," 𝐸𝐶 said, still hugging the bard's neck. "I'm glad to see you again, in good health and in full possession of your mental faculties." "Pshaw, Poppet." Dandelion seized the girl around the waist, picked her up, and spun her around so that her dress billowed around her. "You were magnificent, by the gods! I haven't heard such marvellous spitefulness for ages. You bicker even more captivatingly than you sing, and you look simply stunning." "I've asked you so many times," 𝐸𝐶 said, blowing her lock of hair away and glancing at Geralt, "not to call me Poppet, Dandelion. Besides, I think it's high time you introduced me to your companion. I see he doesn't belong to our guild." "Save us, oh gods!" the troubadour laughed. "He, Poppet, has no voice or ear, and can only rhyme rear with beer. This is Geralt of Rivia, a member of the Guild of Witchers. Come closer, Geralt, and kiss Little Eye's hand." The Witcher approached, not really knowing what to do. One usually only kissed ladies of the rank of Duchess and higher on the hand, or the ring, and one was supposed to kneel. Regarding women of lower standing, that gesture, here in the South, was considered erotically unambiguous, and as such tended to be reserved only for close couples. Little Eye dispelled his doubts, however, by willingly holding her hand out, high with the fingers facing downwards. He grasped it clumsily and feigned a kiss. 𝐸𝐶, her beautiful eye still popping out of her head, blushed. "Geralt of Rivia," she said. "What company you keep, Dandelion?" "It is an honour for me," the Witcher muttered, aware he was rivaling 𝐿𝐴 in eloquence. "Madam." "Damn it!" Dandelion snorted. "Don't abash Little Eye with all that stammering and titling. She's 𝐸𝐶, he's Geralt. End of introductions. Let's get to the point, Poppet."
"If you call me Poppet once more, you'll get a slap."
"What point do we have to get to?" "We have to agree on how we're going to sing. I suggest one after the other, a few ballads each, for the effect. Of course, singing our own ballads."
"Suits me."
"How much is 𝐿𝐴 paying you?"
"None of your business. Who goes first?"
"You."
"Agreed. Hey, look who's joined us. The most noble Duke of Aglovale. He's just coming in, look."
"Well, well," Dandelion said gleefully. "The audience is going up market. Although, on the other hand, we oughtn't to count on him. He's a skinflint. Geralt can confirm it. The local duke bloody hates paying. He hires, admittedly, but he's not so good at paying. I've heard a few things about him. Essie, looking at Geralt, tossed the lock of hair back from her cheek. They were talking about it in the harbour and by the jetty. The famous 𝐲𝐿𝐴𝐻, right? Aglovale responded to the deep bows of the 2 rows by the door with a brief nod, and then almost immediately went over to Draughard and drew him away into a corner, giving a sign that he was not expecting deference or ceremony in the centre of the storehouse. Geralt watched them out of the corner of his eye. They spoke softly, but it was apparent that they were both agitated. Draughard kept wiping his forehead with a sleeve, shaking his head and scratching his neck. He was asking questions which the Duke, surly and dour, was responding to by shrugging. "His Grace," Essie said quietly, moving closer to Geralt, "looks preoccupied. Affairs of the heart again? The misunderstanding from earlier today with his famous mermaid, 𝐤𝐻𝐻?" "Perhaps," Geralt answered, looking askance at the poet, astonished and strangely annoyed by her question. "Well, everybody has some personal problems. However, not everybody likes them to be sung about from the rooftops." Little Eye blanched slightly, blew away her lock of hair, and looked at him defiantly. "By saying that, did you mean to offend or only tease me?" "Neither one nor the other. I merely wanted to forestall further questions about the problems between Aglovale and the mermaid, questions I do not feel entitled to answer." "I understand." Essie Darwin's gorgeous eye narrowed slightly. "I won't burden you with a similar dilemma. I shall not ask you any of the questions I meant to ask, and which, if I'm to be frank, I treated only as a prelude and invitation to a pleasant conversation." "Very well. That conversation will not come to pass, then, and you need fear not that the content will be sung from some rooftop. It has been my pleasure." She turned on her heel and walked off towards the tables, where she was immediately greeted with respect. Dandelion shifted his weight from foot to foot and coughed tellingly. "I wouldn't say that was exquisitely courteous of you, Geralt." "It came out wrongly," the Witcher agreed. "I hurt her, quite unintentionally. Perhaps I should follow her and apologise." "Drop it," the bard said, and added aphoristically, "There is never a second opportunity to make a first impression. Come on, let's have a beer instead." They did not make it to the beer. Draughard pushed his way through a garrulous group of merchants. "Gerard, sir," he said, "please step this way. His Grace would like to talk to you." "Very well." "Geralt," Dandelion seized him by the sleeve, "don't forget." "Forget what?" "You promised to agree to any task without complaint. I shall hold you to it. What was it you said? A little sacrifice?" "Very well, Dandelion." He went off with Draughard into the corner of the storeroom, away from the guests. Aglovale was sitting at a low table. He was accompanied by a colourfully dressed, weather-beaten man with a short, black beard, whom Geralt had not noticed earlier. "We meet again, Witcher," the Duke said, "although this morning I swore I didn't want to see you again. But I do not have another Witcher to hand, so you will have to do. Meet 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻, my bailiff and pearl-diving steward. Speak, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻." "This morning," said the weather-beaten individual in a low voice, "we planned to go diving outside the usual grounds. One boat went further westwards beyond the headland, towards the Dragon's Fangs." "The Dragon's Fangs," Aglovale cut in, "are 2 volcanic reefs at the end of the headland. They can be seen from our coast." "Aye," 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 confirmed. "People don't usually sail there, for there are whirlpools and rocks. It's dangerous to dive there. But there's fewer and fewer pearls by the coast. Aye, one boat went there. A crew of 7 souls, 2 sailors and 5 divers, including 1 woman. When they hadn't returned by the eventide, we began to fret, although the sea was calm, as if oil had been poured on it. I sent a few swift skiffs there, and we soon found the boat drifting on the sea. There was no one in it, not a living soul, vanished into thin air. We know not what happened, but there must have been fighting there, a veritable massacre. There were signs." "What signs?" The Witcher squinted. "Well, the whole deck was spattered in blood." Draughard hissed and looked around anxiously. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻 lowered his voice. "It was as I said," he repeated, clenching his jaw. "The boat was spattered in gore, length and breadth. No question, but a veritable massacre took place on board. Something killed those people. They say it was a sea monster. No doubt a sea monster. Not pirates? Asked Geralt softly. Or pearl diving competition? Do you rule out a normal knife fight? We do, said the Duke. There are no pirates here, no competition, and knife fights don't result in everybody, to the last man, disappearing. No, Geralt. Țeles is right. It was a sea monster and nothing else. Listen, now no one dares to go to sea, not even to the nearby and familiar fishing grounds. The people are scared stiff and the harbour is paralysed. Even the cogs and galleys aren't setting out. Do you see, Witcher? I see, Geralt nodded. Who will show me this place? Ha! Aglaval placed a hand on the table and drummed his fingers. I like that. That's Witcher talk, getting to the point at once, without unnecessary chatter. Yes, I like that. Do you see, Drauhard? I told you, a hungry Witcher is a good Witcher. Well, Geralt, after all, were it not for your musical companion, you would have gone to bed without your supper again. My information is correct, is it not? Drauhard lowered his head. Țeles stared vacantly ahead. Who'll show me the place? Geralt repeated, looking coldly at Aglaval. Țeles, said the Duke, his smile fading. Țeles will show you the dragon's fangs and the route to them. When will you start work? First thing tomorrow morning. Be at the harbour, Mr. Țeles. Very well, Master Witcher. Excellent. The Duke rubbed his hands and smiled mockingly again. Geralt, I'm relying on you to do better with this monster than you did with the Sheernat situation. I really am. Aha, one more thing. I forbid any gossiping about this incident. I don't want any more panic than we already have on our hands. Do you understand, Drauhard? I'll order your tongue torn out if you breathe a word. I understand, Your Grace. Good, Aglaval said, getting up. Then I shall go. I shall not interfere with the ball, nor provoke any rumours. Farewell, Drauhard. Wish the betrothed couple happiness on my behalf. My thanks, Duke. Essie Darwin, who was sitting on a low stool surrounded by a dense crowd of listeners, was singing a melodious and wistful ballad about the woeful fate of a betrayed lover. Dandelion, leaning against a post, was muttering something under his breath and counting bars and syllables on his fingers. Well, he asked, do you have a job, Geralt? Yes, the Witcher answered, not going into details, which in any case did not concern the bard. I told you I smelt a rat. And money. Good. Very good. I'll make some money. You will too. We'll be able to afford to revel. We'll go to Sidaris in time for the Grape Harvest Festival. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've spotted something interesting on the bench over there. Geralt followed the poet's gaze, but aside from about a dozen girls with half-open mouths, he saw nothing interesting. Dandelion pulled down his jerkin, set his bonnet over his right ear, and approached the bench in long, swinging strides. Having passed the matrons guarding the maidens with a deft flanking manoeuvre, he began his customary ritual of flashing a broad smile. Essie Darwin finished her ballad and was rewarded with applause, a small purse, and a large bouquet of pretty, though somewhat withered, chrysanthemums. The Witcher circulated among the guests, looking for an opportunity to finally occupy a seat at the table, which was laden with victuals. He gazed longingly at the rapidly vanishing pickled herrings, stuffed cabbage leaves, boiled cod heads and mutton chops, at the rings of sausage and capons being torn into pieces, and the smoked salmon and hams being chopped up with knives. The problem was that there were no vacant seats at the table. The maidens and matrons, somewhat livened up, surrounded Dandelion, calling squeakily for a performance. Dandelion smiled falsely and made excuses, ineffectually feigning modesty. Geralt, overcoming his embarrassment, virtually forced his way to the table. An elderly gentleman, smelling strongly of vinegar, moved aside, surprisingly courteously and willingly, almost knocking off several guests sitting alongside him. Geralt got down to eating without delay and, in a flash, had cleared the only dish he could reach. The gentleman, smelling of vinegar, passed him another. In gratitude, the Witcher listened attentively to the elderly gentleman's long tirade concerning the present times and the youth of today. The elderly gentleman stubbornly described sexual freedom as laxity, so Geralt had some difficulty keeping a straight face. Essie stood by the wall beneath bunches of mistletoe, alone, tuning her lute. the Witcher saw a young man in a brocaded waisted caftan approaching and saying something to the poet, smiling wanly the while. Essie looked at the young man, her pretty mouth sneering slightly, and said several quick words. The young man cowered and walked hurriedly away, and his ears, as red as beetroots, glowed in the semi-darkness for a long time afterwards.
"Abomination, shame, and disgrace," the elderly gentleman, smelling of vinegar, continued. "One enormous laxity, sir."
Indeed. Geralt nodded tentatively, wiping his plate with a hunk of bread.
"May I request silence, noble ladies, noble lords," 𝐲𝐻𝐽 called, walking into the middle of the room. "The celebrated master Dandelion, in spite of being a little bodily indisposed and weary, shall now sing for us his celebrated ballad about Queen Marianne and the Black Raven. He shall do it at the urgent plea of Miss 𝐉𝐵𝐻𝐿, the miller's daughter, whom, he said, he may not refuse."
Miss 𝐉𝐵𝐻𝐿, one of the less comely girls on the bench, became beautified in the blink of an eye. Uproar and applause erupted, drowning out further laxity from the elderly gentleman smelling of vinegar. Dandelion waited for total silence, played a striking prelude on his lute, after which he began to sing without taking his eyes off Miss 𝐉𝐵𝐻𝐿, who was growing more beautiful with each verse. Indeed, Geralt thought, that whoreson is more effective than all the magical oils and creams Yennefer sells in her little shop in Vengerberg. He saw Essie steal behind the crowded semicircle of Dandelion's audience and cautiously vanish through the door to the terrace. Driven by a strange impulse, he slipped nimbly out from behind the table and followed her. She stood, leaning forward, resting her elbows on the railing of the jetty, head drawn into her delicate, upraised shoulders. She was gazing at the rippling sea, glistening from the light of the moon and the fires burning in the harbour. A board creaked beneath Geralt's foot. Essie straightened up.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you,"
he said stiffly, searching for that sudden grimace on her lips to which she had treated the young man in brocade a moment earlier. "You aren't disturbing me," she replied, smiling and tossing back her lock of hair. "I'm not seeking solitude here, but fresh air. Was all that smoke and airlessness bothering you too?"
"A little. But I'm more bothered by knowing that I offended you. I came here to apologize, Essie, to try to regain the chance of a pleasant conversation."
"You deserve my apology," she said, pressing her hands down on the railing. "I reacted too impetuously. I always react too impetuously. I don't know how to control myself. Excuse me and give me another chance, for a conversation." He approached and leaned on the railing beside her. He felt the warmth emanating from her and the faint scent of verbena. He liked the scent of verbena, although the scent of verbena was not the scent of lilac and gooseberry. "What do you connect with the sea, Geralt?" she asked suddenly.
"Unease," he answered, almost without thinking.
"Interesting. And you seem so calm and composed."
"I didn't say I feel unease. You asked for associations."
"Associations are the image of the soul. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a poet."
What do you associate with the sea, Essie?" he asked quickly, to put an end to discussion about the unease he was feeling.
"With constant movement," she answered after a pause. "With change, and with riddles, with mystery, with something I cannot grasp, which I might be able to describe in 1,000 different ways, in 1,000 poems, never actually reaching the core, the heart of the matter. Yes, that's it."
"And so," he said, feeling the verbena affecting him more and more strongly, "what you feel is also unease, and you seem so calm and composed." She turned towards him, tossing back her golden curl and fixing her gorgeous eyes on him.
"I'm not calm or composed, Geralt."
It happened suddenly, utterly unexpectedly. The movement he made, which was supposed to have been just a touch, a gentle touch of her arms, turned into a powerful grasp of both hands around her very slender waist, into a rapid, though not rough, pulling of her closer, and into a sudden, passionate contact of their bodies. Essie stiffened suddenly, straightened, bent her torso powerfully backwards, pressed her hands down on his firmly, as though she wanted to pull away and push his hands from her waist. But instead of that, she seized them tightly, tipped her head forward, parted her lips, and hesitated.
"Why?
"Why this?" she whispered. Her eye was wide open. Her golden curl had fallen onto her cheek. Calmly and slowly, he tipped his head forward, brought his face closer, and suddenly and quickly pursed his lips into a kiss. Essie, however, even then, did not release his hands grasping her waist and still powerfully arched her back, avoiding bodily contact. Remaining like that, they turned around slowly as though in a dance. She kissed him eagerly, expertly, for a long time. Then she nimbly and effortlessly freed herself from his embrace, turned away, once again leaned on the railing, and drew her head into her shoulders. Geralt suddenly felt dreadfully, indescribably stupid. The feeling stopped him from approaching her, from putting an arm around her hunched back. "Why?" she asked coolly, without turning around. "Why did you do that?" She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and the Witcher suddenly understood he had made a mistake. He suddenly knew that insincerity, lies, pretense and bravado would lead him straight into a swamp, where only a springy, matted layer of grass and moss, liable to yield, tear or break at any moment, separated him from the abyss below. "Why?" she repeated. He did not answer. "Are you looking for a woman for the night?" He did not reply. Essie turned slowly and touched his arm. "Let's go back in," she said easily, but he was not deceived by her manner, sensing how tense she was. "Don't make that face. It was nothing. And the fact that I'm not looking for a man for tonight isn't your fault, is it?" "Essie, let's go back, Geralt. Dandelion has played 3 encores. It's my turn. Come on, I'll sing." She glanced at him strangely and blew her lock of hair away from her eye. "I'll sing for you." Chapter 4.
"Oh-ho," the Witcher said, feigning surprise. "So, you're here. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight."
Dandelion locked the door with the hasp, hung up his lute and his bonnet with the egret's feather on a peg, took off his jerkin, brushed it down, and laid it on some sacks lying in the corner of the small room. Apart from the sacks, a wooden pail, and a huge palliasse stuffed with dried beanstalks, there was no furniture in the attic room. Even the candle stood on the floor in a hardened pool of wax. Draughard admired Dandelion, but clearly not enough to give him the run of a chamber or even a box room. "And why," asked Dandelion, removing his boots, "did you think I wouldn't be back tonight?"
"I thought,"
The Witcher lifted himself up on an elbow, crunching bean straw,
"you'd go and sing serenades beneath the window of Miss 𝐕𝐵𝐸𝐴, at whom your tongue has been hanging out the whole evening, like a pointer at the sight of a bitch."
"Ha, ha!" the bard laughed. "But you're so oafishly stupid. You didn't understand anything. 𝐕𝐵𝐸𝐴? I don't care about 𝐕𝐵𝐸𝐴. I simply wanted to stab Miss Acaretta with jealousy, as I shall make a pass at her tomorrow. Move over." Dandelion collapsed on the palliasse and pulled the blanket off Geralt. Geralt, feeling a strange anger, turned his head towards the tiny window, through which, had it not been for some industrious spiders, he would have seen the starry sky. "Why so huffy?" the poet asked. "Does it bother you that I make advances to girls? Since when? Perhaps you've become a druid and taken a vow of chastity. Or perhaps—"
"Don't go on. I'm tired. Have you not noticed that for the first time in 2 weeks we have a palliasse and a roof over our heads? Doesn't it gladden you that the rain won't be dripping on us in the wee small hours?"
"For me," Dandelion fantasized, "a palliasse without a girl isn't a palliasse. It's incomplete happiness. And what is incomplete happiness?" Geralt groaned softly, as usual when Dandelion was assailed by nocturnal talkativeness. "Incomplete happiness," the bard continued, engrossed in his own voice, "is like a kiss interrupted. Why are you grinding your teeth, if I may ask?"
"You're incredibly boring, Dandelion. Nothing but palliasses, girls, bums, tits, incomplete happiness, and kisses interrupted by dogs set on you by your lover's parents. Why, you clearly can't behave any differently. Clearly only easy lewdness, not to say uncritical promiscuity, allows you musicians to compose ballads, write poems and sing. That is clearly, write it down, the dark side of your talent. He had said too much and had not cooled his voice sufficiently, and Dandelion saw through him effortlessly and unerringly. "Aha," he said calmly. "𝐸𝐴𝐴, also known as Little Eye. The alluring little eye of Little Eye fixed its gaze on the Witcher and caused confusion in the Witcher. The Witcher behaved like a little schoolboy before a queen, and rather than blame himself, he is blaming her and searching for her dark side." "You're talking rubbish, Dandelion." "No, my dear. Essie made an impression on you. You can't hide it. I don't see anything wrong with that, actually. But beware, and don't make a mistake. She is not what you think. If her talent has its dark sides, they certainly aren't what you imagine." "I conjecture," said the Witcher, trying to control his voice, "that you know her very well." "Quite well, but not in the way you think. Not like that." "Quite original for you, you'll admit." "You're stupid," the bard said, stretching and placing both hands under his neck. "I've known Poppet almost since she was a child. To me, she's like a younger sister. So I repeat, don't make any silly mistakes about her. You'd be harming her greatly, because you also made an impression on her. Admit it, you desire her." "Even if I did, unlike you, I'm not accustomed to talking about it," Geralt said sharply, "or writing songs about it. I thank you for your words about her, because perhaps you have indeed saved me from a stupid mistake. But let that be an end to it. I regard the subject as exhausted." Dandelion lay motionless for a moment, saying nothing. But Geralt knew him too well. "I know," the poet said at last. "Now I know everything." "You know fuck all, Dandelion." "Do you know what your problem is, Geralt? You think you're different. You flaunt your otherness, what you consider abnormal. You aggressively impose that abnormality on others, not understanding that for people who think clear-headedly, you're the most normal man under the sun, and they all wish that everybody was so normal. What of it that you have quicker reflexes than most, and vertical pupils in sunlight, that you can see in the dark like a cat, that you know a few spells? Big deal. I, my dear, once knew an innkeeper who could fart for 10 minutes without stopping, playing the tune to the psalm Greetus, Greetus, O Morning Star. Heedless of his, let's face it, unusual talent, that innkeeper was the most normal among the normal. He had a wife, children, and a grandmother, afflicted by palsy. What does that have to do with 𝐸𝐴𝐴? Could you explain?" "Of course. You wrongfully thought, Geralt, that Little Eye was interested in you out of morbid, downright perverted curiosity, that she looks at you as though you were a queer fish, a two-headed calf or a salamander in a menagerie. And you immediately became annoyed, gave her a rude, undeserved reprimand at the first opportunity, struck back at a blow she hadn't dealt. I witnessed it, after all. I didn't witness the further course of events, of course, but I noticed your flight from the room and saw her glowing cheeks when you returned. Yes, Geralt, I'm alerting you to a mistake, and you have already made it. You wanted to take revenge on her for, in your opinion, her morbid curiosity. You decided to exploit that curiosity. You're talking rubbish. You tried, the bard continued, unmoved, to learn if it was possible to bed her in the hay, if she was curious to find out what it's like to make love with a misfit, with a witcher. Fortunately, Essie turned out to be smarter than you, and generously took pity on your stupidity, having understood its cause. I conclude this from the fact you did not return from the jetty with a fat lip." "Have you finished?" "Yes, I have." "Good night, then." "I know why you're furious and gnashing your teeth." "No doubt. You know everything." "I know who warped you like that, who left you unable to understand a normal woman. Oh, but that Yennefer of yours was a troublemaker. I'm damned if I know what you see in her." "Drop it, Dandelion." "Do you really not prefer normal girls like Essie? What do sorceresses have that Essie doesn't? Age, perhaps? Little Eye may not be the youngest, but she's as old as she looks. And do you know what Yennefer once confessed to me after a few stiff drinks? She told me that the first time she did it with a man, it was exactly a year after the invention of the two-furrow plough. You're lying. Yennefer loathes you like the plague and would never confide in you. All right, I was lying, I confess. You don't have to. I know you. You only think you know me. Don't forget, I'm complicated by nature. Dandelion. The Witcher sighed, now genuinely tired. You're a cynic, a lecher, a womanizer, and a liar. And there's nothing, believe me, nothing complicated about that. Good night. Good night, Geralt. Chapter 5. You rise early, Essie. The poet smiled, holding down her hair, which was being blown around by the wind. She stepped gingerly onto the jetty, avoiding the holes and rotten planks. I couldn't miss the chance of watching The Witcher at work. Will you think me nosy again, Geralt? Why? I don't deny it. I really am nosy. How goes it? How goes what? Oh, Geralt, she said. You underestimate my curiosity and my talent for gathering and interpreting information. I know everything about the case of the Pearl Divers. I know the details of your agreement with 𝐿𝐴𝐺. I know you're looking for a sailor willing to sail there, towards the Dragon's Fangs. Did you find one? He looked at her searchingly for a moment, and then suddenly decided. No, he replied. I didn't. Not one. Are they afraid? Yes, they are. How, then, do you intend to carry out an exploration if you can't go to sea? How, without sailing, do you plan to get at the monster that killed the Pearl Divers? He took her by the hand and led her from the jetty. They walked slowly along the edge of the sea, across the pebbly beach, beside the launches pulled up on the shore, among the rows of nets hung up on stilts among the curtains of split, drying fish being blown by the wind. Geralt unexpectedly found that the poet's company did not bother him at all, that it was not wearisome or intrusive. Apart from that, he hoped that a calm and matter-of-fact conversation would erase the results of that stupid kiss on the terrace. The fact that Essie had come to the jetty filled him with the hope that she did not bear him a grudge. He was content. Get at the monster, he muttered, repeating her words. If only I knew how. I know very little about sea monsters. Interesting. From what I know, there are many more monsters in the sea than there are on land, both in terms of number and variety of species. It would seem, thus, that the sea ought to be a great opportunity for witches to show what they can do. Well, it isn't. Why? The expansion of people onto the sea, he said, clearing his throat and turning his face away, hasn't lasted very long. Witches were needed long ago on the land during the first phase of colonization. We aren't cut out to fight sea-dwelling creatures, although you're right, the sea is full of all sorts of aggressive filth. But our witcher abilities are insufficient against sea monsters. Those creatures are either too big for us, or are too well armoured, or are too sure in their element, or all three. And the monster that killed the Pearl Divers? You have no idea what it was? A kraken, perhaps. No, a kraken would have wrecked the boat, but it was intact, and, as they said, totally full of blood. Little Eye swallowed and visibly paled. Don't think I'm being a know-all. I grew up by the sea and I've seen a few things. In that case, what could it have been? A giant squid? It might have dragged those people from the deck. There wouldn't have been any blood. It wasn't a squid, Geralt, or a killer whale, or a draco turtle, because whatever it was didn't destroy or capsize the boat. Whatever it was went on board and carried out the slaughter there. Perhaps you're making a mistake looking for it in the sea. The Witcher pondered. I'm beginning to admire you, Essie, he said. The poet blushed. You're right. It may have attacked from the air. It may have been an ornithodragon, a griffin, a wyvern, a flying drake, or a forktail, possibly even a rock. Excuse me, Essie said. Look who's coming. 𝐿𝐴𝐺 was approaching along the shore alone, his clothes sopping wet. He was visibly angry and flushed with rage on seeing them. Essie curtsied slightly. Geralt bent his head, pressing his fist to his chest. Aglaval spat. I sat on the rocks for 3 hours almost from daybreak, he snarled. She didn't even make an appearance. 3 hours, like an ass on rocks swept by the waves. Sorry, the Witcher muttered. You're sorry, the Duke exploded. Sorry? It's your fault. You fouled everything up. You spoiled everything. What did I spoil? I was only working as an interpreter. To hell with work like that. Aglaval interrupted angrily, showing off his profile. His profile was indeed kingly, worthy of being struck on coinage. Verily, it would have been better not to hire you. It sounds paradoxical, but while we didn't have an interpreter, we understood each other better, Sheernats and I, if you know what I mean. But now, do you know what they're saying in town? Rumours are spreading that the pearl divers perished because I enraged the mermaid, that it's her revenge. Nonsense, the Witcher commented coldly. How am I to know that it's nonsense? The Duke growled. How do I know you didn't tell her something? Do I really know what she's capable of? What monsters she chums around with down in the depths? By all means, prove to me that it's nonsense. Bring me the head of the beast that killed the pearl divers. Get to work instead of flirting on the beach. To work. Geralt reacted angrily. How? Am I to go out to sea, straddling a barrel? Your 𝐿𝐴𝐵 threatened the sailors with torture and the noose, but in spite of that, no one wants to sail out with me. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 himself isn't too keen either. So how? What? Does it bother me, how? Aglaval yelled, interrupting. That's your problem. What are witches for, if not so that decent folk don't have to rack their brains about how to rid themselves of monsters? I've hired you to do the job, and I demand you carry it out. If not, get out of here before I drive you to the borders of my realm with my whip. Calm down, Your Grace, Little Eye said softly, but her paleness and trembling hands betrayed her irritation. And please don't threaten, Geralt. It so happens that Dandelion and I have several friends. King 𝐸𝐴𝐚 of Cidaris, to mention but one, likes us and our ballads very much. King 𝐸𝐴𝐚 is an enlightened monarch and always says that our ballads aren't just lively music and rhymes, but a way of spreading news, that they are a chronicle of humankind. Do you wish, Your Grace, to be written into the chronicle of humankind? I can have it arranged. Aglaval looked at her for a while with a cold, contemptuous gaze. The pearl divers who died had wives and children, he finally said, much more quietly and calmly. When hunger afflicts the remaining ones, they will put to sea again. Pearl, sponge and oyster divers, lobster fishers, fishermen, all of them. And now they are afraid, but hunger will overcome their fear. They will go to sea, but will they return? What do you say to that, Geralt, Miss Darvin? I'd be interested to hear the ballad which will sing of that. A ballad about a witcher standing idly on the shore looking at the blood-spattered decks of boats and weeping children. Essie blanched even more, but raised her head proudly, blew away the lock of hair, and was just preparing a riposte when Geralt seized her hand and squeezed it, stopping her words. That is enough, he said. In this entire flood of words, only one has true significance. You hired me, Aglaval. I accepted the task and shall accomplish it, if it is feasible. I am relying on it, the Duke said curtly. Then goodbye. My respects, Miss Darvin. Essie did not curtsy. She only tilted her head. Aglaval hauled up his wet trousers and headed off towards the harbour, walking unsteadily over the pebbles. Only then did Geralt notice he was still holding the poet's hand, but she was not trying to free herself at all. He released her hand. Essie, slowly returning to her normal colours, turned her face towards his. It's easy to make you take a risk, she said. All it takes is a few words about women and children, and so much is said about how unfeeling you witches are. Geralt, Aglaval doesn't give a hoot about women, children, or the elderly. He wants the pearl fishing to begin again because he's losing money every day they don't come back with a catch. He's taking you for a ride with those starving children, and you're ready to risk your life. Essie, he interrupted. I'm a witcher. It's my trade to risk my life. Children have nothing to do with it. You can't fool me. Why the assumption that I mean to? Perhaps because if you were the heartless professional you pretend to be, you would have tried to push up the price. But you didn't say a word about your fee. Oh, never mind. Enough of all that. Are we going back? Let's walk on a little. Gladly. Geralt? Yes?
I told you I grew up by the sea. I know how to steer a boat and
Put that out of your head.
why?
Put that out of your head, he repeated sharply.
You might, she said, have phrased that more politely.
I might have, but you would have taken it as the devil only knows what. And I am an unfeeling witcher and heartless professional. I risk my life, not other people's.
Essie fell silent. He saw her purse her lips and toss her head. A gust of wind ruffled her hair again, and her face was covered for a moment by a confusion of golden curls. I only wanted to help you, she said.
I know. Thank you.
Geralt?
Yes?
What if there is something behind the rumours 𝐿𝐴𝐵 was talking about? You know well that mermaids aren't always friendly. There have been cases.
I don't believe them.
Sea witches, Little Eye continued pensively. Nereids, mermen, sea nymphs. Who knows what they're capable of? And Sheernats. She had reason.
I don't believe it,
he interrupted. You don't believe, or you don't want to believe? He did not reply. And you want to appear the cold professional? She asked with a strange smile. Someone who thinks with his sword hilt? If you want, I'll tell you what you really are.
I know what I really am.
You're sensitive, she said softly. Deep in your angst-filled soul, your stony face and cold voice don't deceive me. You are sensitive, and your sensitivity makes you fear that whatever you are going to face with sword in hand may have its own arguments, may have the moral advantage over you.
No, Essie, he said slowly. Don't try to make me the subject of a moving ballad, a ballad about a witcher with inner conflicts. Perhaps I'd like it to be the case, but it isn't. My moral dilemmas are resolved for me by my code and education, by my training.
Don't talk like that, she said in annoyance. I don't understand why you try to...
Essie, he interrupted her again. I don't want you to pick up false notions about me. I'm not a knight-errant.
You aren't a cold and unthinking killer either.
No, he agreed calmly. I'm not, although there are some who think differently. For it isn't my sensitivity and personal qualities that place me higher, but the vain and arrogant pride of a professional convinced of his value. A specialist in whom it was instilled that the code of his profession and cold routine is more legitimate than emotion, that they protect him against making a mistake which could be made should he become entangled in the dilemmas of good and evil, of order and chaos. No, Essie, it's not I that am sensitive, but you. After all, your profession demands that, doesn't it? It's you who became alarmed by the thought that an apparently pleasant mermaid attacked the pearl divers in an act of desperate revenge after being insulted. You immediately look for an excuse for the mermaid, extenuating circumstances. You balk at the thought that a witcher, hired by the Duke, will murder an exquisite mermaid just because she dared to yield to emotion. But the witcher, Essie, is free of such dilemmas, and of emotion. Even if it turns out that it was the mermaid, the witcher won't kill the mermaid, because the code forbids him. The code solves the dilemma for the witcher. Little Eye looked at him, abruptly lifting up her head. All dilemmas? She asked quickly. She knows about Yennefer, he thought. She knows. Dandelion, you bloody gossip. They looked at one another. What is concealed in your deep blue eyes, Essie? Curiosity? Fascination with otherness? What are the dark sides of your talent, Little Eye? I apologize, she said. The question was foolish and naive. It hinted that I believed what you were saying. Let's go back. That wind chills to the marrow. Look how rough the sea is. It is. Do you know what's fascinating, Essie? What? I was certain the rock where 𝐿𝐴𝐵 met his mermaid was nearer the shore and bigger. And now it's not visible. It's the tide, Essie said shortly. The water will soon reach all the way to the cliff. All that way? Yes. The water rises and falls here considerably, well over 10 cubits, because here in the strait and the mouth of the river there are so-called tidal echoes, as the sailors call them. Geralt looked towards the headland at the dragon's fangs biting into a roaring, foaming breaker. "Essie," he asked, "and when the tide starts going out—" "What?" "How far back does the sea go?" "But what—" "Ah, I get it. Yes, you're right. It goes back to the line of the shelf." "The line of the what?" "Well, it's like a shelf. Flat shallows, forming the seabed, which ends with a lip at the edge of the deep waters." "And the dragon's fangs?" "Are right on that lip." "And they're reachable by wading? How long would I have?"
"I don't know." Little Eye frowned. "You'd have to ask the locals, but I don't think it would be a good idea. Look, there are rocks between the land and the fangs. The entire shore is scored with bays and fjords. When the tide starts going out, gorges and basins full of water are formed there. I don't know if—"
From the direction of the sea and the barely visible rocks came a splash and a loud melodic cry.
"White hair,"
the mermaid called, gracefully leaping over the crest of a wave, threshing the water with short, elegant strokes of her tail. "𝐸𝐴, he called back, waving a hand. The mermaid swam over to the rocks, stood erect in the foaming green water, and used both hands to fling back her hair, at the same time revealing her torso with all its charms. Geralt glanced at Essie. The girl blushed slightly, and with an expression of regret and embarrassment on her face, looked for a moment at her own charms, which barely protruded beneath her dress.
"Where is my man?"
𝐸𝐴 sang, swimming closer.
"He was meant to have come."
"He did. He waited for 3 hours and then left."
"He left,"
the mermaid said in a high trill of astonishment.
"He didn't wait. He could not endure 3 meagre hours. Just as I thought. Not a scrap of sacrifice, not a scrap. Despicable, despicable, despicable. And what are you doing here, White Hair? Did you come here for a walk with your beloved? You'd make a pretty couple. Were you not marred by your legs?"
"She is not my beloved. We barely know each other."
"Yes,"
𝐸𝐴 said in astonishment.
"Pity. You suit each other. You look lovely together. Who is it?" "I'm Essie Davenport,"
Little Eye sang, with an accent and melody, beside which the witch's voice sounded like the cawing of a crow.
"Nice to meet you, 𝐸𝐴.
The mermaid slapped her hands on the water and laughed brightly.
"How gorgeous!"
she cried.
"You know our tongue. Upon my word, you astonish me, you humans. Verily, not nearly as much divides us as people say."
The Witcher was no less astonished than the mermaid, although he might have guessed that the educated and well-read Essie would know the elder speech better than him. It was the language of the elves, a euphonious version of which was used by mermaids, sea witches, and nereids. It also ought to have been clear to him that the melodiousness and complicated intonation pattern of the mermaid's speech, which for him was a handicap, made it easier for Little Eye. "𝐸𝐴, he called. "A few things divide us, nevertheless, and what occasionally divides us is spilled blood. Who killed the pearl divers over there by the 2 rocks? Tell me." The mermaid dived down, churning the water. A moment later, she spurted back out onto the surface again, and her pretty little face was contracted and drawn into an ugly grimace.
"Don't you dare!"
she screamed, piercingly shrilly.
"Don't you dare go near the steps. It is not for you. Don't fall foul of them. It is not for you."
What isn't for us?"
"Not for you,"
𝐸𝐴 yelled, falling onto her back on the waves. Splashes of water shot high up. For just a moment longer, they saw her forked, finned tail flapping over the waves. Then she vanished under the water. Little Eye tidied her hair, which had been ruffled by the wind. She stood motionless with her head bowed. "I didn't know," Geralt said, clearing his throat, "that you knew the elder speech so well, Essie."
You couldn't have known, she said, with a distinct bitterness in her voice. After all, you barely know me. Chapter 6. Geralt, Dandelion said, looking around and sniffing like a hound. It stinks terribly here, don't you think?
Does it?
The Witcher sniffed.
I've been in places where it smelled worse. It's only the smell of the sea.
The bard turned his head away and spat between two rocks. The water bubbled in the rocky clefts, foaming and soughing, exposing gorges full of sea-worn pebbles. Look how nicely it's dried out, Geralt. Where has the water gone? What is it with those bloody tides? Where do they come from? Haven't you ever thought about it?
No, I've had other concerns.
I think, Dandelion said, trembling slightly, that down there, in the depths, at the very bottom of this bloody ocean, crouches a huge monster, a fat, scaly beast, a toad with horns on its vile head. And from time to time it draws water into its belly, and with the water everything that lives and can be eaten. Fish, seals, turtles, everything. And then, having devoured its prey, it pukes up the water, and we have the tide. What do you think about that?
I think you're a fool. Yennefer once told me that the moon causes the tides.
Dandelion cackled. What bloody rubbish! What does the moon have to do with the sea? Only dogs howl at the moon. She was having you on, Geralt. That little liar of yours. She put one over on you. Not for the first time either, I'd say. The Witcher did not comment. He looked at the boulders glistening with water in the ravines exposed by the tide. The water was still exploding and foaming in them, but it looked as though they would get through.
Very well, let's get to work,
he said, standing and adjusting his sword on his back.
We can't wait any longer, or we won't make it back before the tide comes in. Do you still insist on coming with me?
Yes. Subjects for ballads aren't fir cones. You don't find them under a tree. Aside from that, it's Poppet's birthday tomorrow.
I don't see the link.
Pity. There exists the custom among we normal people of giving one another presents on birthdays. I can't afford to buy her anything, so I shall find something for her on the seabed.
A herring or a cuttlefish?
Dolt. I'll find some amber, perhaps a seahorse or maybe a pretty conch. The point is, it's a symbol, a sign of concern and affection. I like Little Eye, and I want to please her. Don't you understand? Oh, I thought not. Let's go. You first, because there might be a monster down there.
Right.
The Witcher slid down from the cliff onto the slippery rocks covered with algae.
I'll go first, in order to protect you if needs be, as a sign of my concern and affection. Just remember, if I shout, run like hell, and don't get tangled up in my sword. We aren't going to gather seahorses. We're going to deal with a monster that murders people.
They set off downwards into the rifts of the exposed seabed, in some places wading through the water still swirling in the rocky vents. They splashed around in hollows lined with sand and bladderwrack. To make matters worse, it began to rain, so they were soon soaked from head to foot. Dandelion kept stopping and digging around in the pebbles and tangles of seaweed. Oh, look, Geralt, a little fish. It's all red, by the devil. And here, look, a little eel. And this, what is it? It looks like a great big transparent flea. And this, oh, mother, Geralt! The Witcher turned around at once, with his hand on his sword. It was a human skull, white, worn smooth by the rocks, jammed into a rocky crevice full of sand. But not only sand. Dandelion, seeing a lugworm writhing in the eye socket, shuddered and made an unpleasant noise. The Witcher shrugged and headed towards the rocky plain exposed by the sea, in the direction of the two jagged reefs known as the Dragon's Fangs, which now looked like mountains. He moved cautiously. The seabed was strewn with sea cucumbers, shells and piles of bladderwrack. Large jellyfish swayed and brittle stars whirled in the rock pools and hollows. Small crabs as colourful as hummingbirds fled from them, creeping sideways, their legs scurrying busily. Geralt noticed a corpse some way off, wedged between the rocks. The drowned man's chest could be seen moving beneath his shirt and the seaweed, though in principle there was no longer anything to move it. It was teeming with crabs, outside and inside. The body could not have been in the water longer than a day,
but the crabs had picked it so clean it was pointless examining it closer. The Witcher changed direction without a word, giving the corpse a wide berth. Dandelion did not notice anything. "Why, but it stinks of rot here," he swore, trying to catch up with Geralt. He spat and shook water from his bonnet. "And it's tipping down, and I'm cold. I'll catch a chill and lose my bloody voice. Stop moaning. If you want to go back, you know the way." Right beyond the base of the dragon's fangs stretched out a flat, rocky shelf, and beyond it was deep water, the calmly rippling sea, the limit of the tide. "Ha, Geralt," Dandelion said, looking around. "I think that monster of yours had enough sense to withdraw to the high sea with the tide, and I guess you thought it'd be lazing about here somewhere, waiting for you to hack it to pieces? Be quiet." The Witcher approached the edge of the shelf and knelt down, cautiously resting his hands on the sharp shells clinging to the rocks. He could not see anything. The water was dark, and the surface was cloudy, dulled by the drizzle. Dandelion searched the recesses of the reefs, kicking the more aggressive crabs from his legs, examining and feeling the dripping rocks, bearded with sagging seaweed and specked with coarse colonies of crustaceans and mollusks. "Hey, Geralt!" "What?" "Look at those shells. They're pearl oysters, aren't they?" "No." "Know anything about them?" "No." "So keep your opinions to yourself until you do know something. They are pearl oysters, I'm certain. I'll start collecting pearls. At least there'll be some profit from this expedition, not just a cold. Shall I begin, Geralt?" "Go ahead. The monster attacks pearl divers. Pearl collectors probably fall into the same category." "Am I to be bait?" "Start collecting. Take the bigger ones, because if you don't find any pearls, we can make soup out of them." "Forget it. I'll just collect pearls. Fuck the shells." "Damn it, bitch. How do you bloody open it? Do you have a knife, Geralt?" "Haven't you even brought a knife?" "I'm a poet, not some knifer." "Oh, to hell with it. I'll put them in a bag and we'll get the pearls out later. Hey, you, scram!" He kicked off a crab, which flew over Geralt's head and splashed into the water. The Witcher walked slowly along the edge of the shelf, eyes fixed on the black, impenetrable water. He heard the rhythmic tapping of the stone Dandelion was using to dislodge the shells from the rock. "Dandelion, come and look." The jagged, cracked shelf suddenly ended in a level, sharp edge, which fell downwards at an acute angle. Immense, angular, regular blocks of white marble, overgrown with seaweed, mollusks and sea anemones, swaying in the water like flowers in the breeze, could clearly be seen beneath the surface of the water. "What is it?" "They look like steps." "Because they are steps," Dandelion whispered in awe. They're steps leading to an underwater city, to the legendary 𝐸𝐴, which was swallowed up by the sea. Have you heard the legend of the city of the chasm, about 𝐸𝐴 beneath the waves? I shall write such a ballad the competition won't know what's hit them. I have to see it up close. Look, there's some kind of mosaic. Something is engraved or carved there. Some kind of writing? Move away, Geralt. Dandelion, that's a trench. You'll slip off. Never mind, I'm wet anyway. See, it's shallow here. Barely waist deep on this first step, and as wide as a ballroom. Oh, bloody hell! Geralt jumped very quickly into the water and grabbed the bard who had fallen in up to his neck. "I tripped on that shit," Dandelion said, gasping for air, recovering himself and lifting a large flat mollusk dripping water from its cobalt blue shell, overgrown with threads of algae. "There's loads of these on the steps. It's a pretty colour, don't you think? Grab it and shove it in your bag. Mine's already full." "Get out of there!" the Witcher snapped, annoyed. "Get back on the shelf this minute, Dandelion. This isn't a game." "Quiet. Did you hear that? What was it?" Geralt heard it. The sound was coming from below, from under the water. Dull and deep, although simultaneously faint. Soft, brief, broken off. The sound of a bell. "It's a bloody bell," Dandelion whispered, clambering out onto the shelf. "I was right, Geralt. It's the bell of the sunken 𝐸𝐴, the bell of the city of monsters, muffled by the weight of the depths. It's the damned reminding us, will you shut up?" The sound repeated, considerably closer. reminding us, the bard continued, squeezing out the soaking tail of his jerkin, of its dreadful fate. That bell is a warning. The Witcher stopped paying attention to Dandelion's voice and concentrated on his other senses. He sensed something. "It's a warning," Dandelion said, sticking the tip of his tongue out, as was his custom when he was concentrating. "A warning because... so we would not forget. I've got it. The heart of the bell sounds softly. It sings a song of death which can be borne more easily than oblivion." The water right next to the Witcher exploded. Dandelion screamed. The goggle-eyed monster emerging from the foam aimed a broad, serrated, scythe-like blade at Geralt. Geralt's sword was already in his hand from the moment the water had begun to swell, so now he merely twisted confidently at the hips and slashed the monster across its drooping, scaly dewlap. He immediately turned the other way, where another creature was churning up the water. It was wearing a bizarre helmet and something resembling a suit of armour made of tarnished copper. The Witcher parried the blade of the short spear being thrust towards him with a broad sweep of his sword, and with the momentum the parry gave him, struck across the ichthyoid reptilian toothy muzzle. He leapt aside towards the edge of the shelf, splashing water. "Fly, Dandelion! Give me your hand! Fly, damn it!" Another creature emerged from the water, the curved sword whistling in its rough green hands. The Witcher thrust his back against the edge of the shellfish-covered rock, assumed a fighting position, but the fish-eyed creature did not approach. It was the same height as Geralt. The water also reached to its waist, but the impressively puffed-up comb on its head and its dilated gills gave the impression of greater size. The grimace distorting the broad maw, armed with teeth, was deceptively similar to a cruel smile. The creature, paying no attention to the two twitching bodies floating in the red water, raised its sword, gripping the long hilt without a crossguard in both hands. Puffing up its comb and gills even more, it deftly spun the blade in the air. Geralt heard the light blade hiss and whir. The creature took a pace forward, sending a wave towards the Witcher. Geralt took a swing and whirled his sword in response, and also took a step, taking up the challenge. The fish-eyed creature deftly twisted its long-clawed fingers on the hilt and slowly lowered its arms, which were protected by tortoiseshell and copper, and plunged them up to its elbows, concealing the weapon beneath the water. The Witcher grasped his sword in both hands, his right hand just below the crossguard, his left by the pommel, and lifted the weapon up and a little to the side, above his right shoulder. He looked into the monster's eyes, but they were the iridescent eyes of a fish, eyes with spherical irises glistening coldly and metallically, eyes which neither expressed nor betrayed anything, nothing that might warn of an attack. From the depths at the bottom of the steps, disappearing into the black chasm, came the sound of a bell. Closer and closer, more and more distinct. The fish-eyed creature lunged forward, pulling its blade from under the water, attacking as swiftly as a thought with a montant thrust. Geralt was simply lucky. He had expected the blow to be dealt from the right. He parried with his blade, directed downwards, powerfully twisting his body, and rotated his sword, meeting the monster's sword flat. Now everything depended on which of them would twist their fingers more quickly on the hilt, who would be first to move from the flat, static impasse of the blades to a blow whose force was now being generated by both of them, by shifting their body weight to the appropriate leg. Geralt already knew they were as fast as each other. But the fish-eyed creature had longer fingers. The Witcher struck it in the side above the hips, twisted into a half-turn, smote, pressing down on the blade, and easily dodged a wide, chaotic, desperate, and clumsy blow. The monster, noiselessly opening its ichthyoid mouth, disappeared beneath the water, which was pulsating with crimson clouds. "Give me your hand, quickly!" Dandelion yelled. "They're coming! A whole gang of them! I can see them!" The Witcher seized the bard's right hand, and Dandelion hauled him out of the water onto the rocky shelf. A broad wave splashed behind him. The tide had turned. They fled swiftly, pursued by the swelling wave. Geralt looked back and saw numerous other fish-like creatures bursting from the water, saw them giving chase, leaping nimbly on their muscular legs. Without a word, he speeded up. Dandelion was panting, running heavily and splashing around the now knee-high water. He suddenly stumbled and fell, sloshing among the bladder rack, supporting himself on trembling arms. Geralt caught him by the belt and hauled him out of the foam, now seething all around them. "Run!" he cried. "I'll hold them back." "Geralt, run, Dandelion! The water's about to fill the rift, and then we won't get out of here. Run for your life!" Dandelion groaned and ran. The Witcher ran after him, hoping the monsters would become strung out in the chase. He knew he had no chance taking on the entire group. They chased him just beside the rift, because the water there was deep enough for them to swim, while he was clambering the slippery rocks with difficulty, wallowing in the foam. In the rift, however, it was too tight for them to assail him from all sides. He stopped in the basin where Dandelion had found the skull. He stopped and turned around and calmed down. He struck the first with the very tip of his sword, where the temple would have been on a man. He split open the belly of the next one, which was armed with something resembling a short battle-axe. A third fled. The Witcher rushed up the gorge, but at the same time a surging wave boomed, erupting in foam, seethed in an eddy in the vent, tore him off the rocks and dragged him downwards into the boiling water. He collided with a fishy creature flapping about in the eddy and thrust it away with a kick. Something caught him by his legs and pulled him down towards the seafloor. He hit the rock on his back, opened his eyes, just in time to see the dark shapes of the creatures, two swift blurs. He parried the first blow with his sword and instinctively protected himself from the second by raising his left arm. He felt a blow, pain, and immediately afterwards the sharp sting of salt. He pushed off from the bottom with his feet, splashed upwards towards the surface, formed his fingers together and released a sign. The explosion was dull and stabbed his ears with a brief paroxysm of pain. "If I get out of this," he thought, beating the water with his arms and legs, "if I get out of this, I'll ride to Yen in Vengerberg and I'll try again. If I get out of this." He thought he could hear the booming of a trumpet or a horn. The tidal wave exploding again in the chimney lifted him up and tossed him out on his belly onto a large rock. Now he could clearly hear a booming horn and Dandelion's cries, seemingly coming from all sides at once. He snorted the salt water from his nose and looked around, tossing his wet hair from his face. He was on the shore, right where they had set out from. He was lying belly down on the rocks, and a breaker was seething white foam around him. Behind him, in the gorge, now a narrow bay, a large grey dolphin danced on the waves. On its back, tossing her wet, willow-green hair, sat the mermaid. She still had beautiful breasts. "White hair," she sang, waving a hand which was holding a large, conical, spirally twisting conch. "Are you in one piece?" "Yes," the Witcher said in amazement. The foam around him had become pink. His left arm had stiffened and was stinging from the salt. His jacket sleeve was cut, straight and evenly, and blood was gushing from the cut. "I got out of it," he thought. "I pulled it off again. But no, I'm not going anywhere." He saw Dandelion, who was running towards him, stumbling over the wet pebbles. "I've held them back," the mermaid sang, and sounded the conch again, "but not for long. Flee and return here no more. White hair, the sea is not for you." "I know," he shouted back. "I know. Thank you, 𝐸𝐴𝐻." Chapter 7. "Dandelion," Little Eye said, tearing the end of the bandage with her teeth and tying a knot on Geralt's wrist. "Explain to me how a pile of snail shells ended up at the bottom of the stairs. Draughard's wife is clearing them up right now and is making it clear what she thinks of you two." "Shells?" Dandelion asked. "What shells? I have no idea. Perhaps some passing ducks dropped them." Geralt smiled, turning his head toward the shadow. He smiled at the memory of Dandelion's curses. He had spent the entire afternoon opening shells and rummaging around in the slippery flesh, during which process he had nicked himself and soiled his shirt, but hadn't found a single pearl. And no small wonder, as they weren't pearl oysters at all, but ordinary scallops and mussels. They abandoned the idea of making soup from the shellfish when Dandelion opened the first shell. The mollusk looked unappealing and stank to high heaven. Little Eye finished bandaging him and sat down on an upturned tub. The Witcher thanked her, examining his neatly bandaged arm. The wound was deep and quite long, extending as far as the elbow, and intensely painful when he moved it.
She had put on a makeshift dressing by the seashore, but before they got back, it had begun to bleed again. Just before the girl arrived, Geralt had poured a coagulating elixir onto his mutilated forearm and boosted it with an anaesthetic elixir, and Essie had caught them just as he and Dandelion were suturing the wound using a fishing line tied to a hook. Little Eye swore at them and got down to making a dressing herself, while Dandelion regaled her with a colourful tale of the fight, several times reserving himself the exclusive right to compose a ballad about the whole incident. Essie naturally flooded Geralt with an avalanche of questions, which he was unable to answer. She took that badly, and evidently had the impression he was concealing something from her. She became sullen and ceased her questioning. "Aglaval already knows," she said. "You were seen returning, and Mrs. Drowhard ran off to spread the word when she saw the blood on the stairs. The people dashed towards the rocks, hoping the sea would toss something out. They're still hanging around there, but haven't found anything, from what I know."
"Nor will they," the Witcher said. "I shall visit Aglaval tomorrow, but ask him, if you would, to forbid people from hanging around the dragon's fangs. Just not a word, please, about those steps or Dandelion's fantasies about the city of Ys. Treasure and sensation hunters would immediately go, and there'll be further deaths."
"I'm not a gossip," Essie said sulkily, sharply tossing her lock from her forehead. "If I ask you something, it isn't in order to dash off to the well at once and blab it to the washerwomen."
"I'm sorry."
"I must go," Dandelion suddenly said. "I've got a rendezvous with Acaretta. Geralt, I'm taking your jerkin because mine is incredibly filthy and wet." "Everything here is wet," Little Eye said sneeringly, nudging the articles of clothing strewn around with the tip of her shoe in disgust. "How can you? They need to be hung up and properly dried. You're dreadful." "It'll dry off by itself." Dandelion pulled on Geralt's damp jacket and examined the silver studs on the sleeves with delight. "Don't talk rubbish. And what's this? Oh, no, that bag is still full of sludge and seaweed. And this? What's this? Yuck!" Geralt and Dandelion silently observed the cobalt blue shell Essie was holding between two fingers. They had forgotten. The mollusk was slightly open and clearly reeked. "It's a present," the troubadour said, moving back towards the door. "It's your birthday tomorrow, isn't it, Poppet? Well, that's a present for you." "This? Pretty, isn't it?" Dandelion sniffed it and added quickly, "It's from Geralt. He chose it for you. Oh, is that the time? Farewell." Little Eye was quiet for a moment after he had gone. The Witcher looked at the stinking shellfish and felt ashamed, of Dandelion and of himself. "Did you remember my birthday?" Essie asked slowly, holding the shell at arm's length. "Really?"
"Give it to me," he said sharply.
He got up from the palliasse, protecting his bandaged arm.
"I apologise for that, idiot."
"No," she protested, removing a small knife from a sheath at her belt. "It really is a pretty shell. I'll keep it as a memento. It only needs cleaning. After I've got rid of the contents, I'll throw them out of the window. The cats can eat them." Something clattered on the floor and rolled away. Geralt widened his pupils and saw what it was long before Essie. It was a pearl, an exquisitely iridescent and shimmering pearl of faintly blue colour, as big as a swollen pea. "By the gods!" Little Eye had also caught sight of it. "Geralt! A pearl!"
"A pearl?" he laughed. "And so you did get a present, Essie. I'm glad."
"Geralt, I can't accept it. That pearl is worth—"
"It's yours," he interrupted. "Dandelion, though he plays the fool, really did remember your birthday. He really wanted to please you. He talked about it, talked aloud about it. Well, fate heard him and did what had to be done."
"And you, Geralt?"
"Me?"
"Did you also want to please me? That pearl is so beautiful. It must be hugely valuable. Don't you regret it?"
"I'm pleased you like it. And if I regret anything, it's that there was only one, and that—"
"Yes?"
"That I haven't known you as long as Dandelion, long enough to be able to know and remember your birthday, to be able to give you presents and please you, to be able to call you Poppet."
She moved closer and suddenly threw her arms around his neck. He nimbly and swiftly anticipated her movement, dodged her lips, and kissed her coldly on the cheek, embracing her with his uninjured arm, clumsily, with reserve, gently. He felt the girl stiffen and slowly move back, but only to the length of her arms, which were still resting on his shoulders. He knew what she was waiting for, but did not do it. He did not draw her towards him. Essie let him go, and turned towards the open, dirty little window. "Of course," she said suddenly. "You barely know me. I forgot that you barely know me." "Essie," he said after a moment's silence. I barely know you either," she blurted, interrupting him. "What of it? I love you. I can't help it. Not at all." "Essie." "Yes, I love you, Geralt. I don't care what you think. I've loved you from the moment I saw you at the engagement party." She broke off, lowering her head. She stood before him, and Geralt regretted it was her and not the fish-eyed creature with a sword who had been hidden beneath the water. He had stood a chance against that creature, but against her he had none. "You aren't saying anything," she said. "Nothing. Not a word." "I'm tired," he thought. "I'm bloody weak. I need to sit down. I'm feeling dizzy. I've lost some blood and haven't eaten anything. I have to sit down. Damned little attic," he thought. "I hope it gets struck by lightning and burns down during the next storm. And there's no bloody furniture, not even two stupid chairs and a table which divides you, across which you can so easily and safely talk. You can even hold hands. But I have to sit down on the palliasse, have to ask her to sit down beside me. And the palliasse, stuffed with beanstalks, is dangerous. You can't escape from it. Take evasive action. Sit beside me, Essie." She sat down reluctantly, tactfully, far away, too close. "When I found out," she whispered, interrupting the long silence, "when I heard that Dandelion had dragged you onto the beach, bleeding, I ran out of the house like a mad thing, rushed blindly, paying no attention to anything. And then, do you know what I thought? That it was magic, that you had cast a spell on me, that you had secretly, treacherously bewitched me, spellbound me with your wolfish medallion with the evil eye. That's what I thought. But I didn't stop, kept running, because I understood that I desire to fall under your spell. And the reality turned out to be more awful. You didn't cast any spell on me. You didn't use any charms. Why, Geralt? Why didn't you bewitch me?" He was silent. "If it had been magic," she said, "it would all be so simple and easy. I would have succumbed to your power, and I'd be happy. But this, I don't know what's happening to me." "Damn it," he thought. "If Yennefer feels like I do now when she's with me, I feel sorry for her, and I shall never be astonished again. I will never hate her again. Never again. Because perhaps Yennefer feels what I'm feeling now. Feels a profound certainty that I ought to fulfill what it is impossible to fulfill. Even more impossible to fulfill than the relationship between Aglaval and Sheernats. Certainty that a little sacrifice isn't enough here. You'd have to sacrifice everything, and there'd still be no way of knowing if that would be enough. No, I won't continue to hate Yennefer for not being able and not wanting to give me more than a little sacrifice. Now I know that a little sacrifice is a hell of a lot." "Geralt," Little Eye moaned, drawing her head into her shoulders. "I'm so ashamed. I'm ashamed of what I'm feeling. It's like an accursed infirmity, like malaria, like being unable to breathe." He was silent. "I always thought it was a beautiful and noble state of mind. Noble and dignified, even if it makes one unhappy. After all, I've composed so many ballads about it. And it is organic, Geralt. Meanly and heartbreakingly organic. Someone who is ill or who has drunk poison might feel like this. Because, like someone who has drunk poison, one is prepared to do anything in exchange for an antidote. Anything. Even be humiliated. Essie, please. Yes, I feel humiliated. Humiliated by having confessed everything to you, disregarding the dignity that demands one suffers in silence. By the fact that my confession caused you embarrassment, I feel humiliated by the fact that you're embarrassed. But I couldn't have behaved any differently. I'm powerless. At your mercy, like someone who's bedridden. I've always been afraid of illness, of being weak, helpless, hopeless and alone. I've always been afraid of sickness, always believing it the worst thing that could befall me. He was silent. I know, she groaned again. I know I ought to be grateful to you for not taking advantage of the situation. But I'm not grateful to you, and I'm ashamed of it. For I hate your silence, your terrified eyes. I hate you for staying silent, for not lying, for not... And I hate her, that sorceress of yours. I'd happily stab her for... I hate her. Make me go, Geralt. Order me to leave here. For of my own free will I cannot, but I want to get out of here, go to the city, to a tavern... I want to have my revenge on you for my shame, for the humiliation. I'll go to the first man I find. Damn it, he thought, hearing her voice dropping like a rag ball rolling down the stairs. She'll burst into tears, he thought. There's no doubt she'll burst into tears. What to do? What to bloody do? Essie's hunched-up shoulders were trembling hard. The girl turned her head away and began to weep, crying softly, dreadfully calmly and unrelentingly. I don't feel anything, he noticed with horror. Nothing. Not the smallest emotion. That fact that I will embrace her is a deliberate, measured response, not a spontaneous one. I'll hug her, for I feel as though I ought to, not because I want to. I feel nothing. When he embraced her, she stopped crying immediately, wiped away her tears, shaking her head forcefully and turning away so that he could not see her face. And then she pressed herself to him firmly, burying her head in his chest. A little sacrifice, he thought. Just a little sacrifice. For this will calm her, a hug, a kiss, calm caresses. She doesn't want anything more, and even if she did, what of it? For a little sacrifice, a very little sacrifice, is beautiful and worth... Were she to want more, it would calm her. A quiet, calm, gentle act of love. And why, it doesn't matter, because Essie smells of verbena, not lilac and gooseberry, doesn't have cool, electrifying skin. Essie's hair is not a black tornado of gleaming curls. Essie's eyes are gorgeous, soft, warm and cornflower blue. They don't blaze with a cold, unemotional, deep violet. Essie will fall asleep afterwards, turn her head away, open her mouth slightly. Essie will not smile in triumph. For Essie is not Yennefer. And that is why I cannot find that little sacrifice inside myself. Please, Essie, don't cry. I won't, she said, moving very slowly away from him. I won't. I understand. It cannot be any other way. They said nothing, sitting beside each other on the palliasse, stuffed with beanstalks. Evening was approaching. Geralt, she suddenly said, and her voice trembled. But perhaps it would be like it was with that shell, with that curious gift. Perhaps we could find a pearl. Later, when some time has passed. I can see that pearl, he said with effort, set in silver, in a little silver flower with intricate petals. I see it around your neck on a delicate silver chain, worn like I wear my medallion. That will be your talisman, Essie.
A talisman, which will protect you from all evil.
My talisman, she repeated, lowering her head. My pearl, which I shall set in silver, and from which I shall never part. My jewel, which I was given instead of... Can a talisman like that bring me luck?
Yes, Essie. Be sure of it.
Can I stay here a little longer with you?
You may. Twilight was approaching, and dusk falling, and they were sitting on a palliasse stuffed with beanstalks in the garret, where there was no furniture, where there was only a wooden tub and an unlit candle on the floor in a puddle of hardened wax. They sat in utter silence for a very long time, and then Dandelion came. They heard him approaching, strumming his lute and humming to himself. Dandelion entered, saw them, and did not say anything. Not a word. Essie also said nothing, stood up and went out without looking at them. Dandelion did not say a word, but the Witcher saw in his eyes the words that remained unsaid. Chapter 8. An intelligent race, 𝐬𝐴GLIVAL repeated pensively, resting an elbow on the armrest and his fist on his chin. An underwater civilization. Fish-like people living on the seabed, steps leading to the depths. Geralt, you take me for a bloody gullible duke. Little Eye, standing beside Dandelion, snarled angrily. Dandelion shook his head in disbelief. Geralt was not in the least bothered. It makes no difference to me, he said quietly, if you believe me or not. It is, however, my duty to warn you. Any boat that sails towards the Dragon's Fangs, or people who appear there when the tide is out, are in danger. Mortal danger. If you want to find out if it's true, if you want to risk it, that's your business. I'm simply warning you. Ha! The steward Țelest, who was sitting in a window seat behind 𝐬𝐴GLIVAL, suddenly said, If they are monsters, the like of elves or other goblins, we don't need to worry. We feared it was something worse, or, God save us, something magical. From what the Witcher says, there are some kind of sea drowners or other sea monsters. There are ways of dealing with drowners. I heard tell that one sorcerer gave some drowners short shrift in Lake Montfort. He poured a small barrel of magical filter into the water and did for the fuckers. Didn't leave a trace. That's true, 𝐿𝐴GLIVAL said, who up to then had been silent. There wasn't a trace. Nor a trace of bream, pike, crayfish, or mussels. Even the waterweed on the lake floor rotted away and the alders on the bank withered. Capital, 𝐬𝐴GLIVAL said derisively. Thank you for that excellent suggestion, Țelest. Do you have any more? Aye, fair enough, the steward said, blushing. The wizard overdid it a mite with his wand, waved it about a jot too much. But we ought to manage without wizards too, your grace. The Witcher says that one can fight those monsters and also kill 'em. That's war, sire, like the old days. Nothing new there, eh? Were-lynxes lived in the mountains, and where are they now? Wild elves and eerie wives still roam the forests, but there'll soon be an end to that. We'll secure what is ours, as our granddaddies, and only my grandchildren will see the pearls. The Duke grimaced. It is too long to wait, Țelest. Well, it won't be that bad. Seems to me it's like this. 2 boats of archers to each boat of divers. We'll soon learn those monsters some sense, learn them some fear. Am I right, Witcher, sir? Geralt looked coldly at him, but did not respond. 𝐬𝐴GLIVAL turned his head away, showing his noble profile, and bit his lip. Then he looked at the Witcher, narrowing his eyes and frowning. You didn't complete your task, Geralt, he said. You fouled things up again. You had good intentions, I can't deny that. But I don't pay for good intentions, I pay for results, for the effect. And the effect, excuse the expression, is shitty, so you earn shit. Marvellous, your grace, Dandelion jibed. Pity you weren't with us at the Dragon's Fangs. The Witcher and I might have given you the opportunity for an encounter with one of those from the sea, sword in hand. Perhaps then you would understand what this is about, and stop bickering about payment. Like a fishwife, Little Eye interjected. I am not accustomed to bickering, bargaining, or discussing, 𝐬𝐴GLIVAL said calmly. I said I shall not pay you a penny, Geralt. The agreement ran, remove the danger, remove the threat, enable the fishing of pearls without any risk to people. But you come and tell me about an intelligent race from the seabed. You advise me to stay away from the place which brings me profit. What did you do? You reputedly killed how many? It matters not how many, Geralt said, blanching slightly. At least, not to you, Aglaval. Precisely, particularly since there is no proof. If you had at least brought the right hands of those fish-toads, who knows? Perhaps I would have splashed out on the normal fee my forester takes for a pair of wolf's ears. Well, the Witcher said coldly, I'm left with no choice but to say farewell. You are mistaken, the Duke said. Something does remain. Permanent work for quite decent coin and lodgings. The position and ticket of skipper of my armed guard, which from now on will accompany the divers. It does not have to be forever, but only until your reputed intelligent race gains enough good sense to keep well away from my boats, to avoid them like the plague. What do you say? No, thank you. I decline, the Witcher grimaced. A job like that doesn't suit me. I consider waging war against other races idiocy. Perhaps it's excellent sport for bored and jaded dukes, but not for me. Oh, how proud, Aglaval smiled. How haughty. You reject offers in a way some kings wouldn't be ashamed of. You give up decent money with the air of a wealthy man after a lavish dinner. Geralt, did you have lunch today? No? And tomorrow and the day after? I see little chance, Witcher, very little. It's difficult for you to find work normally, and now, with your arm in a sling— How dare you? Little Eye cried shrilly. How dare you speak like that to him, Aglaval? The arm he now carries in a sling was cut, carrying out your mission. How can you be so base? Stop it, Geralt said. Stop, Essie. There's no point. Not true, she said angrily. There is a point. Someone has to tell it straight to this self-appointed duke who took advantage of the fact that no one was challenging him for the title deed to rule this scrap of rocky coastline, and who now thinks he has the right to insult other people. Aglaval flushed and tightened his lips, but said nothing, and did not move. Yes, Aglaval, Essie continued, clenching her shaking hands into fists. The opportunity to insult other people amuses and pleases you. You delight in the contempt you can show the Witcher, who is prepared to risk his neck for your money. You should know the Witcher mocks your contempt and slights. They do not make the faintest impression on him. He doesn't even notice them. No, the Witcher does not even feel what your servants and subjects Zealist and Drauhard feel, and they feel shame. Deep, burning shame. The Witcher doesn't feel what Dandelion and I feel, and we feel revulsion. Do you know why that is, Aglaval? I'll tell you. The Witcher knows he is superior. He is worthier than you, and that gives him his strength. Essie fell silent and lowered her head, but not quickly enough for Geralt not to see the tear which sparkled in the corner of her gorgeous eye. The girl touched the little flower with silver petals hanging around her neck, the flower in the centre of which nestled a large sky-blue pearl. The little flower had intricate plaited petals executed in masterly fashion. Drauhard, the Witcher thought, had come up trumps. The craftsman he had recommended did a good job and had not taken a penny from them. Drauhard had paid for everything. So, Your Grace, Little Eye continued, raising her head, don't make a fool of yourself by offering the Witcher the role of a mercenary in an army you plan to field against the ocean. Don't expose yourself to ridicule, for your suggestion could only prompt mirth. Don't you understand yet? You can pay the Witcher for carrying out a task. You can hire him to protect people from evil, to remove the danger that threatens them. But you cannot buy the Witcher. You cannot use him to your own ends, because the Witcher, even wounded and hungry, is better than you, has more worth. That is why he scorns your meagre offer. Do you understand? No, Miss Darvin, Aglaval said coldly. I do not understand. On the contrary, I understand less and less. And the fundamental thing I indeed do not understand is why I have not yet ordered your entire trio hanged, after having you thrashed with a scourge and scorched with red-hot irons. You, Miss Darvin, are endeavouring to give the impression of somebody who knows everything. Tell me then why I do not do that.
As you please, the poet shot back at once. You do not do that, Aglaval, because somewhere, deep inside, glimmers in you a little spark of decency, a scrap of honour, not yet stifled by the vainglory of a nouveau riche and petty trader. Inside, Aglaval,
at the bottom of your heart, a heart which, after all, is capable of loving a mermaid. Aglaval went as white as a sheet and gripped the armrests of his chair. Bravo, the Witcher thought. Bravo, 𝐬𝐭, wonderful. He was proud of her, but at the same time he felt sorrow. Tremendous sorrow. Go away, Aglaval said softly. Go away, wherever you wish. Leave me in peace.
Farewell, Duke, 𝐬𝐭 said, and on parting, accept some good advice. Advice which the Witcher ought to be giving you, but I don't want him to stoop to giving you advice, so I'll do it for him.
Very well.
The ocean is immense, Aglaval. No one has explored what lies beyond the horizon, if anything is there at all. The ocean is bigger than any wilderness, deep into which you have driven the elves. It is less accessible than any mountains or ravines where you have massacred 𝐿𝐴𝐿. And on the floor of the ocean dwells a race which uses weapons and knows the arcana of metalworking. Beware, Aglaval. If archers begin to sail with the pearl divers, you will begin a war with something you don't understand. What you mean to disturb may turn out to be a hornet's nest. I advise you, leave them the sea, for the sea is not for you. You don't know, and will never know, whither lead those steps which go down to the bottom of the dragon's fangs.
You are mistaken, Miss Darwin, Aglaval said calmly. We shall learn whither lead those steps. Further, we shall descend those steps. We shall find out what is on that side of the ocean, if there is anything there at all. And we shall draw from the ocean everything we can. And if not we, then our grandsons will do it, or our grandsons' grandsons. It is just a matter of time. Yes, we shall do it, though the ocean will run red with blood. And you know it, 𝐬𝐭, oh, wise 𝐬𝐭, who writes the chronicles of humanity in your ballads. Life is not a ballad, oh, poor little gorgeous-eyed poet, lost among her fine words. Life is a battle, and we were taught that struggle by these witches whose worth is greater than ours. It was they who showed us the way, who paved the way for us. They strewed the path with the corpses of those who stood in the way of humans and defended that world from us. We, 𝐬𝐭, are only continuing that battle. It is we, not your ballads, who create the chronicles of humanity. And we no longer need witches, and now nothing will stop us. Nothing. 𝐬𝐭 blanched, blew her lock away and tossed her head.
Nothing, Aglaval?
Nothing, 𝐬𝐭. The poet smiled. A sudden noise, shouts and stamping, came from the anterooms. Pages and guards rushed into the chamber. They knelt or bowed by the doors in 2 rows. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 stood in the doorway. Her willow-green hair was elaborately coiffured, pinned up with a marvellous circlet encrusted with coral and pearls. She was in a gown the colour of seawater, with frills as white as foam. The gown had a plunging neckline, so that the mermaid's charms, though partly concealed and decorated with a necklace of nephrite and lapis lazuli, still earned the highest admiration. 𝐿𝐴𝐿, Aglaval groaned, dropping to his knees. My 𝐿𝐴𝐿. The mermaid slowly came closer, and her gait was soft and graceful, as fluid as an approaching wave. She stopped in front of the Duke, flashed her delicate white little teeth in a smile, then quickly gathered her gown in her small hands and lifted it quite high, high enough for everyone to be able to judge the quality of the marine sorceress, the sea witch. Geralt swallowed. There was no doubt the sea witch knew what shapely legs were, and how to make them. "Ha!" Dandelion cried. "My ballad! It is just like in my ballad. She has gained legs for him, but has lost her voice."
"I have lost nothing," 𝐿𝐴𝐿 said, melodiously in the purest common speech. "For the moment, I am as good as new after the operation."
"You speak our tongue?"
"What, mayn't I? How are you, white hair? Oh, and your beloved one, 𝐬𝐭 Darwin, if I recall, is here. Do you know her better, or still barely?"
𝐿𝐴𝐿. Aglaval groaned heartrendingly, moving towards her on his knees. "My love, my beloved, my only, and so, at last,
At last, 𝐲𝐴Z𝐝. With a graceful movement, the mermaid proffered her hand to be kissed.
Indeed, because I love you too, you loon. And what kind of love would it be if the one who loves were not capable of a little sacrifice?
Chapter 9. They left 𝐉𝐸vurd early on a cool morning, among fog which dulled the intensity of the red sun rolling out from below the horizon. They rode as a threesome, as they had agreed. They did not talk about it. They were making no plans. They simply wanted to be together, for some time. They left the rocky headland, bade farewell to the precipitous, jagged cliffs above the beaches, the fantastic limestone formations carved out by the sea and gales. But as they rode into the green flower-strewn valley of 𝐿𝙚𝙨, they still had the scent of the sea in their nostrils, and in their ears the roar of breakers and the piercing, urgent cries of seagulls. Dandelion talked ceaselessly, hopping from one subject to another and virtually not finishing any. He talked about the land of Barca, where a stupid custom required girls to guard their chastity until marriage, about the iron birds of the island of Innisporoit, about living water and dead water, about the taste and curious properties of the sapphire wine called 𝐶𝐿, and about the royal quadruplets of Ebbing, dreadful, exasperating brats called �𝐴𝐻𝐿, 𝐷𝐻𝐿, 𝐉𝐻𝐿, and Juan Pablo Vasamila. He talked about new trends in poetry promoted by his rivals, which were, in Dandelion's opinion, phantoms simulating the movements of the living. Geralt remained silent. Essie also said nothing, or replied in monosyllables. The Witcher felt her gaze on him. He avoided her eyes. They crossed the river 𝐿𝙚𝙨 on the ferry, having to pull the ropes themselves, since the ferryman happened to be in a pathetic, drunken state of deathly white, rigid trembling, gazing into the abyss pallor, unable to let go of the pillar in his porch, which he was clinging to with both hands, and answering every question they asked him with a single word, which sounded like 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐿. The Witcher had taken a liking to the country on the far side of the 𝐿𝙚𝙨. The riverside villages were mainly surrounded by palisades, which portended a certain likelihood of finding work. Little Eye walked over to him while they were watering the horses in the early afternoon, taking advantage of the fact that Dandelion had wandered off. The Witcher was not quick enough. She surprised him.
Geralt, she said softly, I can't bear this. I don't have the strength.
He tried to avoid the necessity of looking her in the eye, but she would not let him. She stood in front of him, toying with the sky-blue pearl set in a small silver flower hanging around her neck. She stood like that, and he wished again that it was the fish-eyed creature with its sword hidden beneath the water in front of him.
Geralt, we have to do something about this, don't we?
She waited for his answer, for some words, for a little sacrifice. But the Witcher had nothing he could sacrifice, and he knew it. He did not want to lie, and he truly did not have it in him, because he could not find the courage to cause her pain. The situation was saved by the sudden appearance of Dandelion, dependable Dandelion. Dandelion with his dependable tact. "Of course!" he yelled, and heaved into the water the stick he had been using to part the rushes and the huge riverside nettles. "And of course you have to do something about it. It's high time. I have no wish to watch what is going on between you any longer. What do you expect from him, Poppet? The impossible? And you, Geralt, what are you hoping for? That Little Eye will read your thoughts like the other one? And she will settle for that, and you will conveniently stay quiet, not having to explain, declare, or deny anything, and not have to reveal yourself? How much time, how many facts do you both need to understand? And when you'll want to recall it in a few years in your memories? I mean, we have to part tomorrow, damn it! I've had enough, by the gods. I'm up to here with you, up to here. Very well, listen. I'm going to break myself off a hazel rod and go fishing, and you will have some time to yourselves. You'll be able to tell each other everything. Tell each other everything, try to understand each other. It is not as difficult as you think. And after that, by the gods, do it. Do it with him, Poppet. Do it with her, Geralt, and be good to her. And then you'll either bloody get over it, or... Dandelion turned around rapidly and walked away, breaking reeds and cursing. He made a rod from a hazel branch and horsehair and fished until dusk fell. After he had walked off, Geralt and Essie stood for a long time, leaning against a misshapen willow tree bent over the water. They stood, holding hands. Then the Witcher spoke softly for a long time, and Little Eye's little eye was full of tears. And then, by the gods, they did it, she and he, and everything was all right. Chapter 10. The next day, they organised something of a ceremonial supper. Essie and Geralt bought a dressed lamb in a village they passed through. While they were haggling, Dandelion surreptitiously stole some garlic, onions and carrots from the vegetable patch behind the cottage. As they were riding away, they also swiped a pot from the fence behind the smithy. The pot was a little leaky, but the Witcher soldered it using the 𝐸𝐴 sign. The supper took place in a clearing deep in the forest. The fire crackled merrily and the pot bubbled. Geralt carefully stirred the stew with a star-shaped stirrer made from the top of a spruce tree stripped of bark. Dandelion peeled the onions and carrots. Little Eye, who had no idea about cooking, made the time more pleasant by playing the lute and singing racy couplets. It was a ceremonial supper, for they were going to part in the morning. In the morning, each of them was going to go their own way, in search of something they already had. But they did not know they had it. They could not even imagine it. They could not imagine where the roads they were meant to set off on the next morning would lead, each of them travelling separately. After they had eaten and drunk the beer 𝐉𝐴𝐺 had given them, they gossiped and laughed, and Dandelion and Essie held a singing contest. Geralt lay on a makeshift bed of spruce branches with his hands under his head and thought he had never heard such beautiful voices or such beautiful ballads. He thought about Yennefer. He thought about Essie, too. He had a presentiment that, at the end, Little Eye and Dandelion sang the celebrated duet of Cynthia and 𝐕𝐻𝐻𝐻, a wonderful song of love beginning with the words, "Many tears have I shed." It seemed to Geralt that even the trees bent down to listen to the two of them. Then Little Eye, smelling of verbena, lay down beside him, squeezed in under his arm, wiggled her head onto his chest, sighed maybe once or twice, and fell peacefully asleep. The Witcher fell asleep much, much later. Dandelion, staring into the dying embers, sat much longer alone, quietly strumming his lute. It began with a few bars, from which an elegant, soothing melody emerged. The lyric suited the melody and came into being simultaneously with it, the words blending into the music, becoming set in it like insects in translucent golden lumps of amber. The ballad told of a certain witcher and a certain poet, about how the witcher and the poet met on the seashore among the crying of seagulls, and how they fell in love at first sight, about how beautiful and powerful was their love, about how nothing, not even death, was able to destroy that love and part them. Dandelion knew that few would believe the story told by the ballad, but he was not concerned. He knew ballads were not written to be believed, but to move their audience. Several years later, Dandelion could have changed the contents of the ballad and written about what had really occurred. He did not, for the true story would not have moved anyone. Who would have wanted to hear that the Witcher and Little Eye parted and never ever saw each other again? About how 4 years later, Little Eye died of the smallpox during an epidemic raging in 𝐕𝐻𝐶𝐐. About how he, Dandelion, had carried her out in his arms between corpses being cremated on funeral pyres, and had buried her far from the city in the forest, alone and peaceful, and, as she had asked, buried 2 things with her, her lute and her sky-blue pearl. The pearl from which she was never parted. No, Dandelion stuck with his first version, and he never sang it. Never. To no one. Right before the dawn, while it was still dark, a hungry, vicious werewolf crept up to their camp. but saw that it was Dandelion, so he listened for a moment, and then went on his way. The Sword of Destiny. Chapter 1. He found the first body around noon. The sight of victims of violent death seldom shocked the Witcher. Much more often he looked at corpses with total indifference. This time he was not indifferent. The boy was around 15. He was lying on his back, legs sprawled, his face frozen in a grimace of terror. In spite of that, Geralt knew the boy had died at once, had not suffered, and probably had not even known he was dying. The arrow had struck him in the eye and was driven deep into the skull through the occipital bone. The arrow was fletched with striped pheasant flight feathers dyed yellow. The shaft stuck up above the tufts of grass. Geralt looked around and quickly and easily found what he was hunting for. A second, identical arrow, lodged in the trunk of a pine tree, around 6 paces behind the corpse. He knew what had happened. The boy had not understood the warning, and hearing the whistle and thud of the arrow, had panicked and begun to run the wrong way, towards the one who had ordered him to stop and withdraw at once. The hissing, venomous feathered whistle and the short thud of the arrowhead cutting into the wood. "Not a step further, man," said that whistle and that thud. "Begone, man. Get out of Brokilon at once. You have captured the whole world, man. You are everywhere. Everywhere you introduce what you call modernity, the era of change, what you call progress. But we want neither you nor your progress here. We do not desire the changes you bring. We do not desire anything you bring." A whistle and a thud. "Get out of Brokilon." Get out of Brokilon, thought Geralt. Man. No matter that you are 15 and struggling through the forest, insane with fear, unable to find your way home. No matter that you are 70 and have to gather brushwood because otherwise they will drive you from the cottage for being useless. They will stop giving you food. No matter that you are 6 and were lured by a carpet of little blue flowers in a sunny clearing. Get out of Brokilon. A whistle and a thud. Long ago, thought Geralt, before they shot to kill, they gave 2 warnings, even 3. Long ago, he thought, continuing on his way. Long ago. Well, that's progress. The forest did not seem to deserve the dreadful notoriety it enjoyed. It was terribly wild and arduous to march through, but it was the commonplace arduousness of a dense forest, where every gap, every patch of sunlight filtered by the boughs and leafy branches of huge trees was immediately exploited by dozens of young birches, alders and hornbeams, by brambles, junipers and ferns, the tangle of shoots covering the crumbly mire of rotten wood, dry branches and decayed trunks of the oldest trees, the ones that had lost the fight, the ones that had lived out their lifespan. The thicket, however, did not generate the ominous, weighty silence which would have suited the place more. No, Brokilon was alive. Insects buzzed, lizards rustled the grass underfoot. Iridescent beetles scuttled, thousands of spiders tugged webs glistening with drops of water. Woodpeckers thumped tree trunks with sharp series of raps, and jays screeched. Brokilon was alive. But the Witcher did not let himself be deceived. He knew where he was. He remembered the boy with the arrow in his eye. He had occasionally seen white bones with red ants crawling over them among the moss and pine needles. He walked on, cautiously but swiftly. The trail was fresh. He hoped to reach and send back the men walking in front of him. He deluded himself that it was not too late. But it was. He would not have noticed the next corpse had it not been for the sunlight reflecting on the blade of the short sword it was gripping. It was a grown man. His simple clothing, coloured a practical dun, indicated his lowly status. His garments, not counting the bloodstains surrounding the 2 feathers sticking into his chest, were clean and new, so he could not have been a common servant. Geralt looked around and saw a third body, dressed in a leather jacket and short green cape. The ground around the dead man's legs was churned up, the moss and pine needles were furrowed right down to the sand. There was no doubt this man had taken a long time to die. He heard a groan. He quickly parted the juniper bushes and saw the deep tree throw they were concealing. A powerfully built man, with black curly hair and beard contrasting with the dreadful, downright deathly pallor of his face, was lying in the hollow on the exposed roots of the pine. His pale, deerskin caftan was red with blood. The Witcher jumped into the hollow. The wounded man opened his eyes.
"Geralt," he groaned. "Oh, ye gods, I must be dreaming."
"𝐉𝐸xinett?" the Witcher asked in astonishment. "You here?"
"Yes, me. Oh.
"Don't move," Geralt said, kneeling beside him. "Where were you hit? I can't see the arrow."
It passed right through. I broke off the arrowhead and pulled it out. Listen, Geralt."
"Be quiet, 𝐉𝐸xinett, or you'll choke on your blood. You have a punctured lung. A pox on it, I have to get you out of here. What the bloody hell were you doing in Brokilon? It's Dryad territory, their sanctuary. No one gets out of here alive. I can't believe you didn't know that."
"Later."
𝐉𝐸xinett groaned and spat blood.
"I'll tell you later. Now get me out. Oh, pox on it. Have a care. Oh."
"I can't do it," Geralt said, straightening up and looking around. "You're too heavy."
"Leave me,"
the wounded man grunted.
"Leave me. Too bad. But save her. Oh, by the gods, save her."
"Who?"
"The princess. Oh, find her, Geralt."
"Lie still, damn it. I'll knock something up and haul you out." 𝐉𝐸xinett coughed hard and spat again. A viscous, stretching thread of blood hung from his chin. The Witcher cursed, vaulted out of the hollow and looked around. He needed 2 young saplings. He moved quickly towards the edge of the clearing where he had seen a clump of alders. A whistle and thud. Geralt froze to the spot. The arrow, buried in a tree trunk at head height, had hawk feather fletchings. He looked at the angle of the ashen shaft and knew where it had been shot from. About 4 paces away there was another hollow, a fallen tree, and a tangle of roots sticking up in the air, still tightly gripping a huge lump of sandy earth. There was a dark mass of blackthorn there, amid the lighter stripes of birches. He could not see anyone. He knew he would not. He raised both hands very slowly.
"Caidmil, varanaithni metha doen canel. 𝐬𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐵𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐻."
This time he heard the soft twang of the bowstring and saw the arrow, for it had been shot for him to see, powerfully. He watched it soar upwards, saw it reach its apex and then fall in a curve. He did not move. The arrow plunged into the moss almost vertically 2 paces from him. Almost immediately, a second lodged next to the first at exactly the same angle. He was afraid he might not see the next one.
"Meadhaithne,"
he called again.
𝐬𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐵𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐻.
Gladir vort.
A voice like a breath of wind. A voice, not an arrow. He was alive. He slowly unfastened his belt buckle, drew his sword well away from himself and threw it down. A second dryad emerged noiselessly from behind a fir trunk wrapped around with juniper bushes, no more than 10 paces from him. Although she was small and very slim, the trunk seemed thinner. He had no idea how he had not seen her as he approached. Perhaps her outfit had disguised her, a patchwork which accentuated her shapely form, sewn weirdly from scraps of fabric in numerous shades of green and brown, strewn with leaves and pieces of bark. Her hair, tied with a black scarf around her forehead, was olive green, and her face was crisscrossed with stripes painted using walnut shell dye. Naturally, her bowstring was taut, and she was aiming an arrow at him.
"Aithne,"
he began.
𝐷𝐢𝐴𝐴𝐻.
He obediently fell silent, standing motionless, holding his arms away from his trunk. The dryad did not lower her bow.
𝐷UNCA,
she cried.
Brian, Kimvort.
The one who had shot the arrows earlier darted out from the blackthorn and slipped over the upturned trunk, nimbly clearing the depression. Although there was a pile of dry branches in it, Geralt did not hear even one snap beneath her feet. He heard a faint murmur close behind, something like the rustling of leaves in the wind. He knew there was a third. It was that one, dashing out from behind him, who picked up his sword. Her hair was the colour of honey and was tied up with a band of bulrush fibres,
a quiver full of arrows swung on her back. The furthest one approached the tree throw swiftly. Her outfit was identical to that of her companions. She wore a garland woven from clover and heather on her dull, brick-red hair. She was holding a bow, not bent, but with an arrow nocked.
"Dentesa in meath ab eithnehlef?"
she asked, coming over. Her voice was extremely melodious, and her eyes huge and black.
"Es Gwynblythe?"
"Aye, Isia," he began, but the words in the Brokilon dialect, which sounded like singing in the Dryad's mouth, stuck in his throat and made his lips itchy. "Do none of you know the common speech? I don't speak you."
"And while, what liche?"
She cut him off. "I am Gwynblythe, White Wolf. Lady Eithne knows me. I am travelling to her as an envoy. I have been in Brokilon before, in 𝐷𝐢𝐼𝐾𝐜.
"Gwynblythe?"
The redhead narrowed her eyes.
"Wat geheern?"
"Yes," he confirmed. "The Witcher." The olive-haired one snorted angrily, but lowered her bow. The red-haired one looked at him with eyes wide open, but her face, smeared with green stripes, was quite motionless, expressionless, like that of a statue. The immobility meant her face could not be categorized as pretty or ugly. Instead of such classification, a thought came to him about indifference and heartlessness, not to say cruelty. Geralt reproached himself for that judgment, catching himself mistakenly humanizing the Dryad. He ought to have known, after all, that she was older than the other two. In spite of appearances, she was much, much older than them. They stood in indecisive silence. Geralt heard Frexenet moaning, groaning and coughing. The red-haired one must also have heard, but her face did not even twitch. The Witcher rested his hands on his hips. "There's a wounded man over there in the tree hole," he said calmly. "He will die if he doesn't receive aid."
"Face up!"
the olive-haired one snapped, bending her bow and aiming the arrowhead straight at his face. "Will you let him die like a dog?" he said, not raising his voice. "Will you leave him to drown slowly in his own blood? In that case, better to put him out of his misery."
"Be silent!"
the Dryad barked, switching to the common speech, but she lowered her bow and released the tension on the bowstring. She looked at the other questioningly. The red-haired one nodded, indicating the tree hollow. The olive-haired one ran over quickly and silently. "I want to see Lady Eithne," Geralt repeated. "I'm on a diplomatic mission."
"She,"
the red-haired one pointed to the honey-haired one,
"will lead you to 𝐷𝐢𝐼𝐾𝐜. Go."
"Frex, and the wounded man?" The Dryad looked at him, squinting. She was still fiddling with the nocked arrow.
"Do not worry,"
she said.
"Go. She will lead you there."
"But thought." She cut him off, her lips tightening. He shrugged and turned towards the one with the hair the colour of honey. She seemed the youngest of the three, but he might have been mistaken. He noticed she had blue eyes. "Then let us go."
"Yes,"
the honey-coloured haired one said softly. After a short moment of hesitation, she handed him his sword.
"Let us go."
"What is your name?" he asked.
"Be silent."
She moved very swiftly through the dense forest, not looking back. Geralt had to exert himself to keep up with her. He knew the Dryad was doing it deliberately, knew that she wanted the man following her to get stuck, groaning in the undergrowth, or to fall to the ground exhausted, incapable of going on. She did not know, of course, that she was dealing with a Witcher, not a man. She was too young to know what a Witcher was. The young woman, Geralt now knew she was not a pure-blood Dryad, suddenly stopped and turned around. He saw her chest heaving powerfully beneath her short, dappled jacket, saw that she was having difficulty stopping herself from breathing through her mouth. "Shall we slow down?" he suggested with a smile.
"Yeah."
She looked at him with hostility.
"Ain Isaiah she?"
"No, I'm not an elf. What is your name?"
"Brian,"
she answered, marching on, but now at a slower pace, not trying to outdistance him. They walked alongside each other, close. He smelled the scent of her sweat, the ordinary sweat of a young woman. The sweat of Dryads carried the scent of delicate willow leaves crushed in the hands. "And what were you called before?" She glanced at him and suddenly grimaced.
He thought she would become annoyed or order him to be silent. She did not. "I don't remember," she said reluctantly. He did not think it was true. She did not look older than 16, and she could not have been in Brokilon for more than 6 or 7 years. Had she come earlier, as a very young child, or simply a baby, he would not now be able to see the human in her. Blue eyes and naturally fair hair did occur among dryads. Dryad children, conceived in ritual mating with elves or humans, inherited organic traits exclusively from their mothers and were always girls. Extremely infrequently, as a rule, in a subsequent generation, a child would nonetheless occasionally be born with the eyes or hair of its anonymous male progenitor. But Geralt was certain that Brienne did not have a single drop of dryad blood. And anyway, it was not especially important. Blood or not, she was now a dryad. "And what?" She looked askance at him. "Do they call you?" "Gwyn Blythe." She nodded. "Then we shall go." "Gwyn Blythe." They walked more slowly than before, but still briskly. Brienne, of course, knew Brokilon. Had he been alone, Geralt would have been unable to maintain the pace or the right direction. Brienne stole through the barricade of dense forest, using winding, concealed paths, clearing gorges, running nimbly across fallen trees as though they were bridges, confidently splashing through glistening stretches of swamp, green from duckweed, which the Witcher would not have dared to tread on. He would have lost hours, if not days, skirting around. Brienne's presence did not only protect him from the savagery of the forest. There were places where the dryad slowed down, walking extremely cautiously, feeling the path with her foot and holding him by the hand. He knew the reason. Brokilon's traps were legendary. People talked about pits full of sharpened stakes, about booby-trapped bows, about falling trees, about the terrible urchin, a spiked ball on a rope, which falling suddenly swept the path clear. There were also places where Brienne would stop and whistle melodiously, and answering whistles would come from the undergrowth. There were other places where she would stop with her hand on the arrows in her quiver, signalling for him to be silent and wait, tense, until whatever was rustling in the thicket moved away. In spite of their fast pace, they had to stop for the night. Brienne chose an excellent spot, a hill onto which thermal updrafts carried gusts of warm air. They slept on dried bracken, very close to one another, in dryad custom. In the middle of the night, Brienne hugged him close, and nothing more. He hugged her back, and nothing more. She was a dryad. The point was to keep warm. They set off again at daybreak, while it was still almost dark. Chapter 2. They passed through a belt of sparsely forested hills, creeping cautiously across small valleys full of mist, moving through broad, grassy glades and across clearings of wind-felled trees. Brienne stopped once again and looked around. She had apparently lost her way, but Geralt knew that was impossible. Taking advantage of a break in the march, however, he sat down on a fallen tree. And then he heard a scream, shrill, high-pitched, desperate. Brienne knelt down in a flash, at once drawing 2 arrows from her quiver. She seized one in her teeth and knocked the other, bent her bow, taking aim blindly through the bushes towards the sound of the voice. "Don't shoot!" he cried. He leapt over the tree trunk and forced his way through the brush. A small creature in a short grey jacket was standing in a small clearing at the foot of a rocky cliff, with its back pressed against the trunk of a withered hornbeam. Something was moving slowly about 5 paces in front of it, parting the grass. That thing was about 12 feet long and was dark brown. At first, Geralt thought it was a snake, but then he noticed the wriggling yellow hooked limbs and flat segments of the long thorax, and realized it was not a snake. It was something much more sinister. The creature hugging the tree cried out shrilly. The immense myriapod raised above the grass long, twitching feelers with which it sensed odours and warmth. "Don't move!" the Witcher yelled, and stamped to attract the scolopendromorph's attention. But the myriapod did not react, for its feelers had already caught the scent of the nearer victim. The monster wriggled its limbs, coiled itself up like an S, and moved forward. Its bright yellow limbs rippled through grass evenly, like the oars of a galley. "Ye gern!" Brienne yelled. Geralt hurtled into the clearing in 2 bounds, jerking his sword from its scabbard on his back as he ran.
and in full flight struck the petrified creature beneath the tree with his hip, shoving it aside into some brambles. The 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐿 rustled the grass, wriggled its legs and attacked, raising its anterior segments, its venom-dripping pincers chattering. Geralt danced, leapt over the flat body, and slashed it with his sword from a half-turn, aiming at a vulnerable spot between the armoured plates on its body. The monster was too swift, however, and the sword struck the chitinous shell without cutting through it. The thick carpet of moss absorbed the blow. Geralt dodged, but not deftly enough. The 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 wound the posterior part of its body around his legs with enormous strength. The Witcher fell, rolled over, and tried to pull himself free. In vain. The myriapod flexed and turned around to reach him with its pincers, and at the same time fiercely dug its claws into the tree and wrapped itself around it. Right then, an arrow hissed above Geralt's head, penetrating the armour with a crack, pinning the creature to the trunk. The 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 writhed, broke the arrow, and freed itself, but was struck at once by two more. The Witcher kicked the thrashing abdomen off and rolled away to the side. Brienne, kneeling, was shooting at an astonishing rate, sending arrow after arrow into the 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿. The myriapod was breaking the shafts to free itself, but each successive arrow would pin it to the trunk again. The creature snapped its flat, shiny, dark red maw and clanged its pincers by the places which had been pierced by the arrows, instinctively trying to reach the enemy which was wounding it. Geralt leapt at it from the side, took a big swing, and hacked with his sword, ending the fight with one blow. The tree acted like an executioner's block. Brienne approached slowly, an arrow knocked, kicked the body writhing in the grass, its limbs thrashing around, and spat on it. "Thanks," the Witcher said, crushing the beast's severed head with blows of his heel. "Eh? You saved my life." The Dryad looked at him. There was neither understanding nor emotion in her expression. "𝐤𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐿," she said, nudging the writhing body with a boot. "It broke my arrows." "You saved my life, and that little Dryad's," Geralt repeated. "Where the bloody hell is she?" Brienne deftly brushed aside the bramble thicket and plunged an arm among the thorny shoots. "As I thought," she said, pulling the little creature in the grey jacket from the thicket. "See for yourself, Gwynblythe." It was not a Dryad. Neither was it an elf, sylph, puck, or halfling. It was a quite ordinary little human girl. In the centre of Brokilon, it was the most extraordinary place to come across an ordinary human little girl. She had fair, mousy hair and huge, glaringly green eyes. She could not have been more than 10 years old. "Who are you?" he asked. "How did you get here?" She did not reply. Where have I seen her before? He wondered. I've seen her before somewhere. Either her or someone very similar to her. "Don't be afraid," he said hesitantly. "I'm not afraid," she mumbled indistinctly. She clearly had a cold. "Let us get out of here," Brienne suddenly said, looking all around. "Where there is one 𝐤𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐿, you can usually expect another, and I have few arrows now." The girl looked at her, opened her mouth, and wiped it with the back of her hand, smearing dust over her face. "Who the hell are you?" Geralt asked again, leaning forward. "What are you doing in this forest? How did you get here?" The girl lowered her head and sniffed loudly. "Cat got your tongue?" "Who are you?" I said. "What's your name?" "Ciri," she said, sniffing. Geralt turned around. Brienne, examining her bow, glanced at him. "Listen, Brienne." "What?" Is it possible she has escaped from doing 𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐵𝐿?" "Eh?" "Don't play dumb," he said, annoyed. "I know you're ducked little girls. And you? What, did you fall from the sky into Brokilon? I'm asking if it's possible." "No." The Dryad cut him off. "I have never seen her before." Geralt looked at the little girl. Her ashen-grey hair was dishevelled, full of pine needles and small leaves, but smelled of cleanliness, not smoke, nor the cowshed, nor tallow. Her hands, although incredibly dirty, were small and delicate, without scars or calluses. The boy's clothes, the jacket with the red hood she had on, did not indicate anything, but her high boots were made of soft, expensive calfskin. No, she was certainly not a village child. Frexenet,
the Witcher suddenly thought. This was the one that Freixenet was looking for. He'd followed her into 𝐉𝐸. "Where are you from? I'm asking you, you scamp."
"How dare you talk to me like that?"
The little girl lifted her head haughtily and stamped her foot. The soft moss completely spoiled the effect. "Ha!" the Witcher said and smiled. "A princess indeed, at least in speech, for your appearance is wretched. You're from 𝐕𝐸den, aren't you? Do you know you're being looked for? Don't worry, I'll deliver you home. Listen, 𝐕𝐸n." The moment he looked away, the girl turned very quickly on her heel and ran off through the forest across the gentle hillside. "Bloody dung!" the Dryad yelled, reaching for her quiver. "Come here!" The little girl, stumbling, rushed blindly through the forest, crunching over dry branches. "Stop!" shouted Geralt. "Where are you bloody going?" 𝐕𝐸n bent her bow in a flash. The arrow hissed venomously, describing a flat parabola, and the arrowhead thudded into the tree trunk, almost brushing the little girl's hair. The girl cringed and flattened herself to the ground. "You bloody fool!" the Witcher hissed, hurrying over to the Dryad. 𝐕𝐸n deftly drew another arrow from her quiver. "You might have killed her."
"This is 𝐉𝐸,
she said proudly. "But she's only a child."
"What of it?"
He looked at the arrow's shaft. It had striped fletchings made from a pheasant's flight feathers dyed yellow in a decoction of tree bark. He did not say a word. He turned around and went quickly into the forest. The little girl was lying beneath the tree, cowering, cautiously raising her head and looking at the arrow stuck into the tree. She heard his steps and leapt to her feet, but he reached her with a single bound and seized her by the red hood of her jacket. She turned her head and looked at him, then at his hand, holding her hood. He released her. "Why did you run away?"
"None of your business," she sniffed. "Leave me alone, you...
"Foolish brat," he hissed furiously. "This is 𝐉𝐸. Wasn't the myriapod enough? You wouldn't last till morning in this forest. Haven't you got it yet?"
"Don't touch me," she yelled. "You peasant! I'm a princess, so you better be careful."
"You're a foolish imp."
"I'm a princess."
"Princesses don't roam through forests alone. Princesses have clean noses."
"I'll have you beheaded, and her too."
The girl wiped her nose with her hand and glared at the approaching Dryad. 𝐕𝐸n snorted with laughter. "All right, enough of this," the Witcher cut her off. "Why were you running away, your highness? And where to? What were you afraid of?" She said nothing and sniffed. "Very well, as you wish." He winked at the Dryad. "We're going. If you want to stay alone in the forest, that's your choice. But the next time a 𝐸𝐭 attacks you, don't yell. It doesn't befit a princess. A princess dies without even a squeal, having first wiped her snotty nose. Let's go, 𝐕𝐸n. Farewell, your highness."
Wait!
Aha!
I'm coming with you."
We are greatly honoured, aren't we, 𝐕𝐸n?
"But you won't take me to 𝐘𝐽strin again, do you swear?"
"Who is—" he began. "Oh, damn it. 𝐘𝐽strin. Prince 𝐘𝐽strin, the son of King 𝐕𝐵𝐿 of 𝐕𝐸den." The little girl pouted her lips, sniffed and turned away.
"Enough of these trifles," said 𝐕𝐸n grimly. "Let us march on."
Hold on. The Witcher straightened up and looked down at the Dryad. "Our plans are changing somewhat, my comely archer."
"Eh?"
𝐕𝐸n said, raising her eyebrows. "Lady 𝐈𝐻NIC can wait. I have to take the little one home, to 𝐕𝐸den." The Dryad squinted and reached for her quiver.
"You're not going anywhere, nor is she."
The Witcher smiled hideously. "Be careful, 𝐕𝐸n," he said. "I'm not that pup whose eye you speared with an arrow from the undergrowth. I can look after myself."
"Bloody arse!" she hissed, raising her bow. "You're going to 𝐬𝐴𝐻NIC, and so is she, not to 𝐕𝐸den." "No, not to 𝐕𝐸den," the mousy-haired girl said, throwing herself at the Dryad and pressing herself against her slim thigh. "I'm going with you, and he can go to 𝐕𝐸den by himself to silly old 𝐘𝐽strin if he wants."
𝐕𝐸n did not even look at her, did not take her eyes off Geralt, but she lowered her bow.
"Es dunk,"
she said, spitting at his feet.
"Very well, then go on your way. We'll see how you fare. You'll kiss an arrow before you leave 𝐉𝐸.
She's right, thought Geralt. I don't have a chance. Without her, I won't get out of 𝐉𝐸, nor reach 𝐬𝐿. Too bad. We shall see.
Perhaps I'll manage to persuade 𝐼𝐴. Very well, 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴, he said placatingly, and smiled. Don't be furious, fair one. Very well, have it your way. We shall all go to 𝐸𝐭 to Lady 𝐼𝐴. The Dryad muttered something under her breath and unnocked the arrow.
To the road, then, she said, straightening her hairband. We have tarried too long.
Oh! The little girl yelped as she took a step. What's the matter?
I've done something to my leg.
Wait, 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴. Come here, scamp. I'll carry your pickaback. She was warm and smelt like a wet sparrow. What's your name, princess? I've forgotten.
𝐸𝐴.
And your estates? Where do they lie, if I may ask?
I won't tell,
she grunted.
I won't tell, and that's that.
I'll get by. Don't wriggle or sniff right by my ear. What were you doing in 𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐴? Did you get lost? Did you lose your way?
Not a chance. I'd never get lost.
Don't wriggle. Did you run away from 𝐬𝐽strin? From 𝐈𝐻𝑡Rog Castle? Before or after the wedding?
How did you know?
She sniffed, intent. I'm staggeringly intelligent. Why did you run away to 𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐴, of all places? Weren't there any safer directions?
I couldn't control my stupid horse.
You're lying, princess. Looking at your size, the most you could ride is a cat, and a gentle one at that.
I was riding with Mark, Sir 𝐉𝐴𝐴𝐼𝐴's esquire, but the horse fell in the forest and broke its leg, and we lost our way.
You said that never happens to you.
He got lost, not me. It was foggy, and we lost our way.
You got lost, thought Geralt. Sir 𝐉𝐴𝐴's poor esquire, who had misfortune to happen upon 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴 and her companions. A young stripling who had probably never known a woman. Helped the green-eyed scamp escape because he'd heard a lot of knightly stories about virgins being forced to marry. He helped her escape to fall to a Dryad's dyed arrow, one who probably hasn't known a man herself, but already knows how to kill. I asked you if you bolted from 𝐈𝐻𝑡Rog Castle before or after the wedding.
I just scarpered and it's none of your business, she grunted. Grandmama told me I had to go there and meet him, that 𝐬𝐽strin, just meet him. But that father of his, that big-bellied king,
𝐸𝐵𝐵𝐿,
kept on, the wedding, but I don't want him, that 𝐬𝐽strin. Grandmama said,
Is Prince 𝐬𝐽strin so revolting?
I don't want him,
𝐸𝐴 proudly declared, sniffing loudly.
He's fat, stupid, and his breath smells. Before I went there, they showed me a painting, but he wasn't fat in the painting. I don't want a husband like that. I don't want a husband at all.
𝐸𝐴, the Witcher said hesitantly. 𝐬𝐽strin is still a child like you. In a few years he might turn into a handsome young man.
Then they can send me another painting in a few years, she snorted. And him too, because he told me that I was much prettier in the painting they showed him, and he confessed that he loves Alvina, a lady-in-waiting, and he wants to be a knight. See? He doesn't want me, and I don't want him. So what use is a wedding?
𝐸𝐴, the Witcher muttered. He's a prince, and you're a princess. Princes and princesses marry like that. That's how it is. That's the custom.
You sound like all the rest. You think that just because I'm small, you can lie to me.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
Geralt said nothing. 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴, walking in front of them, turned around, probably surprised by the silence. She shrugged and set off.
Which way are we going?
𝐸𝐴 asked glumly.
I want to know.
Geralt said nothing.
Answer when I ask a question,
she said menacingly, backing up the order with a loud sniff.
Do you know who's sitting on you?
He didn't react.
I'll bite you in the ear,
she yelled. The Witcher had had enough. He pulled the girl off his back and put her on the ground. Now listen, you brat, he said harshly, struggling with his belt buckle. In a minute, I'll put you across my knee, pull down your breeches and tan your backside. No one will stop me doing it because this isn't the royal court, and I'm not your flunky or servant. You'll soon regret you didn't stay in 𝐈𝐻𝑡Rog. You'll soon see it's better being a princess than a snot-nosed kid who got lost in the forest. Because it's true, a princess is allowed to act obnoxiously, and no one thrashes a princess's backside with a belt. At most, her husband, the prince, might with his own hand. 𝐸𝐴 cowered and sniffed a few times. 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴 watched dispassionately, leaning against a tree. Well? The Witcher asked, wrapping his belt around his wrist. Are we going to behave with dignity and temperance? If not, We shall set about tanning Her Majesty's hide. Well, what's it to be?"
The little girl snivelled and sniffed, then eagerly nodded.
"Are you going to be good, Princess?"
"Yes," she mumbled.
"Gloaming will soon fall," the Dryad said. "Let us make haste, 𝐲𝐵𝐵𝐺." The forest thinned out. They walked through a sandy young forest, across moors and through fog-cloaked meadows with herds of red deer grazing. It was growing cooler.
"Noble lord,"
Ciri began after a long, long silence. "My name is Geralt. What's the matter?"
"I'm awfully hungry."
"We'll stop in a moment. It'll be dark soon."
"I can't go on,"
she snivelled.
"I haven't eaten since—"
"Stop whining." He reached into a saddlebag and took out a piece of fatback, a small round of white cheese and 2 apples. "Have that."
"What's that yellow stuff?"
"Fatback."
"I wouldn't eat that,"
she grunted. "That's fine," he said indistinctly, stuffing the fatback into his mouth. "Eat the cheese and an apple. Just one."
"Why only one?"
"Don't wriggle. Have both."
"Geralt?" "Thank you."
"Don't mention it. Food'll do you good."
"I didn't... Not for that. That too, but... You saved me from that centipede. Almost died of fright."
"You almost died," he confirmed seriously. "You almost died in an extremely painful and hideous way," he thought. "But you ought to thank Brienne."
"What is she?"
"A Dryad."
"An airy wife?"
"Yes."
"So she's... They kidnapped children. She's kidnapped us. Hey, but you aren't small. But why does she speak so strangely?"
"That's just her way. It's not important. What's important is how she shoots. Don't forget to thank her when we stop."
"I won't forget,"
she sniffed. "Don't wriggle, future Princess of Verden, ma'am."
"I'm not going to be a princess,"
she muttered. Very well, very well. You won't be a princess. You'll become a hamster and live in a burrow."
"No, I won't. You don't know anything."
"Don't squeak in my ear. And don't forget about the strap."
"I'm not going to be a princess. I'm going to be..."
"Yes? What?"
"It's a secret."
"Oh, yes. A secret. Splendid." He raised his head. "What is it, Brienne?" The Dryad had stopped. She shrugged and looked at the sky.
"I cannot go on," she said softly. "Neither can you, I warrant, with her on your back, 𝐲𝐵𝐵𝐺. We shall stop here. It will darken soon."
Chapter 3.
"Ciri."
The little girl sniffed and rustled the branches she was lying on.
"Aren't you cold?" "No," she sighed. "It's warm today. Yesterday I froze awfully. Oh my, how I did."
"It is a marvel," Brienne said, loosing the straps of her long soft boots.
"A tiny little moppet, but she has covered a long stride of forest, and she got past the lookouts, through the bog and the thicket. She is robust, healthy and stout. Truly, she would come in useful to us."
Geralt glanced quickly at the Dryad, at her eyes shining in the semi-darkness. Brienne leaned back against a tree, removed her hairband, and let her hair down with a shake of her head.
"She entered Brokilon," she muttered, forestalling his comment. "She is ours, 𝐲𝐵𝐵𝐺. We are marching to 𝐸𝐴𝐿."
"Lady 𝐼thne will decide," he responded tartly, but he knew Brienne was right. Pity, he thought, looking at the little girl wriggling on the green bed. She's such a determined rascal. Where have I seen her before? Oh, never mind. But it's a pity. The world is so big and so beautiful, and Brokilon will now be her world until the end of her days, and there may not be many. Perhaps only until the day she falls in the bracken amidst cries and the whistles of arrows, fighting in this senseless battle for the forest, on the side of those who will lose, who have to lose, sooner or later. "Ciri?"
"Yes?"
"Where do your parents live?"
"I don't have any parents," she sniffed. "They drowned at sea when I was tiny."
Yes, he thought, that explains a lot. A princess.
The child of a deceased royal couple. Who knows if she isn't the third daughter following 4 sons? A title which in practice means less than that of chamberlain or equerry. A mousy-haired, green-eyed thing hanging around the court who ought to be shoved out as quickly as possible and married off as quickly as possible before she matures and becomes a young woman and brings the threat of scandal, misalliance or incest, which would not be difficult in a shared castle bedchamber. Her escape did not surprise the Witcher. He had frequently met princesses and even queens roaming around with troops of wandering players, happy to have escaped some decrepit king still desirous of an heir. He had seen princes preferring the uncertain fate of a soldier of fortune to marriage to a lame or pockmarked princess chosen by their father, whose withered or doubtful virginity was to be the price of an alliance or dynastic coalition. He lay down beside the little girl and covered her with his jacket. "Sleep," he said. "Sleep, little orphan."
"Orphan?" she growled. "I'm a princess, not an orphan. And I have a grandmama. And my grandmama is a queen, so you'd better be careful. When I tell her you wanted to give me the strap, my grandmama will order your head chopped off. You'll see."
"Ghastly. Ciri, have mercy."
"Not a chance."
"But you're a good little girl, and beheading hurts awfully. You won't say anything, will you?"
"I will." "Ciri, I will. Afraid, are you?"
"Dreadfully. You know, Ciri, you can die from having your head cut off."
"Are you mocking me?"
"I wouldn't dream of it."
"She'll put you in your place, you'll see. No one takes liberties with my grandmama. When she stamps her foot, the greatest knights and warriors kneel before her. I've seen it myself, and if one of them is disobedient, then it's chop and off with his head."
"Dreadful."
"Ciri?"
"I think they'll cut off your head."
"My head?"
"Naturally. After all, your grandmama, the queen, arranged a marriage with Kistrin and sent you to Nastrog Castle in 𝐕𝐴𝐴𝐻. You were disobedient. As soon as you return, it'll be chop and off with your head."
The little girl fell silent. She even stopped fidgeting. He heard her smacking her lips, biting her lower lip and sniffing. "You're wrong," she said. "Grandmama won't let anyone chop off my head because she's my grandmama, isn't she? Oh, at most I'll get—"
"Aha!" Geralt laughed. "There's no taking liberties with grandmama, is there? The switch has come out, hasn't it?"
Ciri snorted angrily.
"Do you know what?" he said. "We'll tell your grandmama that I've already whipped you, and you can't be punished twice for the same crime. Is it a deal?"
"You must be silly." Ciri raised herself on her elbows, making the branches rustle. "When grandmama hears that you thrashed me, they'll chop your head off just like that."
"So you are worried for my head, then?"
The little girl fell silent and sniffed again. "Geralt."
"What, Ciri?"
"Grandmama knows I have to go home. I can't be a princess or the wife of that stupid Kistrin. I have to go home, and that's that."
"You do," he thought. "Regrettably, it doesn't depend on you or on your grandmama. It depends on the mood of old 𝐈𝐻𝐼, and on my persuasive abilities."
"Grandmama knows," Ciri continued, "because Geralt, promise you won't tell anybody. It's a terrible secret. Dreadful. I'm serious. Swear."
"I swear."
"Very well, I'll tell you. My mama was a witch, so you'd better watch your step, and my papa was enchanted too. It was all told to me by one of my nannies, and when grandmama found out about it, there was a dreadful to-do, because I'm destined, you know."
"To do what?"
"I don't know," Ciri said intently, "but I'm destined. That's what my nanny said, and grandmama said she won't let anyone, that the whole bloody castle will collapse first. Do you understand? And nanny said that nothing at all can help with destiny. Ha! And then nanny wept and grandmama yelled. Do you see? I'm destined. I won't be the wife of that silly Kistrin." "Geralt?"
"Go to sleep," he yawned, so that his jaw creaked. "Go to sleep, Ciri."
"Tell me a story."
"What?"
"Tell me a story," she snorted. "How am I supposed to sleep without a story? I mean, really?"
"I don't know any damn stories. Go to sleep."
"You're lying. You do. What? No one told you stories when you were little?
What are you laughing about?
Nothing. I just recalled something.
You see? Go on.
What?
Tell me a story.
He laughed again, put his hands under his head, and looked up at the stars, twinkling beyond the branches above their heads. There was once a cat, he began, an ordinary tabby mouser, and one day that cat went off all by itself on a long journey to a terrible dark forest. He walked, and he walked, and he walked.
Don't think,
Ciri mumbled, cuddling up to him,
that I'll fall asleep before he gets there.
Keep quiet, rascal. So, he walked until he came across a fox, a red fox.
Brienne sighed and lay down beside the Witcher on the other side, and also snuggled up a little. Very well, Ciri sniffed. See what happened next.
The fox looked at the cat. Who are you? He asked. I'm a cat, said the cat. Ah, said the fox, but aren't you afraid, cat, to be roaming the forest alone? What will you do if the king comes a-hunting, with hounds and mounted hunters and beaters? I tell you, cat, said the fox, the chase is a dreadful hardship to creatures like you and I. You have a pelt, I have a pelt, and hunters never spare creatures like us, because hunters have sweethearts and lovers, and their little hands and necks get cold, so they make muffs and collars for those strumpets to wear.
What are muffs?
Ciri asked. Don't interrupt. And the fox went on. I, cat, know how to outwit them. I have 1,286 ways to outfox those hunters, so cunning am I. And you, cat, how many ways do you have?
Oh, what a fine tale, Ciri said, cuddling more tightly to the Witcher. What did the cat say?
Aye, whispered Brienne from the other side.
What did the cat say?
The Witcher turned his head. The Dryad's eyes were sparkling, her mouth was half open, and she was running her tongue over her lips. He could understand. Little Dryads were hungry for tales, just like little witches, because both of them were seldom told bedtime stories. Little Dryads fell asleep listening raptly to the wind blowing in the trees. Little witches fell asleep listening raptly to their aching arms and legs. Our eyes also shone like Brienne's when we listened to the tales of Vesemir in Kaer Morhen. But that was long ago. So long ago.
Well, Ciri said impatiently, what then?
The cat said, I, fox, don't have any ways. I only know one thing, up a tree as quick as can be. That ought to be enough, oughtn't it? The fox burst out laughing. Ha, he said, what a goose you are. Flourish your stripy tail and flee, for you'll perish if the hunters trap you. And suddenly, from nowhere, the horns began to sound, and the hunters leapt out from the bushes, and they saw the cat and the fox, and they were upon them.
Oh!
Ciri sniffed, and the Dryad shifted suddenly. Quiet. And they were upon them, yelling, have them, skin them, we'll make muffs out of them, muffs! And they set the hounds on the fox and the cat darted up a tree like every cat does, right to the very top. But the hounds seized the fox, and before Reynard had time to use any of his cunning ways, he'd been made into a collar. And the cat meowed from the top of the tree and hissed at the hunters, but they couldn't do anything to him, because the tree was as high as hell. They stood at the foot of the tree, swearing like troopers, but they had to go away empty-handed. And then the cat climbed down from the tree and slunk calmly home.
What happened then?
Nothing. That's the end.
What about the moral? Ciri asked. Tales always have a moral, don't they?
Eh? Brienne said, hugging Geralt even harder.
What's a moral? A good story has a moral, and a bad one doesn't, Ciri sniffed with conviction. That was a good one, the Dryad yawned. So it has what it ought to have. You, Moppet, should have scurried up a tree from that 𝐤𝐴𝐽, like that canny tomcat, not pondered, but scurried up the tree without thought, and that is all the wisdom in it, to survive, not to be caught.
The Witcher laughed softly. Weren't there any trees in the castle grounds, Ciri? In Nastrog? Instead of coming to Brokilon, you could have skinned up a tree and stayed there at the very top until Kistrin's desire to wed had waned.
Are you mocking me?
Uh-huh.
Know what? I can't stand you.
That's dreadful. Ciri, you've stabbed me in the very heart.
I know.
She nodded gravely, sniffing, and then clung tightly to him. "Sleep well, Ciri," he muttered, breathing in her pleasant sparrow scent. "Sleep well. Good night, Brienne."
𝐷earme, Gwynblythe.
Above their heads, a billion brochilon branches soughed, and hundreds of billions of brochilon leaves rustled. Chapter 4. The next day, they reached the trees. Brienne knelt down and bent her head. Geralt felt the need to do the same. Ciri heaved a sigh of awe. The trees, chiefly oaks, yews, and hickories, had girths of over 100 feet, some much more. It was impossible to say how high their crowns were. The places where the mighty, twisted roots joined the vertical trunks were high above their heads, however. They could have walked more quickly as the giants grew slowly, and no other vegetation could survive in their shadows. There was only a carpet of decaying leaves. They could have walked more quickly, but they walked slowly, in silence, with bowed heads. Among the trees, they were small, insignificant, irrelevant, unimportant. Even Ciri kept quiet. She did not speak for almost half an hour. And after an hour's walk, they passed the belt of trees, and once again plunged deep into ravines and wet beechwood forests. Ciri's cold was troubling her more and more. Geralt did not have a handkerchief, and having had enough of her incessant sniffing, taught her to clear her nose directly onto the ground. The little girl was delighted by it. Looking at her smirk and shining eyes, the Witcher was deeply convinced that she was savouring the thought of showing off her new trick at court during a ceremonial banquet or an audience with a foreign ambassador. Brienne suddenly stopped and turned around.
Gwynblythe,
she said, unwinding a green scarf wrapped around her elbow.
Come here. I will blindfold you. I must.
I know.
I will lead you. Give me your hand.
No, protested Ciri. I'll lead him. May I, Brienne?
Very well, Moppet.
Geralt?
Uh-huh.
What does Gwynblythe mean?
White wolf. The dryads call me that.
Beware, there's a root. Don't trip. Do they call you that because you have white hair?
Yes, blast!
I said there was a root.
They walked on, slowly. It was slippery under their feet from fallen leaves. He felt warmth on his face, the sunlight shining through the blindfold.
Oh, Geralt!
He heard Ciri's voice.
How delightful it is here. Pity you can't see. There are so many flowers and birds. Can you hear them singing? Oh, there's so many of them. Heaps. Oh, and squirrels. Careful. We're going to cross a stream over a stone bridge. Don't fall in. Oh, so many little fishes. Hundreds. They're swimming in the water, you know. So many little animals. Oh, my. There can't be so many anywhere else.
There can't, he muttered. Nowhere else. This is Brochilon.
What?
Brochilon. The last place.
I don't understand.
No one understands. No one wants to understand.
Chapter 5. You can take off the blindfold now, Gwynblythe. We have arrived.
Brienne stood up to her knees in a dense carpet of fog.
𝐷earme,
she said, pointing. 𝐷earme, the place of the oak, the heart of Brochilon. Geralt had already been there, twice, but he had never told anyone about it. No one would have believed him. A basin enclosed by the crowns of mighty green trees, bathed in fog and mist rising from the earth, the rocks and the hot springs. A basin. The medallion around his neck vibrated slightly. A basin bathed in magic.
𝐷earme,
the heart of Brochilon. Brienne lifted her head and adjusted the quiver on her back.
We must go. Give me your little hand, Moppet.
At first, the valley seemed to be lifeless, deserted. But not for long. A loud, modulated whistling rang out, and a slender, dark-haired dryad, dressed like all of them in dappled, camouflaged attire, slid nimbly down barely perceptible steps of bracket mushrooms, winding around the nearest trunk.
𝐸ad Brienne. 𝐸ad Circe. Van wordt mead eithnia?
Ní nedfa. the dark-haired dryad answered, sweeping her gaze up and down the Witcher. Isn't she? She smiled, flashing white teeth. She was incredibly comely, even according to human standards. Geralt felt uncertain and foolish, aware that the dryad was inspecting him uninhibitedly. Neen, Brian shook her head. 𝐕𝐴𝐴𝐲 𝐞𝐵𝐚 avin miat eithna vas. 𝐞𝐵𝐚, the beautiful dryad said, grimacing. Bloody kirm, ene kien werd vort, tisfoil. Brienne sniggered. What is it? The Witcher asked, growing angry. Nothing. Brienne sniggered again. Nothing. Let us be moving. Oh, Ciri said in delight. Look at those funny cottages, Geralt. 𝐷𝐢𝐴𝐞𝐿 really began deep in the valley. The funny cottages, resembling huge bunches of mistletoe in shape, clung to the trunks and boughs at various heights, both low, just above the ground, and high, occasionally very high, right beneath the very crowns. Geralt also saw several larger constructions on the ground, shelters made of woven branches still covered in leaves. He saw movements in the openings to the shelters, but the dryads themselves could barely be made out. There were far fewer than there had been the last time he was there. Geralt, Ciri whispered, those cottages are living. They've got little leaves. They're made of living wood, the Witcher nodded. That's how dryads live. That's how they build their houses. No dryad will ever harm a tree by chopping or sawing it. They love trees. However, they can make the branches grow to form those dwellings. How sweet! I'd like to have a little house like that on our estate. Brienne stopped in front of one of the larger shelters. Henter 𝐿, she said. You'll wait here for Lady 𝐈𝐻ne. 𝐕𝐴𝐿, Muppet. What? That was farewell, Ciri. She said goodbye. Oh, goodbye, Brienne. They went inside. The interior of the cottage twinkled like a kaleidoscope from the patches of sunlight filtered and diffused through the roof structure. Geralt! 𝐲𝐻𝐿, you're alive, by the devil, the wounded man said, flashing his teeth, raising himself up on a makeshift bed of spruce. He saw Ciri clinging to the Witcher's thigh, and his eyes widened, a flush rushing to his face. You little beast, he yelled. I almost lost my life thanks to you. Oh, you're fortunate I cannot stand, for I tan your hide. Ciri pouted. You're the second person, she said, wrinkling her nose comically, to want to thrash me. I'm a little girl, and little girls can't be beaten. I'd soon show you what's allowed and what isn't. 𝐲𝐻𝐿 coughed. You little wretch. 𝐸vil is beside himself. He's sending out word, terrified that your grandmother's army is marching on him. Who will believe that you bolted? Everyone knows what 𝐸vil's like and what his pleasures are. Everyone thinks he did something to you in his cups and then had you drowned in the fish pond. War with Nilfgaard is looming, and because of you, the treaty and the alliance with your grandmother have gone up in smoke. See what you've done? Don't excite yourself, the Witcher warned, for you might open your wounds. How did you get here so swiftly? The devil only knows. I've been lying half dead most of the time. They poured something revolting down my throat, by force. They held my nose and... what a damn disgrace. You're alive thanks to what they poured down your throat. Did they bring you here? They dragged me here on a sledge. I asked after you, but they said nothing. I was certain you'd caught an arrow. You vanished so suddenly. But you're hale and hearty, not even in fetters. And not only that, prithee, you rescued Princess Cirilla. A pox on it. You get by everywhere, Geralt, and you always fall on your feet. The Witcher smiled, but did not respond. 𝐲𝐻𝐿 hacked, turned his head away, and spat out saliva tinged pink. Well, he added, and you're sure to be the reason they didn't finish me off. They know you, bloody eerie wives. That's the second time you've got me out of trouble. Oh, come on, Baron. 𝐲𝐻𝐿, moaning, tried to sit up, but abandoned the attempt. Bollocks to my barony, he panted. I was a baron back in Ham. Now I'm something like a governor at 𝐸vil's court in Verden. I mean, I was. Even if I get out of this forest somehow, there's no place for me in Verden now, apart from on the scaffold. This little weasel, Cirilla, slipped out of my hands and my protection. Do you think the three of us went to Brokilon for the hell of it? No, Geralt, I was fleeing too, and could only count on 𝐸vil's mercy if I brought her back. And then I happened on those accursed eerie wives. If not for you, I'd have expired in that hollow. You've rescued me again. It's destiny. That's as clear as day. You're exaggerating.
Freixenet shook his head.
It's destiny, he repeated. It must have been written up there that we'd meet again, Witcher. That you'd save my skin again. Remember, people talked about it in Ham after you lifted that bird curse from me.
Chance, Geralt said coldly. Pure chance, Freixenet.
What chance? Damn it, if it hadn't been for you, I'd probably still be a cormorant.
You were a cormorant? Ciri cried in excitement. A real cormorant? A bird?
I was. The Baron grinned. I was cursed by a bitch. Damn her. For revenge.
I bet you didn't give her a fur, Ciri said, wrinkling up her nose. For a, muff?
There was another reason. Freixenet blushed slightly, then glowered angrily at the little girl. But what business is it of yours, you tyke?
Ciri looked offended and turned her head away.
Yes, Freixenet coughed. Where was I? When I was cursed in Ham. Were it not for you, Geralt, I would have remained a cormorant till the end of my days. I would be flying around the lake, shitting on tree branches, deluding myself that the shirt made of nettle fibres, stubbornly woven by my dear sister, would save me. Damn it! When I recall that shirt of hers, I feel like kicking somebody. That idiot. Don't say that.
The Witcher smiled.
She had the best of intentions. She was badly informed, that's all. Lots of nonsensical myths circulate about undoing curses.
You were lucky anyway, Freixenet. She might have ordered you to dive into a barrel of boiling milk. I've heard of a case like that. Donning a nettle shirt, if you think about it, isn't very harmful to the health, even if it doesn't help much.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I expect too much of her. Eliza was always stupid. From a child, she was stupid and lovely, as a matter of fact. Splendid material for a king's wife.
What is lovely material? Ciri asked. And why for a wife?
Don't interfere, you tyke, I said. Yes, Geralt, I was lucky you turned up in Ham then, and that my brother-in-law King was ready to spend the few ducats you demanded for lifting the spell.
You know, Freixenet, Geralt said, smiling even more broadly, that news of the incident spread far and wide.
The true version? I wouldn't say that.
To begin with, they gave you 10 more brothers.
Oh, no.
The Baron raised himself on an elbow and coughed.
And so, counting Eliza, there were said to be 12 of us? What bloody idiocy. My mamma wasn't a rabbit.
That's not all. It was agreed that cormorants aren't romantic enough.
Because they aren't. There's nothing romantic about them.
The Baron grimaced, feeling his chest, wrapped in bast and sheets of birch bark.
What was I turned into, according to the tale?
A swan. Swans. There were 11 of you, don't forget.
And how is a swan more romantic than a cormorant?
I don't know.
I don't either. But I'll bet that in the story Eliza lifted the curse from me with the help of her gruesome nettle blouse.
You win. How is Eliza?
She has consumption, poor thing. She won't last long.
That's sad.
It is,
Freixenet agreed dispassionately, looking away.
Coming back to the curse,
Geralt leaned back against a wall made of woven, springy switches. You don't have any recurrences. You don't sprout feathers.
No, may the gods be praised, the Baron sighed.
Everything is in good order. The one thing that I was left with from those times is a taste for fish.
There are no better victuals for me, Geralt, than fish. Occasionally, I go down to the fishermen on the jetty early in the morning, and before they find me something more refined, I gobble down a handful or two of bleak straight from the holding cage. A few minnows, dace, or chub. It's pure bliss, not food.
He was a cormorant, Ciri said slowly, looking at Geralt. And you lifted the curse from him. You can do magic.
I think it's obvious, Freixenet said, that he can. Every Witcher can.
Witcher?
Didn't you know he was a Witcher? The famous Geralt Riv? True enough, how is a little tyke like you to know what a Witcher is? Things aren't what they used to be. Now there are very few Witchers. You'd have a job finding one. You've probably never seen a Witcher before.
Ciri shook her head slowly, not taking her eyes off Geralt.
Which little tyke is a...
Freixenet broke off and paled, seeing Brienne entering the cottage.
No, I don't want it. I won't let you pour any more of it down my throat. Never, never again. Geralt, tell her, calm down.
Brienne did not grace Freixenet with anything more than a fleeting glance. She walked over to Ciri, who was squatting beside the Witcher. "Come," she said. "Come, Moppet." "Where to?" Ciri grimaced. "I'm not going. I want to be with Geralt."
"Go."
The Witcher managed to smile. "You can play with Brienne and the young dryads. They'll show you 𝑑𝐢𝐿. "She didn't blindfold me," Ciri said very slowly. "She didn't blindfold me while we were walking here. She blindfolded you so you couldn't find your way back here when you leave. That means—" Geralt looked at Brienne. The dryad shrugged and then hugged the little girl tightly. "That means—" Ciri's voice suddenly cracked. "That means I'm not leaving here, doesn't it?" "No one can escape their destiny." All heads turned at the sound of that voice. Quiet but sonorous, hard and decisive. A voice demanding obedience, which brooked no argument. Brienne bowed. Geralt went down on one knee. "Lady 𝐈thne." The ruler of 𝐉𝐸 was wearing a flowing, gauzy, light green gown. Like most dryads, she was small and slender, but her proudly raised head, grave, sharp-featured face, and resolute mouth made her seem taller and more powerful. Her hair and eyes were the colour of molten silver. She entered the shelter escorted by 2 younger dryads armed with bows. Without a word, she nodded towards Brienne, who immediately took Ciri by the hand and pulled her towards the door, bowing her head low. Ciri trod stiffly and clumsily, pale and speechless. When they passed 𝐈thne, the silver-haired dryad seized her swiftly beneath the chin, lifted it, and looked long in the girl's eyes. Geralt could see that Ciri was trembling. "Go," 𝐈thne finally said. "Go, my child. Fear not. Nothing is capable of changing your destiny. You are in 𝐉𝐸. Ciri followed Brienne obediently. In the doorway she turned around. The Witcher noticed that her mouth was quivering, and her green eyes were misty with tears. He didn't say a word. He continued to kneel, head bowed. "Get up, Gwyn Blythe. Welcome."
"Greetings, 𝐈thne, Lady of 𝐉𝐸.
"I have the pleasure to host you in my forest once again, although you come here without my knowledge or permission. Entering 𝐉𝐸 without my knowledge or permission is perilous, White Wolf, even for you."
"I come on a mission."
"Ah."
The dryad smiled slightly.
"That explains your boldness, which I shall not describe using other, more blunt words. Geralt, the inviolability of envoys is a custom observed by humans. I do not recognize it. I recognize nothing human. This is 𝐉𝐸.
𝐈thne,
Be silent,"
she interrupted, without raising her voice.
"I ordered you to be spared. You will leave 𝐉𝐸 alive, not because you are an envoy, for other reasons."
"Are you not curious whose envoy I am, where I come from, on whose behalf?"
"Frankly speaking, no. This is 𝐉𝐸. You come here from the outside, from a world that concerns me not. Why then would I waste time listening to supplications? What could some kind of proposal, some kind of ultimatum, devised by someone who thinks and feels differently to me, mean to me? What could I care what King 𝐿𝐴𝐻 thinks?"
Geralt shook his head in astonishment.
"How do you know I come from 𝐿𝐴𝐻?"
For it is obvious, the Dryad said with a smile. 𝐬𝐭𝐳 is too stupid. 𝐸𝐵𝐵 and 𝐉𝐴𝐺𝐴𝑔 detest me too much. No other realms border 𝐵𝐴𝐽𝐿on.
You know a great deal about what happens beyond 𝐵𝐴𝐽𝐿on, 𝐼𝐻𝐈.
I know much, White Wolf. It is a privilege of my age. Now, though, if you permit, I would like to deal with a confidential matter. That man with the appearance of a bear.
The Dryad stopped smiling and looked at Freixenet.
Is he your friend?
We are acquainted. I once removed a curse from him.
The problem is,
𝐼𝐻ne said coldly,
that I don't know what to do with him. I cannot, after all, order him put to death. I have permitted him to recover his health, but he represents a threat. He does not look like a fanatic. Thus, he must be a scalp hunter. I know that 𝐿𝐵𝐵 pays for every Dryad scalp. I do not recall how much. In any case, the price rises as the value of money falls.
You are in error. He is not a scalp hunter.
Why then did he enter 𝐵𝐴𝐽𝐿on?
To seek the girl child whose care he was entrusted with. He risked his life to find her.
Most foolish,
𝐼𝐻ne said coldly.
Difficult to call it even a risk. He was heading for certain death. The fact that he lives at all he owes entirely to his iron constitution and endurance. As far as the child is concerned, it also survived by chance. My girls did not shoot, for they thought it was a puck or a leprechaun.
She looked once again at Freixenet, and Geralt saw that her mouth had lost its unpleasant hardness.
Very well. Let us celebrate this day in some way.
She walked over to the bed of branches. The two Dryads accompanying her also approached. Freixenet blanched and cowered, without becoming any smaller. 𝐼𝐻ne looked at him for a while, narrowing her eyes a little.
Have you children? She finally asked. I am talking to you, blockhead.
Eh?
I trust I express myself clearly.
I'm not... Freixenet hemmed and coughed. I'm not married.
Your marital status is of little concern to me. What interests me is whether you are capable of mastering anything from your sooty loins. By the great tree, have you ever made a woman with child?
Yes. Yes, my lady. But 𝐼𝐻ne waved a hand carelessly and turned towards Geralt.
He shall stay in 𝐵𝐴𝐽𝐿on, she said, until he is fully healed, and then a little longer. Afterwards, he may go whither he so wish.
Thank you, 𝐼𝐻ne. The Witcher bowed. And the little girl, what about her?
Why do you ask?
The Dryad looked at him with a cold glint in her silver eyes.
You know.
She is not an ordinary village child. She is a princess.
That makes no impression on me, nor makes any difference.
Listen,
not another word, Gwynblythe.
He fell silent and bit his lip. What about my petition?
I shall listen to it,
the Dryad sighed.
No, not out of curiosity. I shall do it for you, that you might distinguish yourself before Wentzlav and collect the fee he probably promised you for reaching me. But not now. Now I shall be busy. Come to my tree this evening.
When she had gone, Freixenet raised himself on an elbow, groaned, coughed, and spat on his hand. What is it all about, Geralt? Why am I to stay here? And what did she mean about those children? What have you got me mixed up in, eh? The Witcher sat down. "You'll save your hide, 𝐲𝐿𝐴, he said in a weary voice. "You'll become one of the few to get out of here alive, at least recently, and you'll become the father of a little dryad. Several, perhaps." "What the... Am I to be a stud?" "Call it what you will. You have limited choices." "I get it." The Baron winked and grinned lewdly. "Why, I've seen captives working in mines and digging canals. It could be worse. Just as long as my strength suffices. There's quite a few of them here." "Stop smiling foolishly," Geralt grimaced, "and daydreaming. Don't imagine adoration, music, wine, fans and swarms of adoring dryads. There'll be one, perhaps two, and there won't be any adoration. They will treat the entire matter very practically, and you even more so." "Doesn't it give them pleasure? It can't cause them any harm." "Don't be a child. In this respect, they don't differ in any way from women. Physically, at least." "What do you mean?" "It depends on you whether it'll be agreeable or disagreeable. But that doesn't change the fact that the only thing that interests her is the result. You are of minor importance. Don't expect any gratitude. And, under no circumstances, try anything on your own initiative." "My own what?" "Should you meet her in the morning," the Witcher explained patiently, "bow, but without any damned smirks or winks. For a dryad, it is a deadly serious matter. Should she smile or approach you, you can talk to her. About trees, ideally. If you don't know much about trees, then about the weather. But should she pretend not to see you, stay well away from her, and stay well away from the other dryads, and watch your hands. Those matters do not exist to a dryad who is not ready. If you touch her, she'll stab you, because she won't understand your intentions." "You're familiar," 𝐲𝐿𝐴 smiled, "with their mating habits. Has it ever befallen you?" The Witcher did not reply. Before his eyes was the beautiful slender dryad and her impudent smile. "That 𝐺𝐴, bloody 𝐺𝐴. A Witcher, damn it. Why did you bring him here, Brienne? What use is he to us? No benefit from a Witcher." "Geralt?" "What?" "And Princess Cirilla?" "Forget about her. They'll turn her into a dryad. In 2 or 3 years, she'd shoot an arrow in her own brother's eye, were he to try to enter Brokilon." "Damn it," 𝐲𝐿𝐴 swore, scowling. "𝐿𝐴 will be furious. Geralt, couldn't I—" "No," the Witcher cut him off. "Don't even try. You wouldn't get out of 𝐢𝐭 alive. That means the lass is lost. To you, yes." Chapter 6. 𝐼𝐴's tree was naturally an oak, but it was actually 3 oaks fused together, still green, not betraying any signs of age, although Geralt reckoned they were at least 300 years old. The trees were hollow inside, and the cavity had the dimensions of a large chamber, with a high ceiling narrowing into a cone. The interior was lit by a cresset which did not smoke, and it had been modestly, but not crudely, transformed into comfortable living quarters. 𝐼𝐴 was kneeling inside on something like a fibrous mat. Ciri sat cross-legged before her, erect and motionless, as though petrified. She had been bathed and cured of her cold, and her huge emerald eyes were wide open. The Witcher noticed that her little face, now that the dirt and the grimace of a spiteful little devil had vanished from it, was quite pretty. 𝐼𝐴 was combing the little girl's long hair, slowly and tenderly. "Enter, Gwyn Blythe. Be seated." He sat down, after first ceremonially going down on one knee. "Are you rested?" the dryad asked, not looking at him and continuing to comb. "When can you embark on your return journey? What would you say to tomorrow morn?" "When you give the order," he said coldly. "O Lady of Brokilon, one word from you will suffice for me to stop vexing you with my presence in 𝐢𝐭. "Geralt," 𝐼𝐴 slowly turned her head. "Do not misunderstand me. I know and respect you. I know you have never harmed a dryad, russalka, sylph or nymph. Quite the opposite. You have been known to act in their defense, to save their lives. But that changes nothing.
too much divides us. We belong to different worlds. I neither want nor am able to make exceptions for anybody. I shall not ask if you understand, for I know it is thus. I ask whether you accept it.
What does it change?
Nothing, but I want to know.
I do, he confirmed. But what about her? What about Ciri? She also belongs to another world.
Ciri glanced at him timidly, and then upwards at the Dryad. 𝐼𝐸 smiled.
But not for long, she said.
𝐼𝐸, please, first think it over.
What for?
Give her to me. Let her return with me to the world she belongs to.
No, White Wolf.
The Dryad plunged the comb into the little girl's mousy hair again.
I shall not. You, of all people, ought to understand.
Me?
Yes, you. Certain tidings from the world, even rich 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿. Tidings about a certain witcher, who, for services rendered, occasionally demanded curious vows. You will give me what you do not expect to find at home. You will give me what you already have, but about which you do not know. Does that sound familiar? After all, for some time, you witches have been trying in this way to direct fate. You have been seeking boys designated by fate to be your successors, wishing to protect yourself from extinction and oblivion, from nihilism. Why then are you surprised at me? I care for the fate of the Dryads. Surely that is just. A young human girl for each Dryad killed by humans.
By keeping her here, you will arouse hostility and the desire for vengeance, 𝐼𝐸. You will arouse a consuming hatred.
Human hatred is nothing new to me. No, Geralt. I shall not give her up, particularly since she is hale. That has been uncommon recently.
Uncommon?
The Dryad fixed her huge silver eyes on him.
They abandon sick little girls with me. Diphtheria, scarlet fever, croup, recently even smallpox. They think we are not immune, that the epidemic will annihilate or at least decimate us. We disappoint them, Geralt. We have something more than immunity. 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿 cares for its children.
She fell silent, leaning over, carefully combing out a lock of Ciri's tangled hair, using her other hand to help.
May I?
The Witcher cleared his throat.
Turn to the petition with which King 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐺 sent me.
Is it not a waste of time?
𝐼𝐸 lifted her head.
Why bother? I know perfectly well what King 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐺 wants. For that, I do not need prophetic gifts at all. He wants me to give him 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, probably as far as the river 𝐿𝐵𝐵, which, I gather, he considers, or would like to consider, the natural border between Brugge and Verden. In exchange, I presume, he is offering me a small and untamed corner of the forest, and probably gives his kingly word and offers kingly protection that that small, untamed corner, that scrap of forest, will belong to me forever and ever, and that no one will dare to disturb the Dryads there, that the Dryads there will be able to live in peace. So what, Geralt? 𝐿𝐵𝐵 would like to put an end to the war over 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, which has lasted 2 centuries. And in order to end it, the Dryads would have to give up what they have been dying in the defense of for 2
100 years? Simply hand it over? Give up 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐿?
Geralt was silent. He had nothing to add. The Dryad smiled.
Did the royal proposal run thus, Gwynblythe? Or perhaps it was more blunt, saying, "Don't put on airs, you sylvan monster, beast of the wilderness, relict of the past. But listen to what I, King Wentzlav, want. I want cedar, oak and hickory, mahogany and golden birch, yew for bows and pine for masts, because 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿 is close at hand, and otherwise I have to bring wood from beyond the mountains. I want the iron and copper that are beneath the earth. I want the gold that lies on Creag An. I want to fell and saw and dig in the earth without having to listen to the whistling of arrows. And most importantly, I want at last to be a king, one to whom everything bows down in his kingdom. I do not wish for some 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿 in our kingdom, for a forest I cannot enter. Such a forest affronts me, rouses me to wrath, and affords me sleepless nights, for I am a man. We rule over the world. We may, if we wish, tolerate a few elves, dryads or 𝐸𝐴𝐼𝐾s in this world, if they are not too insolent. Submit to my will, O Witch of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, or perish.
Ithne, you admitted yourself that Wentzlav is not a fool or a fanatic. You know, I am certain, that he is a just and peace-loving king. The bloodshed here pains and troubles him.
If he stays away from 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, not a single drop of blood shall be shed.
You well know. Geralt raised his head. You well know it is not thus. People have been killed in Burnt Stump, in 8 Mile, in the Owl Hills. People have been killed in Brugge, and on the left bank of the Ribbon, beyond 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿.
The places you have mentioned,
the Dryad responded calmly,
are 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿. I do not recognize human maps or borders.
But the forest was cleared there 100 summers ago.
What is 100 summers to 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿? Or 100 winters?
Geralt fell silent. The Dryad put down the comb and stroked Ciri's mousy hair. Agree to Wentzlav's proposal, Ithne. The Dryad looked at him coldly.
How shall we profit by that? We, the children of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿.
With the chance of survival. No, Ithne, do not interrupt. I know what you would say. I understand your pride in 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿's sovereignty. Nonetheless, the world is changing. Something is ending. Whether you like it or not, man's dominion over the world is a fact. Only those who assimilate with humans will survive. The rest will perish. Ithne, there are forests where dryads, 𝐸𝐴𝐿𝐾s and elves live peacefully, having come to agreement with humans. We are so close to each other after all. Men can be the fathers of your children. What will you gain through this war you are waging? The potential fathers of your children are perishing from your arrows. And what is the result? How many of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿's dryads are pure blood? How many of them are abducted human girls you have modified? You even have to make use of Frexinet because you have no choice. I seem to see few tiny dryads, Ithne. I see only her. A little human girl, terrified, dulled by narcotics, paralyzed by fear.
I'm not afraid at all,
Ciri suddenly cried, assuming her little devil face for a moment.
And I'm not paralysed, so you'd better watch your step. Nothing can happen to me here. Be sure, I'm not afraid. My grandmama says that dryads aren't evil, and my grandmama is the wisest woman in the world. My grandmama says there should be more forests like this one.
She fell silent and lowered her head. 𝐼𝐸𝐻 laughed.
A child of the elder blood, she said. Yes, Geralt, there are still being born children of the elder blood, of whom the prophecies speak, and you tell me that something is ending. You worry whether we shall survive.
The scamp was supposed to marry Kistrin of Ardennes, Geralt interrupted. It's a pity it will not be. Kistrin will one day succeed 𝐿𝐵𝐵, and were he influenced by a wife with such views, perhaps he would cease raids on Brokilon.
I don't want that, Kistrin,
the little girl screamed shrilly, and something flashed in her green eyes.
Kistrin can go and find some gorgeous, stupid material. I'm not material. I won't be a princess. Soft, child of the elder blood,
the dryad said, hugging Ciri.
Don't shout. Of course you will not be a princess.
Of course, the Witcher interjected caustically. You, 𝐼𝐸𝐻, and I well know what she will be. I see it has already been decided. So it goes. What answer should I take to King 𝐿𝐵𝐵, old lady of Brokilon?
None.
What do you mean, none?
None. He will understand. Long ago, long ago, before 𝐿𝐵𝐵 was in the world, heralds rode up to Brokilon's borders. Horns and trumpets blared, armor glinted, and pennants and standards fluttered. Humble yourself, Brokilon, they cried. King Goattooth, king of Bald Hillock and Marshy Meadow, orders you to humble yourself, Brokilon. And Brokilon's answer was always the same. As you are leaving my forest, Gwyn Blythe, turn around and listen. In the rustle of the leaves you will hear Brokilon's answer. Pass it on to 𝐿𝐵𝐵 and add that he will never hear another while the oaks still stand in 𝐷𝐢𝐴𝐿. Not whilst a single tree still grows or a single dryad still lives here.
Geralt was silent.
You say something is ending,
𝐼𝐸𝐻 slowly went on.
Not true. There are things that never end. You talk of survival. I am fighting to survive. Brokilon endures thanks to my fight, for trees live longer than men, as long as they are protected from your axes. You talk to me of kings and princes. Who are they? Those whom I know are white skeletons lying in the necropolises of Craig Ann, deep in the forest, in marble tombs on piles of yellow metal and shining gems. But Brokilon endures. The trees sough above the ruins of palaces. Their roots break up the marble. Does your 𝐿𝐵𝐵 recall those kings? Do you, Gwyn Blythe? And if not, how can you claim that something is ending? How do you know whose destiny is destruction and whose eternity? What entitles you to speak of destiny? Do you actually know what it is?
No, the Witcher agreed. I do not.
But if you know not, she interrupted, there is no place for any but. You know not. You simply know not.
She was silent, touched her forehead with her hand, and turned her face away.
When you came here the first time, years ago, she said. You did not know either. And Moraine, my daughter, Geralt, Moraine is dead. She fell by the ribbon defending Brokilon. I did not recognize her when they brought her to me. Her face had been crushed by the hooves of your horses. Destiny? And today you, Witcher, who could not give Moraine a child, bring her, the child of the elder blood, to me. A little girl who knows what destiny is. No, it is not knowledge which would suit you, knowledge which you could accept. She simply believes. Say it again, Ciri. Repeat what you told me before the Witcher, Geralt of Rivia, White Wolf, entered. That Witcher who does not know. Say it again, child of the elder blood. Your venerable lady, Ciri said, in a voice that cracked. Do not keep me here. I cannot. I want to go home. I want to return home with Geralt. I must go with him. Why with him? For he is my fate. Eithne turned away. She was very pale. What do you say to that, Geralt? He did not reply. Eithne clapped her hands. Brienne entered the oak tree, emerging like a ghost from the night outside, holding a large silver goblet in both hands. The medallion around the witch's neck began vibrating rapidly and rhythmically. What do you say to that? Repeated the silver-haired dryad, standing up. She does not want to remain in Brokilon. She does not wish to be a dryad. She does not want to replace Moraine. She wants to leave, walk away from her fate. Is that right, child of the elder blood? Is that what you actually want? Ciri nodded her bowed head. Her shoulders were trembling. The Witcher had had enough. Why are you bullying the child, Eithne? We both know you will soon give her the water of Brokilon, and what she wants will cease to mean anything. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing it in my presence? I want to show you what destiny is. I want to prove to you that nothing is ending, that everything is only beginning. No, Eithne, he said, standing up. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling this display for you, but I have no intention of watching it. You have gone too far, Lady of Brokilon, desirous to stretch the chasm dividing us. You, the elder folk, like to say that hatred is alien to you, that it is a feeling known only to humans, but it is not true. You know what hatred is and are capable of hating. You merely evince it a little differently, more wisely and less savagely, but because of that, it may be more cruel. I accept your hatred, Eithne, on behalf of all humankind. I deserve it. I am sorry about Moraine. The Dryad did not respond. And that is precisely Brokilon's answer, which I am to communicate to 𝐿𝐴𝐴 of Brugge, isn't it? A warning and a challenge. Clear proof of the hatred and power slumbering among these trees. By whose will? A human child will soon drink poison which will destroy its memory, taking it from the arms of another human child whose psyche and memory have already been annihilated. And that answer is to be carried to 𝐿𝐴𝐴 by a Witcher who knows and feels affection for both children. The Witcher who is guilty of your daughter's death. Very well, Eithne. Let it be in accordance with your will. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 will hear your answer, will hear my voice, will see my eyes and read everything in them.
but I do not have to look on what is to occur here, and I do not want to. 𝐼𝐴𝐼 still said nothing. Farewell, Ciri. Geralt knelt down and hugged the little girl. Ciri's shoulders were trembling powerfully. Don't cry. Nothing evil can happen to you here. Ciri sniffed. The Witcher stood up. Farewell, Brienne, he said to the younger dryad. Good health and take care. Survive, Brienne. Live as long as your tree, like 𝐉𝐴𝐼𝐿. And one more thing.
Yes, Gwynblythe?
Brienne lifted her head, and something wet glistened in her eyes. It is easy to kill with a bow, girl. How easy it is to release the bowstring and think, it is not I, it is the arrow. The blood of that boy is not on my hands. The arrow killed him, not I. But the arrow does not dream anything in the night. May you dream nothing in the night either, blue-eyed dryad. Farewell, Brienne.
Mona,
Brienne said indistinctly. The goblet she was holding shuddered, and the transparent liquid filling it rippled. What?
Mona,
she wailed.
I am Mona. Lady 𝐼𝐴𝐼, Enough of this, 𝐼𝐴𝐼 said sharply. Enough. Control yourself, Brienne.
Geralt laughed dryly. There you have your destiny, Lady of the Forest. I respect your doggedness and your fight, but I know that soon you will be fighting alone. The last dryad of 𝐉𝐴𝐼𝐿, sending dryads who nonetheless still remember their real names to their deaths. In spite of everything, I wish you fortune, 𝐼𝐴𝐼. Farewell.
Geralt,
Ciri whispered, still sitting motionless, with her head lowered.
Don't leave me, all by myself.
White Wolf, 𝐼𝐴𝐼 said, embracing the little girl's hunched back.
Did you have to wait until she asked you? Not to abandon her? To remain with her until the end? Why do you wish to abandon her at this moment? To leave her all alone? Where do you wish to flee to, Gwynblythe? And from what?
Ciri's head slumped further down, but she did not cry. Until the end, the Witcher said, nodding. Very well, Ciri. You will not be alone. I will be with you. Do not fear anything. 𝐼𝐴𝐼 took the goblet from Brienne's trembling hands and raised it up.
Can you read old runes, White Wolf?
Yes, I can.
Read what is engraved on the goblet. It is from 𝐷𝐴𝐴𝐼. It was drunk from by kings whom no one now remembers.
𝐿𝙚𝙨 𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐿 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐼.
Do you know what that means?
The sword of destiny has two blades. You are one of them.
Stand up, child of the elder blood.
The dryad's voice clanged like steel in an order which could not be defied, a will which had to be yielded to.
Drink. It is the water of 𝐉𝐴𝐼𝐿.
Geralt bit his lips and stared at 𝐼𝐴𝐼's silver eyes. He did not look at Ciri, who was slowly bringing her lips to the edge of the goblet. He had seen it before, once, long ago. The convulsions, the tremors, the incredible, horrifying, slowly dwindling cry, and the emptiness, torpor, and apathy in the slowly opening eyes. He had seen it before. Ciri drank. A tear rolled slowly down Brienne's unmoving face.
That will do.
𝐼𝐴𝐼 took the goblet away, placed it on the ground, and stroked the little girl's hair, which fell onto her shoulders in mousy waves.
Oh, child of the elder blood, she said, choose. Do you wish to remain in 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, or do you follow your destiny?"
The Witcher shook his head in disbelief. Ciri was flushed and breathing a little more quickly. And nothing else. Nothing.
"I wish to follow my destiny,"
she said brightly, looking the Dryad in the eyes.
"Then let it be,"
𝐼𝐸thnigh said, coldly and tersely. Brienne sighed aloud.
"I wish to be alone,"
𝐼𝐸thnigh said, turning her back on them.
"Please leave."
Brienne took hold of Ciri and touched Geralt's arm, but the Witcher pushed her arm away. "Thank you, 𝐼𝐸thnigh," he said. The Dryad slowly turned to face him.
"What are you thanking me for?"
"For destiny," he smiled. "For your decision. For that was not the water of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, was it? It was Ciri's destiny to return home, but you, 𝐼𝐸thnigh, played the role of destiny. And for that I thank you."
"How little you know of destiny,"
the Dryad said bitterly.
"How little you know, Witcher. How little you see. How little you understand. You thank me. You thank me for the role I have played, for a vulgar spectacle, for a trick, a deception, a hoax, for the sword of destiny being made, as you judge, of wood dipped in gold paint. Then go further. Do not thank, but expose me. Have it your own way. Prove that the arguments are in your favor. Fling your truth in my face. Show me the triumph of sober human truth, thanks to which, in your opinion, you gain mastery of the world. This is the water of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿. A little still remains. Dare you, O conqueror of the world?"
Geralt, although annoyed by her words, hesitated, but only for a moment. The water of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿, even if it were authentic, would have no effect on him. He was completely immune to the toxic hallucinogenic tannins. But there was no way it could have been the water of 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐿. Ciri had drunk it, and nothing had happened. He reached for the goblet with both hands and looked into the Dryad's silver eyes. The ground rushed from under his feet all at once and hurled him on his back. The powerful oak tree whirled around and shook. He fumbled all around himself with his numb arms and opened his eyes with difficulty. It was as though he were throwing off a marble tombstone. He saw above him Brienne's tiny face, and beyond her 𝐼𝐸thnig's eyes shining like quicksilver. And other eyes, as green as emeralds. No, brighter, like spring grass. The medallion around his neck was quivering, vibrating.
"Gwyn Blythe," he heard. "Watch carefully. No, closing your eyes will not help you at all. Look, look at your destiny. Do you remember?"
A sudden explosion of light rending a curtain of smoke. Huge candelabras, heavy with candles, dripping garlands of wax. Stone walls, a steep staircase. Descending the staircase, a green-eyed, mousy-haired girl in a small circlet with an intricately carved gemstone, in a silver-blue gown, with a train held up by a page in a short scarlet jacket.
"Do you remember?"
His own voice, speaking. "I shall return in 6 years." A bower, warmth, the scent of flowers, the intense, monotonous hum of bees. He alone on his knees, giving a rose to a woman with mousy locks spilling from beneath a narrow gold band. Rings set with emeralds, large green cabochons on the fingers, taking the rose from his hand.
"Return here," the woman said. "Return here should you change your mind. Your destiny will be waiting."
I shall never return here, he thought. I never went back there. I never returned to. Whither? Mousy hair, green eyes. His voice again in the darkness, in a gloom in which everything was engulfed. There are only fires, fires all the way to the horizon. A cloud of sparks in the purple smoke. Beltane, Mayday Eve. Dark, violet eyes, shining in a pale triangular face, veiled by a black, rippling shock of curls, look out from the clouds of smoke. Yennefer. Too little. The apparition's thin lips suddenly twist. A tear rolls down the pale cheek, quickly, quicker and quicker, like a drop of wax down a candle. Too little. Something more is needed. Yennefer. Nothingness for nothingness, the apparition says in Eithne's voice. The nothingness and void in you, conqueror of the world, who is unable even to win the woman he loves, who walks away and flees when his destiny is within reach. The sword of destiny has 2 blades. You are one of them. But what is the other, White Wolf? There is no destiny. His own voice. There is none. None. It does not exist. The only thing that everyone is destined for is death. That is the truth, says the woman with the mousy hair and the mysterious smile. That is the truth, Geralt. The woman is wearing a silvery suit of armour, bloody, dented and punctured by the points of pikes or halberds. Blood drips in a thin stream from the corner of her mysteriously and hideously smiling mouth. You sneer at destiny, she says, still smiling. You sneer at it, trifle with it. The sword of destiny has 2 blades. You are one of them. It's the second, death. But it is we who die. Die because of you. Death cannot catch up with you, so it must settle for us. Death dogs your footsteps, White Wolf. But others die because of you. Do you remember me? Calanthe. You can save him. The voice of Eithne from behind the curtain of smoke. You can save him, child of the elder blood, before he plunges into the nothingness which he has come to love, into the black forest which has no end. Eyes as green as spring grass. A touch. Voices crying in chorus, incomprehensibly. Faces. He could no longer see anything. He was plummeting into the chasm, into the void, into darkness. The last thing he heard was Eithne's voice. Let it be so. Chapter 7. Geralt, wake up. Please, wake up. He opened his eyes and saw the sun, a golden ducat with distinct edges, high up above the treetops, beyond the turbid veil of the morning mist. He was lying on damp, spongy moss, and a hard root was digging into his back. Ciri was kneeling beside him, tugging at his jacket. Curses! He cleared his throat and looked around. Where am I? How did I end up here? I don't know, she answered. I woke up a moment ago, here beside you, awfully frozen. I can't remember how. Do you know what? It's magic. You're probably right, he said, sitting up and pulling pine needles from his collar. You're probably right, Ciri. Bloody water and Brokilon. Looks like the Dryads are enjoying themselves at our expense. He stood up, picked up his sword, which was lying alongside him, and slung the strap across his back. Ciri? Uh-huh. You were also enjoying yourself at my expense. Me? You're the daughter of Pavetta and the granddaughter of Calanthe of Cintra. You knew who I was from the very beginning, didn't you? No, she blushed. Not from the beginning. You lifted the curse from my daddy, didn't you? That's not true, he said, shaking his head. Your mamma did, and your grandmamma. I only helped.
My nanny said, she said that I'm destined, because I'm a surprise, a child of surprise. Geralt?
Ciri. He looked at her, shaking his head and smiling. Believe me, you're the greatest surprise I could have come across.
Ha!
The little girl's face brightened up.
It's true. I'm destined. My nanny said a witcher would come who would have white hair and would take me away, but Grandmama yelled. Oh, never mind. Tell me where you're taking me.
Back home, to Sintra.
Ah, but I thought you...
You'll have time to think on the way. Let's go, Ciri. We must leave 𝐿𝐴. It isn't a safe place.
I'm not afraid.
But I am.
Grandmama said that witches aren't afraid of anything.
Grandmama overstated the facts. Let's go, Ciri. If I only knew where we... He looked up at the sun. Right, let's risk it. We'll go this way.
No.
Ciri wrinkled her nose and pointed in the opposite direction.
That way. Over there.
And how do you know, may I ask?
I just know.
She shrugged and gave him a helpless, surprised emerald look.
Somehow, somewhere over there, I don't know.
Pavetta's daughter, he thought. A child of the elder blood. She might have inherited something from her mother. Ciri. He tugged open his shirt and drew out his medallion. Touch this.
Oh,
she said, opening her mouth.
What a dreadful wolf. What fangs he has.
Touch it.
Oh my.
The witcher smiled. He had also felt the sudden vibration of the medallion, the sharp wave running through the silver chain.
It moved. Ciri sighed. It moved.
I know. Let's go, Ciri. You lead.
It's magic, isn't it?
Naturally. It was as he had expected. The little girl could sense the direction. How, he did not know. But sooner than he had expected, they came out onto a track, onto a forked three-way junction. It was the border of 𝐿𝐴, according to humans at least. 𝐼𝐴 did not recognize it, he remembered. Ciri bit her lip, wrinkled her nose, and hesitated, looking at the junction, at the sandy rutted track furrowed by hooves and cartwheels. But Geralt now knew where he was, and did not want to depend on her uncertain abilities. He set off along the road, heading eastwards towards 𝐵𝑟𝑢𝑔𝑒. Ciri, still frowning, was looking back towards the west. That leads to Nastrog Castle, he jibed. Are you missing Kistrin? The little girl grunted and followed him obediently, but looked back several times. What is it, Ciri?
I don't know, she whispered. But we're going the wrong way, Geralt.
Why? We're going to 𝐵𝑟𝑢𝑔𝑒, to King 𝐵𝑒nslav, who lives in a splendid castle. We shall take baths and sleep on a feather bed.
It's a bad road, she said. A bad road.
That's true. I've seen better. Don't be sniffy, Ciri. Let's go, with a will. They went around an overgrown bend, and it turned out Ciri had been right. They were suddenly, quickly surrounded from all sides. Men in conical helmets, chainmail, and dark blue tunics with the gold and black checkered pattern of Verden on their chests. They circled the pair, but none of the men approached or reached for a weapon. Whence and whither? Barked a thick-set individual, in worn-out green apparel, standing before Geralt with bandy legs set wide apart. His face was as swarthy and wrinkled as a prune. A bow and white-fletched arrows protruded behind him, high above his head. We've come from Burnt Stump, the witcher lied effortlessly, squeezing Ciri's little hand knowingly. Am I going home to 𝐵𝑟𝑢𝑔𝑒? What's happening?
Royal service,
the dark-faced individual said courteously, as though he'd only then noticed the sword on Geralt's back.
We...
Bring 'em here, young'uns, yelled someone standing further down the road. The mercenaries parted. Don't look, Ciri, Geralt said quickly. Avert your eyes. Don't look. A fallen tree lay on the road, blocking the way with a tangle of boughs. Long white splinters radiated from the partly hacked and broken trunk standing in the roadside thicket. A loaded wagon covered with a tarpaulin stood before the tree. 2 small, shaggy horses, stuck with arrows and exposing yellow teeth, were lying on the ground, caught up in the shafts and halters. One was still alive and was snorting heavily and kicking. There were also people lying in dark patches of blood, soaked into the sand, hanging over the side of the wagon and hunched over the wheels. 2 men slowly emerged from among the armed men gathered around the wagon, to be joined by a third. The others, there were around 10 of them, stood motionless, holding their horses. "What happened?" the Witcher asked, standing so as to block out Ciri's view of the massacre. A beady-eyed man in a short coat of mail and high boots gave him a searching look and audibly rubbed his bristly chin. He had a worn, shiny leather bracer of the kind archers use on his left forearm. "Ambush," he said curtly. "Eerie wives did for these merchants. We're looking into it." "Eerie wives? Ambushing merchants? You can see for yourself," the beady-eyed man pointed. "Stuck with arrows like urchins. On the highway. They're becoming more and more impudent, those forest hags. You can't just not venture into the forest now. You can't even travel the road by the forest." "And you?" the Witcher asked, squinting. "Who are you?" "Ervil's men, from the Nastrog squads. We were serving under Baron Phyrexinet, but the Baron was lost in Brokilon." Ciri opened her mouth, but Geralt squeezed her hand hard, ordering her to stay quiet. "Blood for blood, I say," roared the beady-eyed man's companion, a giant in a brass-studded caftan. "Blood for blood. You can't let that go. First Phyrexinet and the kidnapped princess from Sintra, and now merchants. By the gods, vengeance, vengeance, I say. For if not, you'll see tomorrow or the next day they'll start killing people on their own thresholds." "Brick's right," the beady-eyed one said, "isn't he? And you, fellow, where are you from?" "From Brugge," the Witcher lied. "And a girl, your daughter?" "Aye." Geralt squeezed Ciri's hand again. "From Brugge?" Brick frowned. "So, I'll tell you, fellow, that your King 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 is emboldening the monstrosities right now. He doesn't want to join forces with Ervil, nor with Varaxis of Kerak, but if we marched and broke along from 3 sides, we'd finally destroy that scum." "How did the slaughter happen?" Geralt asked slowly. "Does anybody know? Did any of the merchants survive?" "There aren't any witnesses," the beady-eyed one said, "but we know what happened. Jungans, a forester, can read spores like a book. Tell him, Jungans." "Well," said the one with the wrinkled face, "it were like this. The merchants were travelling along the highway, and their way were blocked. You see, sir, that fallen pine lying across the road, freshly felled. There are tracks in the thicket. Want to see? Well, when the merchants stopped to clear away the tree, they were shot, just like that. Over there, from the bushes by that crooked birch. There are tracks there too, and the arrows mark you. All dryad work, fletchings stuck on with resin, shafts bound with bast." "I see," the Witcher interrupted, looking at the bodies. "Some of them, I think, survived the arrows and had their throats cut with knives." One more man emerged from behind the group of mercenaries standing in front of him. He was skinny and short in an elk-hide caftan. He had black, short hair, and his cheeks were blue from closely shaved black beard growth. One glance at the small, narrow hands in short, black, fingerless gloves, at the pale, fish-like eyes, at his sword, and at the hafts of the daggers stuck into his belt and down his left boot, was all the Witcher needed. Geralt had seen too many murderers not to recognize one more instantly. "You've a keen eye," said the black-haired man, extremely slowly. "Indeed, you see much." "And well he does," said the beady-eyed man. "Let him tell his king what he saw. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 still swears eerie wives shouldn't be killed because they are agreeable and good. I'll bet he visits them on May Day and ruts them. Perhaps they're good for that. We'll find out for ourselves if we take one alive." "Or even half dead," Brick cackled. "Aye, where's that blood-eyed druid? Almost noon, but no sign of him. We must off." "What do you mean to do?" Geralt asked, without releasing Ciri's hands. "What business is it of yours?" the black-haired man hissed. "Oh, why so sharp right away, 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵?" the beady-eyed one asked, smiling foully. "We're honest men. We have no secrets. Ervil is sending us a druid, a great magician who can talk with trees. Him'll guide us into the forest to avenge Phyrexinet and try and rescue the princess. We aren't out for a picnic, fellow, but on a punitive expedition." the black-haired man 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 prompted. "Aye, took the words out of my mouth. So then, go on your way, fellow, for it may get hot here anon."
"Aye," 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 drawled, looking at Ciri. "'Twill be dangerous here, particularly with a young un. Here he was, just desperate for girls like that. Hey, little maid, is your mamma at home waiting?"
Ciri, trembling, nodded.
"'Twould be disastrous,"
the black-haired one continued, not taking his eye off her.
"Were you not to make it home, she would surely race to King 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 and say, 'You were lax with the Dryads, King, and now you have my daughter and husband on your conscience.' Who knows? Perhaps 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 would weigh up an alliance with Ervil once more."
"Leave them, Mr. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵," 𝐿 snarled, and his wrinkled face wrinkled up even more. "Let them go."
"Farewell, little maid,"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 said, and held out his hand to stroke Ciri on the head. Ciri shuddered and withdrew.
"What is it? Are you afraid?" "You have blood on your hand," the Witcher said softly.
"Ah," 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 said, raising his hand.
"Indeed, it's their blood, the merchants. I checked to see if any of them had survived, but alas, the Eyrie wives shoot accurately."
"Eyrie wives?"
said Ciri in a trembling voice, not reacting to the Witcher's squeeze of her hand.
"Oh, noble knights, you're mistaken. It could not be Dryads."
"What are you squeaking about, little maid?"
The pale eyes of the black-haired man narrowed. Geralt glanced to the right and left, estimating the distances.
"It wasn't Dryads, Sir Knight," Ciri repeated. "It's obvious."
"Aye?"
"I mean, that tree. That tree was chopped down with an axe, but no Dryad would ever chop a tree down, would they?"
"Indeed,"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 said, and glanced at the beady-eyed man.
"Oh, what a clever little girl you are. Too clever."
The Witcher had already seen his thin, gloved hands creeping like a black spider towards the haft of his dagger. Although 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 had not taken his eyes off Ciri, Geralt knew the blow would be aimed at him. He waited for the moment when 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 touched his weapon, while the beady-eyed man held his breath. 3 movements, just 3. His silver-studded forearm slammed into the side of the black-haired man's head. Before he fell, the Witcher was standing between 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 and the beady-eyed man, and his sword, hissing out of the scabbard, whined in the air, slashing open the temple of Brick, the giant in the brass-studded caftan.
"Run, Ciri!"
The beady-eyed man, who was drawing his sword, leapt, but was not fast enough. The Witcher slashed him across his chest, diagonally downwards, and immediately, taking advantage of the blow's momentum, upwards from a kneeling position, cutting the mercenary open in a bloody X.
"Men!"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 yelled at the rest, who were frozen in astonishment.
"Over here!"
Ciri leapt into a crooked beech tree and scampered like a squirrel up the branches, disappearing among the foliage. The forester sent an arrow after her, but missed. The remaining men ran over, breaking up into a semicircle, pulling out bows and arrows from quivers. Geralt, still kneeling, put his fingers together and struck with the yard sign, not at the bowmen, for they were too far away, but at the sandy road in front of them, spraying them in a cloud of sand. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, leaping aside, nimbly drew another arrow from his quiver.
"No!"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 yelled, springing up from the ground with his sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left.
"Leave him, 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵."
The Witcher spun around smoothly, turning to face him.
"He's mine,"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 said, shaking his head and wiping his cheek and mouth with his forearm.
"Leave him to me."
Geralt, crouching, started to circle, but 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 did not, instead attacking at once, leaping forward in 2 strides.
"He's good,"
the Witcher thought, working hard to connect with the killer's blade with a short moulinet, avoiding the dagger's jab with a half-turn. He intentionally did not reply, but leapt back, counting on 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 trying to reach him with a long, extended thrust and losing his balance. But the killer was no novice. He dropped into a crouch and also moved around in a semicircle with soft, feline steps. He unexpectedly bounded forward, swung his sword and whirled, shortening the distance. The Witcher did not meet him halfway, but restricted himself to a swift, high feint, which forced the killer to dodge. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 stooped over, offered a carte, hiding the hand with the dagger behind his back. The Witcher did not attack this time either, did not move in, but described a semicircle again, skirting around him.
"Aha!"
𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 drawled, straightening up.
"Shall we prolong the game,
Why not? You can never have too much amusement. He leapt, spun, struck once, twice, thrice in a rapid rhythm. A cut from above with his sword, and immediately from the left with a flat, scything blow of his dagger. The Witcher did not disturb the rhythm, parried, leapt back, and once again circled, forcing the killer to move around. 𝐿𝐵𝐸 suddenly drew back, circling in the opposite direction. Every game, he hissed through clenched teeth, must have its end. What would you say to a single blow, trickster? A single blow, and then we'll shoot your little brat down from the tree. How about that? Geralt saw that 𝐿𝐵𝐸 was watching his shadow, waiting for it to reach his opponent, indicating that he had the sun in his eyes. Geralt stopped circling to make the killer's job easier, and narrowed his pupils into vertical slits, 2 narrow lines. In order to maintain the illusion, he screwed his eyes up a little, pretending to be blinded. 𝐿𝐵𝐸 leapt, spun, keeping his balance by extending his dagger hand out sideways, and struck with a simply impossible bend of his wrist, upwards, aiming at the Witcher's crotch. Geralt shot forward, spun, deflected the blow, bending his arm and wrist equally impossibly, throwing the killer backwards with the momentum of the parry, and slashing him across his left cheek with the tip of his blade. 𝐿𝐵𝐸 staggered, grabbing his face. The Witcher twisted into a half-turn, shifted his body weight onto his left leg, and cleaved open his opponent's carotid artery with a short blow. 𝐿𝐵𝐸 curled up, bleeding profusely, dropped to his knees, bent over, and fell head-first onto the sand. Geralt slowly turned towards 𝐿𝐵𝐸. 𝐿𝐵𝐸, contorting his wrinkled face in a furious grimace, took aim with his bow. The Witcher crouched, gripping his sword in both hands. The remaining mercenaries also raised their bows in dead silence. "What are you waiting for?" the forester roared. "Shoot! Shoot him!" He stumbled, staggered, tottered forwards, and fell on his face with an arrow sticking out of his back. The arrow's shaft had striped fletchings made from a pheasant's flight feathers dyed yellow in a concoction of tree bark. The arrows flew with a whistle and hiss in long, flat parabolas from the black wall of the forest. They flew apparently slowly and calmly, their fletchings sighing, and it seemed as though they picked up speed and force as they struck their targets. And they struck unerringly, scything down the Nastrog mercenaries, knocking them over into the sand, inert and mown down, like sunflowers hit with a stick. The ones who survived rushed towards the horses, jostling one another. The arrows continued to whistle, catching up with them as they ran, hitting them as they sat in the saddle. Only 3 managed to rouse their horses to a gallop and ride off, yelling, their spurs bloodying their mounts' flanks. But not even they got far. The forest closed up, blocking the way. Suddenly, the sandy highway, bathed in sunlight, disappeared. It was now a dense, impenetrable wall of black tree trunks. The mercenaries, terrified and stupefied, spurred their horses, but the arrows flew unceasingly, and hit them, knocking them from their saddles among the hoof falls and neighing of the horses and screams. And afterwards, a silence fell. The wall of trees blocking the highway shimmered, became blurred, shone brightly, and vanished. The road could be seen again, and on it stood a grey horse, and on the grey horse sat a rider, mighty, with a flaxen, fan-shaped beard, in a jerkin of sealskin with a tartan woolen sash. The grey horse, turning its head away and champing at the bit, moved forward, lifting its forehoofs high, snorting and becoming agitated by the corpses and the smell of blood. The rider, upright in the saddle, raised a hand, and a sudden gust of wind struck the tree's branches. From the undergrowth on the distant edge of the forest emerged small shapes in tight-fitting garments, patched green and brown, with faces streaked with walnut-shell dye. The rider called. "File, and a vorved." "File," replied a voice from the forest, like a gust of wind. The green and brown shapes began to disappear, one after the other, melting into the thicket of the forest. Only one remained, with flowing hair the colour of honey. She took several steps and approached. "File, Gwyn Blythe," she called, coming even closer. "Farewell, Mona," the Witcher said. "I will not forget you." "Forget me," she responded firmly, adjusting her quiver on her back. "There is no Mona. Mona was a dream. I am Brienne of 𝐉𝐸. She waved at him once more and disappeared. The Witcher turned around. "Mousesack," he said, looking at the rider on the grey horse. "Geralt?" The rider nodded, eyeing him up and down coldly. "An interesting encounter. But let us begin with the most important things. Where is Ciri?"
"Here!" the girl yelled from the foliage. "Can I come down yet?"
"Yes, you may," the Witcher said.
"But I don't know how."
"The same way as you climbed up, just the other way around."
"I'm afraid. I'm right at the very top."
"Get down," I said. "We need to have a serious conversation, young lady."
"What about?"
"About why the bloody hell you climbed up there instead of running into the forest. I would have followed you instead of... Oh, blow it. Get down."
"I did what the cat in the story did. Whatever I do, it's always wrong. Why, I'd like to know."
"I would too," the druid said, dismounting. "I would also like to know. And your grandmamma, Queen Calanthe, would like to know too. Come on, climb down, princess."
Leaves and dry branches fell from the tree. Then there was a sharp crack of tearing material, and finally Ciri appeared, sliding astride the trunk. She had picturesque shreds instead of a hood on her jacket. "Uncle Mousesack!"
"In person."
The druid embraced and cuddled the little girl. "Did Grandmamma send you, Uncle? Is she very worried?"
"Not very," Mousesack smiled. "She is too busy soaking her switch. The way to Cintra, Ciri, will take us some time. Devote it to thinking up an explanation of your deeds. It ought to be, if you want to benefit from my counsel, a very short and matter-of-fact explanation, one which can be given very, very quickly. For in any case, I judge you will be screaming at the end of it, princess. Very, very loudly."
Ciri grimaced painfully, wrinkled up her nose, snorted softly, and her hands involuntarily went towards the endangered place.
"Let's go," Geralt said, looking around. "Let's go, Mousesack."
Chapter 8.
"No," the druid said. "Calanthe has changed her plans. She does not want the marriage of Ciri and Kistrian to go ahead now. She has her reasons. Additionally, I presume I don't have to explain that following that dreadful scandal with the sham ambush on the merchants, King 𝐿𝐵𝐵 has gone down a long way in my estimation, and my estimation matters in the kingdom. No, we won't even stop off at Nastrog. I'll take the last straight to Cintra. Ride with us, Geralt."
"What for?" The Witcher glanced at Ciri, who was now slumbering beneath a tree, wrapped in Mousesack's jerkin.
"You well know what for. That child, Geralt, is linked to you by destiny. For the third time, yes, the third, your paths have crossed. Metaphorically, of course, particularly as regards the previous 2 occasions. You surely can't call it coincidence."
"What does it matter what I call it?" The Witcher smiled wryly. "The essence is not in the name, Mousesack. Why ought I to ride to Cintra? I have already been to Cintra. I have already, as you described it, crossed paths. What of it?"
"Geralt, you demanded a vow from Calanthe, then from Pavetta and her husband. The vow has been kept. Ciri is the child of destiny. Destiny demands that I take the child and turn her into a witcher, a little girl. Take a good look at me, Mousesack. Can you imagine me as a comely lass?" "To hell with witchering," the druid said, annoyed. "What are you talking about? What has the one to do with the other? No, Geralt, I see that you understand nothing. I shall have to use simple words. Listen, any fool, including you, may demand a vow, may exact a promise, and will not become remarkable because of it. It is the child who is extraordinary, and the bond which comes into being when the child is born is extraordinary. Need I be more clear? Very well, Geralt. From the moment Ciri was born, what you wanted and what you plan to do cease to matter. And what you don't want and what you mean to give up doesn't make any difference either. You don't bloody matter. Don't you understand? Don't shout. You'll wake her up. Our destiny is asleep, and when she wakes, Mousesack, one must occasionally give up, even the most extraordinary things. But you know," the druid looked at him coldly, "you will never have a child of your own. Yes, And you're still giving her up? Yes, I am. I'm surely permitted to, aren't I? You are, 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐬𝐵 said. Indeed, but it is risky. There is an old prophecy saying that the Sword of Destiny has 2 blades. Geralt completed the sentence. I've heard it. Oh, do as you think fit. The druid turned his head away and spat. Just think, I was prepared to stick my neck out for you. You. Me. Unlike you, I believe in destiny, and I knew that it is hazardous to trifle with a 2-edged sword. Don't trifle with it, Geralt. Take advantage of the chance which is presenting itself. Turn what connects you to Ciri into the normal, healthy bond of a child with its guardian. For if you do not, then that bond may manifest itself differently, more terribly, in a negative and destructive way. I want to protect you both from that. If you wanted to take her, I would not protest. I would take upon myself the risk of explaining why to 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐵. How do you know Ciri would want to go with me? Because of some old prophecies? No, 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐬𝐵 said gravely. Because she only fell asleep after you cuddled her. Because she mutters your name and searches for your hand in her sleep. Enough. Geralt got up, because I'm liable to get emotional. Farewell, bearded one. My compliments to 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐵, and think something up, for Ciri's sake. You will not escape, Geralt. From destiny. The Witcher tightened the girth of the captured horse. No, the druid said, looking at the sleeping child. From her. The Witcher nodded and jumped into the saddle. 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐬𝐵 sat motionless, poking a stick into the dying campfire. He rode slowly away, through heather as high as his stirrups, across the hillside leading into the valley, towards the Black Forest. Geralt! He turned around. Ciri was standing on the brow of the hill, a tiny grey figure with wind-blown mousy hair. Don't go! She waved. Don't go! She yelled shrilly. Don't go! I have to, he thought. I have to, Ciri, because I always do. You won't get away, she cried. Don't go thinking that. You can't run away. I'm your destiny. Do you hear? There is no destiny, he thought. It does not exist. The only thing that everyone is destined for is death. Death is the other blade of the 2-edged sword. I am the first blade, and the second is death, which dogs my footsteps. I cannot, I may not expose you to that, Ciri. I am your destiny! The words reached his ears from the hilltop, more softly, more despairingly. He nudged the horse with his heel and rode straight ahead, heading deep into the black, cold and boggy forest, as though into an abyss, into the pleasant, familiar shade, into the gloom which seemed to have no end. Something more. Chapter 1. When hooves suddenly rapped on the timbers of the bridge, 𝐤𝐵𝐵 did not even raise his head. He just howled softly, released the wheel rim he was grappling with, and crawled under the cart as quickly as he could. Flattened, scraping his back against the rough manure and mud caked onto the underside of the vehicle, he whined and trembled with fear. The horse moved slowly towards the cart. 𝐤𝐵𝐵 saw it place its hooves cautiously on the rotted, moss-covered timbers. Get out, the unseen horseman said. 𝐤𝐵𝐵's teeth chattered, and he pulled his head into his shoulders. The horse snorted and stamped. Easy, Roach, the horseman said. 𝐤𝐵𝐵 heard him pat his mount on the neck. Get out from under there, fellow. I won't do you any harm. The merchant did not believe the stranger's declaration in the slightest. There was something calming and at the same time intriguing in his voice, however, though it was by no means a voice which could be described as pleasant. 𝐤𝐵𝐵, mumbling prayers to a dozen deities all at once, timidly stuck his head out from under the cart. The horseman had hair as white as milk, tied back from his forehead with a leather band, and a black woolen cloak falling over the rump of the chestnut mare. He did not look at 𝐤𝐵𝐵. Leaning from his saddle, he was examining the cartwheel, sunk up to the hub between the bridge's broken beams. He suddenly raised his head, flicked a gaze over the merchant, and observed the undergrowth above the banks of the ravine. 𝐤𝐴 scrambled out, blinked, and rubbed his nose with a hand, smearing wood tar from the wheel hub over his face. The horseman fixed dark, narrowed, piercing eyes as sharp as a spear tip on him. 𝐤𝐴 was silent.
"The two of us won't be able to pull it out," said the stranger finally,
pointing at the stuck wheel.
"Were you travelling alone?"
"There were three of us,"
𝐤𝐴 stammered.
"Servants, sir, but they fled, the scoundrels."
"I'm not surprised," said the horseman,
looking under the bridge towards the bottom of the ravine.
"I'm not surprised at all. I think you ought to do the same. Time is short."
𝐤𝐴 did not follow the stranger's gaze. He did not want to look at the mass of skulls, ribs, and shin bones scattered among the rocks, peeping out from the burdock and nettles covering the bottom of the dried-up stream. He was afraid that with just one more glance, one more glimpse of the black eye sockets, grinning teeth, and cracked bones, something would snap in him. The remains of his desperate courage would escape like air from a fish's bladder, and he would dash back up the highway, stifling a scream, just as the carter and his lad had less than an hour before.
"What are you waiting for?"
the horseman asked softly, reining his horse around.
"For nightfall? It'll be too late then. They'll come for you as soon as it begins to get dark. Or maybe even sooner. Let's go. Jump up behind me. Let's both get out of here as quick as we can."
"But the cart, sir!"
𝐤𝐴 howled at the top of his voice, not knowing if from fear, despair, or rage.
"And my goods? That's a whole year's work. I'd rather drop dead. I'm not leaving it."
"I think you still don't know where the bloody hell you are, friend," the stranger said calmly,
extending a hand towards the ghastly graveyard beneath the bridge.
"Won't leave your cart, you say? I tell you, when darkness falls, not even King Desmod's treasury will save you, never mind your lousy cart. What the hell came over you to take a shortcut through this wilderness? Don't you know what has infested this place since the war?"
𝐤𝐴 shook his head.
"You don't know," nodded the stranger, "but you've seen what's down there. It'd be difficult not to notice. That's all the other men who took a shortcut through here. And you say you won't leave your cart? And what, I wonder, do you have in your cart?"
𝐤𝐴 did not reply, but glowered at the horseman, trying to choose between oakum and old rags. The horseman did not seem particularly interested in the answer. He reassured his chestnut, who was chewing its bit and tossing its head.
"Please, sir,"
the merchant finally muttered.
"Help me, save me, my eternal gratitude. Don't leave. I'll give you whatever you want, whatever you ask. Save me, sir."
The stranger, resting both hands on the pommel of his saddle, suddenly turned his head towards him.
"What did you say?"
𝐤𝐴 opened his mouth but said nothing.
"You'll give me whatever I ask for. Say it again."
𝐤𝐴 smacked his lips, closed his mouth, and wished he was agile enough to kick himself in the arse. His head was spinning with fantastic theories as to the reward that this weird stranger might demand. Most of them, including the privilege of weekly use of his rosy-cheeked young wife, did not seem as awful as the prospect of losing the cart, and certainly not as macabre as the possibility of ending up at the bottom of the canyon as one more bleached skeleton. His merchant's experience forced him into some rapid calculations. The horseman, although he did not resemble a typical ruffian, tramp or marauder, of which there were plenty on the roads after the war, surely wasn't a magnate or governor either, nor one of those proud little knights with a high opinion of themselves who derive pleasure from robbing the shirt off their neighbours' backs. 𝐤𝐴 reckoned him at no more than 20 pieces of gold. However, his commercial instincts stopped him from naming a price, so he limited himself to mumbling something about lifelong gratitude.
"I asked you,"
the stranger calmly reminded him, after waiting for the merchant to be quiet,
"if you'll give me whatever I ask for."
There was no way out. 𝐤𝐴 swallowed, bowed his head, and nodded his agreement. The stranger, in spite of 𝐤𝐴's expectations, did not laugh portentously. Quite the opposite. He did not show any sign of being delighted by his victory in the negotiations. Leaning over in the saddle, he spat into the ravine.
"What am I doing?"
he said grimly. What the fuck am I doing? Well, so be it. I'll try to get you out of this, though I don't know that it won't finish disastrously for us both. But if I succeed, in exchange, you will... 𝐤𝐭 curled up, close to tears. You will give me, the horseman in the black cloak suddenly and quickly recited, whatever you come across at home on your return, but did not expect. Do you swear? 𝐤𝐭 groaned and nodded quickly. Good, the stranger grimaced. And now, stand aside. It would be best if you got back onto the cart. The sun is about to set. He dismounted and took his cloak from his shoulders. 𝐤𝐭 saw that the stranger was carrying a sword on his back, on a belt slung diagonally across his chest. He had a vague sense he had once heard of people with a similar way of carrying a weapon. The black leather hip-length jacket, with long sleeves sparkling with silver studs, might have indicated that the stranger came from Novigrad or the surroundings. But the fashion for such dress had recently become widespread, particularly among youngsters, although this stranger was no youngster. After removing his saddlebags from his mount, the horseman turned around. A round medallion hung on a silver chain around his neck. He was holding a small metal-bound chest and an oblong parcel wrapped in skins and fastened with a strap under one arm. Aren't you under the cart yet? He asked, approaching. 𝐤𝐭 saw that a wolf's head with open jaws and armed with fangs was depicted on the medallion. He suddenly recalled. Would you be a witcher, sir? The stranger shrugged. You guess right. A witcher. Now, move away, to the other side of the cart. Don't come out from there and be silent. I must be alone for a while. 𝐤𝐭 obeyed. He hunkered down by the wheel, wrapped in a mantle. He didn't want to look at what the stranger was doing on the other side of the cart, even less at the bones at the bottom of the ravine. So he looked at his boots and at the green star-shaped shoots of moss growing on the bridge's rotten timbers. A witcher. The sun was setting. He heard footsteps. Slowly, very slowly, the stranger moved out from behind the cart into the centre of the bridge. He had his back to 𝐤𝐭, who saw that the sword on his back was not the sword he had seen earlier. Now it was a splendid weapon. The hilt, crossguard and fittings of the scabbard shone like stars. Even in the gathering darkness they reflected light, although there was almost none, not even the golden-purple glow which a short while earlier had been hanging over the forest. Sir? The stranger turned his head. 𝐤𝐭 barely stifled a scream. The stranger's face was white. White and porous, like cheese drained and unwrapped from a cloth. And his eyes, ye gods! Something howled inside 𝐤𝐭. His eyes. Behind the cart, now, the stranger rasped. It was not the voice 𝐤𝐭 had heard before. The merchant suddenly felt his full bladder troubling him terribly. The stranger turned and walked further along the bridge. A witcher. The horse tied to the cart's rack snorted, neighed, and stamped its hooves dully on the beams. A mosquito buzzed above 𝐤𝐭's ear. The merchant did not even move a hand to shoo it away. A second one joined it. Whole clouds of mosquitoes were buzzing in the thicket on the far side of the ravine. Buzzing and howling. 𝐤𝐭, clenching his teeth until they hurt, realized they were not mosquitoes. From the thickening darkness on the overgrown side of the ravine emerged some small, misshapen forms, less than 4 feet tall, horribly gaunt like skeletons. They stepped onto the bridge with a peculiar, heron-like gait, feet high, making staccato, jerky movements as they lifted their bony knees. Their eyes, beneath flat, dirty foreheads, shone yellow, and pointed little fangs gleamed white in wide, frog-like maws. They came closer, hissing. The stranger, as still as a statue in the centre of the bridge, suddenly raised his right hand, making a bizarre shape with his fingers. The monstrous little beasts retreated, hissing loudly, before once again moving forwards, quickly, quicker and quicker on their long, spindly, taloned forefeet. Claws scraped on the timbers to the left as another monster jumped out from under the bridge, and the remaining ones on the bank rushed forwards in bewildering leaps. The stranger spun around on the spot, and the sword, which had suddenly appeared in his hand, flashed. The head of the creature, scrambling onto the bridge, flew 2 yards up into the air, trailing a ribbon of blood behind it. Then the white-haired man fell on a group of them and whirled, slashing swiftly all around him. The monsters, flailing their arms and wailing, attacked him from all sides, ignoring the luminous blade, cutting them like a razor. 𝐤𝐭 cowered, hugging the cart. Something fell right at his feet, bespattering him with gore. It was a long, bony hand, 4-clawed and scaly, like a chicken's foot. The merchant screamed. He sensed something flitting past him. He cowered, intending to dive under the cart, just as something landed on his neck, and a scaly hand seized him by the temple and cheek. He covered his eyes, howling, and jerking his head, leapt to his feet and staggered into the middle of the bridge, stumbling over the corpses sprawled across the timbers. A battle was raging there, but 𝐤𝐭 could not see anything apart from a furious swarm, a mass within which the silver blade kept flashing. "Help me!" he howled, feeling the sharp fangs penetrating the felt of his hood and digging into the back of his head. "Duck!" He pressed his chin down onto his chest, looking out for the flash of the blade. It whined in the air and grazed his hood. 𝐤𝐭 heard a hideous, wet, crunching sound, and then a hot liquid gushed down his back. He fell to his knees, dragged down by the now inert weight hanging from his neck. He watched as 3 more monsters scuttled out from under the bridge. Leaping like bizarre grasshoppers, they latched onto the stranger's thighs. One of them, slashed with a short blow across its toad-like muzzle, took a few steps upright and fell onto the timbers. Another, struck with the very tip of the sword, collapsed in squirming convulsions. The remaining ones swarmed like ants over the white-haired man, pushing him towards the edge of the bridge. One flew out of the swarm, bent backwards, spurting blood, quivering and howling, and right then the entire seething mass staggered over the edge and plummeted into the ravine. 𝐤𝐭 fell to the ground, covering his head with his hands. From below the bridge, he heard the monster's triumphant squeals, suddenly transforming into howls of pain, those howls silenced by the whistling of the blade. Then from the darkness came the rattle of stones and the crunch of skeletons being trodden on and crushed. And then once again came the whistle of a falling sword and a despairing, blood-curdling shriek which suddenly broke off. And then there was only silence, interrupted by the sudden cry of a terrified bird deep in the forest among the towering trees. And then the bird fell silent too. 𝐤𝐭 swallowed, raised his head, and stood up with difficulty. It was still quiet. Not even the leaves rustled. The entire forest seemed to be dumbstruck with terror. Ragged clouds obscured the sky. "Hey!" He turned around, involuntarily protecting himself with raised arms. The Witcher stood before him, motionless, black, with a shining sword in his lowered hand. 𝐤𝐭 noticed he was standing somehow crookedly, leaning over to one side. "What's the matter, sir?" The Witcher did not reply. He took a step, clumsily and heavily, limping on his left leg. He held out a hand and grasped the cart. 𝐤𝐭 saw blood, black and shining, dripping onto the timbers. "You're wounded, sir." The Witcher did not reply. Looking straight into the merchant's eyes, he fell against the cart's box and slowly collapsed onto the bridge. Chapter 2. "Careful! Easy does it! Under his head! One of you support his head!" Here, under the cart." "Ye gods, he'll bleed to death! Mr. 𝐤𝐭, the blood's seeping through the dressing!" "Quiet! Drive on, Pockfit, make haste! Wrap him in a sheepskin, Vel. Can't you see how he shivers?" "Shall I pour some vodka down his throat?" "Can't you see he's unconscious? You astonish me, Vel. But give me that vodka. I need a drink. You dogs, you scoundrels, you rotten cowards, scarpering like that and leaving me all alone." "Mr. 𝐤𝐭, he said something." "What? What's he saying?" Can't make it out. It seems to be a name." "What name?" "Yennefer." Chapter 3. Where am I? Lie still, sir. Don't move, or everything will tear open again. Those vile creatures bit your thigh down to the bone. You've lost a deal of blood. Don't you know me? It's 𝐤𝐭𝐳. You saved me on the bridge. Do you recall? Do you have a thirst? A hell of one. Drink, sir, drink. You're burning with fever. 𝐤𝐭𝐳, where are we? We're riding in my cart. Don't say anything, sir. Don't move. We had to venture out of the forest towards human settlements. We must find someone with healing powers. What we've wrapped around your leg may be insufficient. The blood won't stop coming. 𝐤𝐭𝐳. Yes, sir? In my chest. A flagon with green sealing wax. Strip off the seal and give it to me. In a bowl. Wash the bowl well. Don't let a soul touch the flagon. If you value your life. Swiftly, 𝐤𝐭𝐳. Damn it, how this cart shakes. The flagon, 𝐤𝐭𝐳. I have it. Drink, sir. Thanks. Now, pay attention. I'll soon fall asleep. I'll thrash around and rave, then lie as though dead. It's nothing. Don't be afeard. Lie still, sir, or the wound will open and you'll lose blood. He fell back onto the skins, turned his head, and felt the merchant drape him in a sheepskin and a blanket stinking of horse sweat. The cart shook, and with each jolt, pangs of fierce pain shot through his thigh and hip. Geralt clenched his teeth. He saw above him billions of stars. So close it seemed he could reach out and touch them, right above his head, just above the treetops. As he walked, he picked his way in order to stay away from the light, away from the glow of bonfires, in order to remain within the compass of rippling shadow. It was not easy. Pyres of fir logs were burning all around, sending into the sky a red glow shot with the flashes of sparks, marking the darkness with brighter pennants of smoke, crackling, exploding in a blaze among the figures dancing all around. Geralt stopped to let through a frenzied procession, boisterous and wild, which was barring his way and lurching towards him. Someone tugged him by the arm, trying to shove into his hand a wooden beer mug dripping with foam. He declined and, gently but firmly, pushed away the man, who was staggering and splashing beer all around from the small cask he was carrying under one arm. Geralt did not want to drink. Not on a night like this. Close by, on a frame of birch poles towering above a huge fire, the fair-haired 𝐉𝐴, dressed in a wreath and coarse breeches, was kissing the red-haired May Queen, groping her breasts through her thin, sweat-soaked blouse. The monarch was more than a little drunk and tottered, trying to keep his balance as he hugged the Queen, pressing a fist clamped onto a mug of beer against her back. The Queen, also far from sober, wearing a wreath which had slipped down over her eyes, hung on the king's neck and leaned close against him in anticipation. The throng was dancing beneath the frame, singing, yelling and shaking poles festooned with garlands of foliage and blossom. "Beltane!" screamed a short young woman right in Geralt's ear, pulling him by the sleeve. She forced him to turn around among the procession encircling them. She cavorted by him, fluttering her skirt and shaking her hair, which was full of flowers. He let her spin him in the dance and whirled around, nimbly avoiding the other couples. "Beltane! Mayday Eve!" Besides them there was a struggle, a squealing, and the nervous laugh of another young woman, feigning a fight and resistance, being carried off by a young man into the darkness, beyond the circle of light. The procession, hooting, snaked between the burning pyres. Someone stumbled and fell, breaking the chain of hands, rending the procession apart into smaller groups. The young woman, looking at Geralt from under the leaves decorating her brow, came closer and pressed herself urgently against him, encircling him with her arms and panting. He grabbed her more roughly than he had intended, and felt the hot dampness of her body, perceptible on his hands through the thin linen, pressing against her back. She raised her head. Her eyes were closed, and her teeth flashed from beneath her raised, twisted upper lip. She smelled of sweat and sweet grass, smoke and lust.
Why not, he thought, crumpling her dress and kneading her back with his hands, enjoying the damp, steaming warmth on his fingers. The woman was not his type. She was too small and too plump. Under his hand, he felt the line where the too tight bodice of her dress was cutting into her body, dividing her back into two distinctly perceptible curves where he should not have been able to feel them. Why not, he thought, on a night like this, after all? It means nothing. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. Fires as far as the horizon. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. May Day Eve. The nearest pyre devoured the dry, outstretched pine branches being thrown onto it with a crack, erupted in a golden flash, lighting everything up. The young woman's eyes opened wide, looking up into his face. He heard her suck air in, felt her tense up and violently push her hands against his chest. He released her at once. She hesitated, tilted her trunk away to the length of her almost straightened arms, but she did not peel her hips away from his thighs. She lowered her head, then withdrew her hands and drew away, looking to the side. They stood motionless for a moment, until the returning procession barged into them, shook and jostled them again. The young woman quickly turned and fled, clumsily trying to join the dancers. She looked back, just once. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. What am I doing here? A star shone in the dark, sparkling, drawing his gaze. The medallion around the witch's neck vibrated. Geralt involuntarily dilated his pupils, his vision effortlessly penetrating the obscurity. She was not a peasant woman. Peasant women did not wear black velvet cloaks. Peasant women, carried or dragged into the bushes by men, screamed, giggled, squirmed, and tensed their bodies like trout being pulled out of the water. None of them gave the impression that it was they who were leading their tall, fair-haired swains with gaping shirts into the gloom. Peasant women never wore velvet ribbons or diamond-encrusted stars of obsidian around their necks. Yennefer. Wide-open, violet eyes blazing in a pale, triangular face. Geralt. She released the hand of the fair-haired cherub whose breast was shiny as a sheet of copper with sweat. The lad staggered, tottered, fell to his knees, rolled his head, looked around and blinked. He stood up slowly, glanced at them uncomprehending and embarrassed, and then lurched off towards the bonfires. The sorceress did not even glance at him. She looked intently at the witcher, and her hand tightly clenched the edge of her cloak. "Nice to see you," he said easily. He immediately sensed the tension which had formed between them falling away. "Indeed," she smiled. He seemed to detect something affected in the smile, but he could not be certain. "Quite a pleasant surprise, I don't deny. What are you doing here, Geralt? Oh, excuse me, forgive my indiscretion. Of course, we're doing the same thing. It's 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻, after all. Only you caught me, so to speak, in 𝑓lagrante delicto." "I interrupted you." "I'll survive," she laughed. "The night is young. I'll enchant another if the fancy takes me." "Pity I'm unable to do that," he said, trying hard to affect indifference. "A moment ago, a girl saw my eyes in the light and fled." "At dawn," she said, smiling more and more falsely. "When they really let themselves go, they won't pay any attention. You'll find another. Just you wait." "Yen." The rest of the words stuck in his throat. They looked at one another for a long, long time, and the red reflection of fire flickered on their faces. Yennefer suddenly sighed, veiling her eyes with her eyelashes. "Geralt, no. Don't let's start." "It's 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻," he interrupted. "Have you forgotten?" She moved slowly closer, placed her hands on his arms, and slowly and cautiously snuggled against him, touching his chest with her forehead. He stroked her raven-black hair, strewn in locks coiled like snakes. "Believe me," she whispered, lifting her head, "I wouldn't think twice if it were only to be. But it's senseless. Everything will start again and finish like last time. It would be senseless if we were to. Does everything have to make sense? It's 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻." "𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻?" She turned her head. "What of it?" Something drew us to these bonfires, to these people enjoying themselves. We meant to dance, abandon ourselves, get a little intoxicated, and take advantage of the annual loosening of morals, which is inextricably linked to the celebration of the endless natural cycle. And prithee, we run right into each other after... How long has passed since... a year?
1 year, 2 months, and 18 days.
How touching. Was that deliberate?
It was.
Yen, Geralt, she interrupted, suddenly moving away and tossing her head. Let me make things perfectly clear. I don't want to. He nodded to indicate that was sufficiently clear. Yennefer threw her cloak back over one shoulder. Beneath her cloak she had on a very thin white blouse and a black skirt girdled with a belt of silver links. I don't want, she repeated, to start again. And the thought of doing with you what I meant to do with that young blonde boy, according to the same rules, the thought, Geralt, seems to me somewhat improper, an affront to both of us. Do you understand? He nodded once more. She looked at him from beneath lowered eyelashes. Will you go?
No.
She was silent for a moment, fidgeting nervously. Are you angry?
No.
Right. Come on. Let's sit down somewhere away from this hubbub. Let's talk for a while. Because, as you can see, I'm glad we've met, truly. Let's sit together for a while. All right?
Let us, Yen.
They headed off into the gloom, far onto the moors, towards the black wall of trees, avoiding couples locked in embraces. They had to go a long way in order to find a secluded spot, a dry hilltop marked by a juniper bush as slender as a cypress. The sorceress unfastened the brooch from her cloak, shook it out and spread it on the ground. He sat down beside her. He wanted to embrace her very much, but contrariness stopped him. Yennefer tidied up her deeply unbuttoned blouse, looked at him penetratingly, sighed, and embraced him. He might have expected it. She had to make an effort to read his mind, but sensed his intentions involuntarily. They said nothing. Oh, damn it, she suddenly said, pulling away. She raised her hand and cried out a spell. Red and green spheres flew above their heads, breaking up high in the air, forming colourful, fluffy flowers. Laughter and joyous cries drifted up from the bonfires. Beltane, she said bitterly. May Day Eve. The cycle repeats. Let them enjoy themselves, if they can. There were other sorcerers in the vicinity. In the distance, 3 orange lightning bolts shot into the sky, and away over by the forest, a veritable geyser of rainbow-coloured, whirling meteors exploded. The people by the bonfires gave awestruck gasps and cried out. Geralt, tense, stroked Yennefer's curls and breathed in the scent of lilac and gooseberry they gave off. If I desire her too intensely, he thought, she'll sense it, and she'll be put off. Her hackles will rise, she'll bristle and spurn me. I'll ask her calmly how she's doing. Nothing to report, she said, and something in her voice quavered. Nothing worth mentioning. Don't do that to me, Yen. Don't read me. It unsettles me. Forgive me, it's automatic. And what's new with you, Geralt? Nothing. Nothing worth mentioning. They said nothing. Beltane, she suddenly snapped, and he felt the arm she was pressing against his chest stiffen and tauten. They're enjoying themselves. They're celebrating the eternal cycle of nature regenerating itself. And us? What are we doing here? We, relicts, doomed to obliteration, to extinction and oblivion. Nature is born again. The cycle repeats itself, but not for us, Geralt. We cannot reproduce ourselves. We were deprived of that potential,
We were given the ability to do extraordinary things with nature, occasionally literally against her. And at the same time, what is most natural and simple in nature was taken from us. What if we live longer than them? After our winter will come the spring, and we shall not be reborn. What finishes will finish along with us. But both you and I are drawn to those bonfires, though our presence here is a wicked, blasphemous mockery of this world.
He was silent. He didn't like it when she fell into a mood like this, the origin of which he knew only too well. Once again, he thought, once again it's beginning to torment her. There was a time when it seemed she had forgotten, that she had become reconciled to it like the others. He embraced her, hugged her, rocked her very gently like a child. She let him. It didn't surprise him. He knew she needed it.
You know, Geralt,
she suddenly said, now composed,
I miss your silence the most.
He touched her hair and ear with his mouth. I desire you, Yen, he thought. I desire you, but you know that. You know that, don't you, Yen?
Yes, I do, she whispered.
Yen, she sighed again.
Just today, she said, looking at him with eyes wide open. Just this night, which will soon slip away. Let it be our 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. We shall part in the morning. Don't expect any more. I cannot, I could not. Forgive me if I have hurt you. Kiss me and go away.
If I kiss you, I won't go away.
I was counting on that.
She tilted her head. He touched her parted lips with his own, tentatively. First the upper, then the lower. He entwined his fingers in her winding locks, touched her ear, her diamond earring, her neck. Yennefer, returning the kiss, clung to him, and her nimble fingers quickly and surely unfastened the buckles of his jacket. She fell back onto her cloak, spread out on the soft moss. He pressed his mouth to her breast and felt the nipple harden and press against the very fine stuff of her blouse. She was breathing shallowly.
Yen, don't say anything. Please.
The touch of her naked, smooth, cool skin electrified his fingers and his palms, a shiver down his back being pricked by her fingernails. From the bonfires, screams, singing, a whistle, a far distant cloud of sparks in purple smoke. Caresses and touches. He touching her, she touching him. A shiver. And impatience. The gliding skin of her slim thighs gripping his hips, drawing close like a clasp. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. Breathing, riven into gasps. Flashes beneath their eyelids, the scent of lilac and gooseberry. The May Queen and May King? A blasphemous mockery? Oblivion? 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. May Day Eve. A moan. Hers? His? Black curls on his eyes, on his mouth, intertwined fingers, quivering hands, a cry. Hers? Black eyelashes, a moan. His? Silence. All eternity in the silence. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐻. Fires all the way to the horizon. Yen?
Oh, Geralt.
Yen, are you weeping?
No. Yen, I promised myself, I promised.
Don't say anything. There's no need. Aren't you cold?
Yes, I am.
And now?
Now I'm warmer.
The sky grew lighter at an alarming rate, the contours of the black wall of trees becoming more prominent, the distinct serrated line of the treetops emerging from the shapeless gloom. The blue foretoken of dawn, creeping up from behind it, spread along the horizon, extinguishing the lamps of the stars. It had grown cooler. He hugged her more tightly and covered her with his cloak.
Geralt, It'll soon be dawn.
I know.
Have I hurt you?
A little.
Will it begin again?
It never ended.
Please. You make me feel... Don't say anything. Everything is all right.
The smell of smoke creeping among the heather, the scent of lilac and gooseberry.
Geralt?
Yes.
Do you remember when we met in the Owl Mountains? And that golden dragon, what was he called?
3 jackdaws. Yes, I do.
He told us.
I remember, Yen.
She kissed him where the neck becomes the collarbone, and then nuzzled her head in, tickling him with her hair. We're made for each other,
she whispered.
Perhaps we're destined for each other, but nothing will come of it. It's a pity, but when dawn breaks, we shall part. It cannot be any other way. We have to part so as not to hurt one another. We too, destined for each other, created for each other. Pity. The one or ones who created us for each other ought to have made more of an effort. Destiny alone is insufficient. It's too little. Something more is needed. Forgive me. I had to tell you.
I know.
I knew it was senseless for us to make love.
You're wrong. It wasn't. In spite of everything.
Ride to Sintra, Geralt.
What?
Ride to Sintra. Ride there, and this time don't give up. Don't do what you did then, when you were there.
How did you know?
I know everything about you. Have you forgotten? Ride to Sintra. Go there as fast as you can. Fell times are approaching, Geralt. Very fell. You cannot be late. Yen, please don't say anything.
It was cooler. Cooler and cooler, and lighter and lighter.
Don't go yet. Let's wait until the dawn.
Yes, let's. Chapter 4.
Don't move, sir. I must change your dressing. The wound is getting messy, and your leg is swelling something terrible. Oh, ye gods, it looks hideous. We must find a doctor as fast as we can.
Fuck the doctor, the Witcher groaned. Hand me the chest, 𝐤𝐭. Yes, that flagon there. Pour it straight onto the wound. Oh, bloody hell. It's nothing, nothing. Keep pouring. Oh. Right. Bandage it up well and cover me.
It's swollen, sir, the whole thigh, and you're burning with fever.
Fuck the fever. 𝐤𝐭.
Yes, sir?
I forgot to thank you.
It's not you who should be doing the thanking, sir, but me. You saved my life. You suffered an injury in my defence. And me? What did I do? I bandaged a wounded man who'd fainted away and put him on my cart and didn't leave him to expire. It's an ordinary matter, Witcher, sir.
It's not so ordinary, 𝐤𝐭. I've been left in similar situations. Like a dog.
The merchant, lowering his head, said nothing. Well, what can I say? It's a base world, he finally muttered. But that's no reason for us all to become despicable. What we need is kindness. My father taught me that, and I teach it to my sons. The Witcher was silent, and observed the branches of the trees above the road, sliding past as the cart went on. His thigh throbbed. He felt no pain.
Where are we?
We forded the River Trava. Now we're in the ground cherry forests. It's no longer Temeria, but sodden. You were asleep when we crossed the border, when the customs officers were rummaging in the cart. I'll tell you, though, they were astonished by you, but their senior officer knew you and ordered us through without delay.
He knew me.
Aye, there's no doubt. He called you Geralt. That's what he said. Geralt of Rivia. Is that your name?
It is.
and he promised to send a man ahead with the tidings that a doctor is needed, and I gave him a little something so as he wouldn't forget.
Thank you, 𝐤𝐭.
No, Witcher, sir. I've already said it's me as thanks you. And not just that, I'm also in your debt. We have an agreement. What is it, sir? Are you feeling faint?
𝐤𝐭, the flagon with the green seal.
Sir, you'll stop. You were calling out dreadfully in your sleep.
I must, 𝐤𝐭.
As you wish. Wait, I'll pour it into a bowl right away. Oh, by the gods, we need a doctor as quickly as possible, otherwise... The Witcher turned his head away. He heard the cries of children playing in a dried-up inner moat surrounding the castle grounds. There were around 10 of them. The youngsters were making an ear-splitting din, out-shouting each other in shrill, excited voices, which kept breaking into falsetto. They were running to and fro along the bottom of the moat like a shoal of swift little fishes, unexpectedly and very quickly changing direction, but always staying together. As usual, behind the screeching older boys, as skinny as scarecrows, ran a little child, panting and quite incapable of catching up.
There are plenty of them,
the Witcher observed. 𝐉𝐸 smiled sourly, tugging at his beard, and shrugged.
Aye, plenty. And which of them, which of these boys is the celebrated child of destiny?
The druid looked away.
I am forbidden, Geralt. Calanthe. Of course. You cannot have deluded yourself that she would give the child up so easily. You have met her, after all. She is a woman of iron. I shall tell you something I ought not to say, in the hope that you'll understand. I hope, too, that you will not betray me before her. Speak. When the child was born 6 years ago, she summoned me and ordered me to cheat you and kill it. You refused. No one refuses Calanthe, 𝐉𝐸 said, looking him straight in the eyes. I was prepared to take to the road when she summoned me once again. She retracted the order without a word of explanation. Be cautious when you talk to her. I shall, 𝐉𝐸. Tell me, what happened to 𝐿𝐚 and 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝑡? They were sailing from Skellige to Sintra. They were surprised by a storm. Not a single splinter was found of the ship. Geralt, that the child was not with them is an incredibly queer matter. Inexplicable. They were meant to take it with them, but at the last moment did not. No one knows why. 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝑡 could never be parted from. How did Calanthe bear it? What do you think? Of course. Shrieking like a band of goblins, the boys hurtled upwards and flashed beside them. Geralt noticed that not far behind the head of the rushing herd hurried a little girl, as thin and clamorous as the boys, only with a fair plait waving behind her. Howling wildly, the band spilled down the moat's steep slope again. At least half of them, including the girl, slid down on their behinds. The smallest one, still unable to keep up, fell over, rolled down to the bottom, and began crying loudly, clutching a grazed knee. The other boys surrounded him, jeering and mocking, and then ran on. The little girl knelt by the little boy, hugged him, and wiped away his tears, smudging dust and dirt over his face. Let us go, Geralt. The Queen awaits. Let's go, 𝐉𝐸. Calanthe was sitting on a large bench, suspended on chains from the bough of a huge linden tree. She appeared to be dozing, but that was belied by an occasional push of her foot to swing the bench every now and again. There were 3 young women with her. One of them was sitting on the grass beside the swing, her spread-out dress shining bright white against the green like a patch of snow. The other 2 were not far away, chatting as they cautiously pulled apart the branches on some raspberry bushes. Ma'am, 𝐉𝐸 bowed. The Queen raised her head. Geralt went down on one knee. Witcher, she said dryly. As in the past, she was decorated with emeralds, which matched her green dress, and the colour of her eyes. As in the past, she was wearing a narrow gold band on her mousy hair. But her hands, which he remembered as white and slender, were less slender now. She had gained weight. Greetings, Calanthe of Sintra. Welcome, Geralt of Rivia. Rise. I've been waiting for you. 𝐉𝐸, my friend, escort the young ladies back to the castle. At your behest, your Majesty. They were left alone. 6 years, began Calanthe unsmilingly. You are horrifyingly punctual, Witcher." He did not comment. "There were moments, what am I saying, years, when I convinced myself that you would forget, or that other reasons would prevent you from coming. No, I did not in principle wish misfortune on you, but I had to take into consideration the none-too-safe nature of your profession. They say that death dogs your footsteps, Geralt of Rivia, but that you never look back. And later, when Pavetta... Do you know?"
"I do." Geralt bowed his head. "I sympathize with all my heart."
"No," she interrupted. "It was long ago. I no longer wear mourning, as you see. I did for long enough. Pavetta and Duny, destined for each other, until the very end. How can one not believe in the power of destiny?"
They were both silent. Calanthe moved her foot and set the swing in motion again.
"And so the Witcher has returned after 6 years, as agreed," she said slowly, and a strange smile bloomed on her face. "He has returned and demands the fulfillment of the oath. Do you think, Geralt, that storytellers will tell of our meeting in this way when 100 years have passed? I think so. Except they will probably colour the tale, tug on heartstrings, play on the emotions. Yes, they know how. I can imagine it. Please listen. And the cruel Witcher speak thus: 'Fulfil your vow, O Queen, or my curse shall fall on you.' And the Queen, weeping fulsomely, fell on her knees before the Witcher, crying, 'Have mercy! Do not take the child from me! It is all I have left!'"
"Calanthe,
"Don't interrupt," she said sharply. "I'm telling a story, haven't you noticed? Listen on. The evil, cruel Witcher stamped his foot, waved his arms, and cried, 'Beware, faithless one! Beware of fate's vengeance! If you do not keep your vow, you will never escape punishment.' And the Queen replied, 'Very well, Witcher, let it be as fate wishes it. Look over there, where 10 children are frolicking. Choose the one destined to you, and you shall take it as your own, and leave me with a broken heart.'"
The Witcher said nothing.
In the story, Calanthe's smile became more and more ugly. The Queen, I presume, would let the Witcher guess thrice. But we aren't in a story, Geralt. We are here in reality, you and I, and our problem, and our destiny. It isn't a fairy story. It's real life. Lousy, evil, onerous, not sparing of errors, harm, sorrow, disappointments, or misfortunes. Not sparing of anyone, neither witches nor queens. Which is why, Geralt of Rivia, you will have only one guess."
The Witcher still said nothing.
"Just one single attempt," Calanthe repeated. "But as I said, this is not a fairy tale but life, which we must fill with moments of happiness for ourselves, for, as you know, we cannot count on fate to smile on us. Which is why, irrespective of the result of your choice, you will not leave here with nothing. You will take one child, the one you choose. A child you will turn into a Witcher, assuming the child survives the trial of the grasses naturally."
Geralt jerked up his head. The Queen smiled. He knew that smile, hideous and evil, contemptuous because it did not conceal its artificiality.
"You are astonished," she stated. "Well, I've studied a little. Since Pavetta's child had the chance of becoming a Witcher, I went to great pains. My sources, Geralt, reveal nothing, however, regarding how many children in 10 withstand the trial of the grasses. Would you like to satisfy my curiosity on this regard?"
"Oh, Queen," Geralt said, clearing his throat, "you certainly went to sufficient pains in your studies to know that the code and my oath forbid me from even uttering that name, much less discussing it."
Calanthe stopped the swing abruptly by jabbing a heel into the ground. 3, at most 4 in 10, she said, nodding her head in feigned pensiveness. "A stringent selection, very stringent, I'd say, and at every stage. First the choice, and then the trials, and then the changes. How many youngsters ultimately receive medallions and silver swords? 1 in 10? 1 in 20?
The Witcher said nothing.
"I've pondered long over this," Calanthe continued, now without a smile. and I've come to the conclusion that the selection of the children at the stage of the choice has scant significance. What difference does it make in the end, Geralt, which child dies or goes insane, stuffed full of narcotics? What difference does it make whose brain bursts from hallucinations, whose eyes rupture and gush forth instead of becoming cat's eyes? What difference does it make whether the child destiny chose or an utterly chance one dies in its own blood and puke? Answer me! The Witcher folded his arms on his chest in order to control their trembling. "What's the point of this?" he asked. "Are you expecting an answer?" "You're right. I'm not." The Queen smiled again. "As usual, you're quite correct in your deductions. Who knows, perhaps even though I'm not expecting an answer, I would like benignly to devote a little attention to your frank words freely volunteered. Words which, who knows, perhaps you would like to unburden yourself of, and along with them whatever is oppressing your soul. But if not, too bad. Come on, let's get down to business. We must supply the storytellers with material. Let's go and choose a child, Witcher." "Calanthe," he said, looking her in the eyes. "It's not worth worrying about storytellers. If they don't have enough material, they'll make things up anyway. And if they do have authentic material at their disposal, they'll distort it. As you correctly observed, this isn't a fairy tale. It's life, lousy and evil. And so, damn it all, let's live it decently and well. Let's keep the amount of harm done to others to the absolute minimum. In a fairy tale, I grant you, the Queen has to beg the Witcher, and the Witcher can demand what's his and stamp his foot. In real life, the Queen can simply say, 'Please don't take the child,' and the Witcher can reply, 'Since you ask, I shall not,' and go off into the setting sun. Such is life. But the storyteller wouldn't get a penny from his listeners for an ending to a fairy tale like that. At most, they get a kick up the arse, because it's dull." Calanthe stopped smiling, and something he had seen once before flashed in her eyes. "What?" she hissed. "Let's not beat about the bush, Calanthe. You know what I mean. As I came here, so shall I leave. Should I choose a child? Why would I need one? Do you think it matters so much to me that I came here to Sintra, driven by an obsession to take your grandchild away from you? No, Calanthe. I wanted perhaps to see this child, look destiny in the eyes, for I don't know myself, but don't be afraid. I shan't take it. All you have to do is ask." Calanthe sprang up from the bench, and a green flame blazed in her eyes. "Ask!" she hissed furiously. "Me afraid of you? I should be afraid of you, you accursed sorcerer. How dare you fling your scornful pity in my face, revile me with your compassion, accuse me of cowardice, challenge my will? My over-familiarity has emboldened you. Beware." The Witcher decided not to shrug, concluding it would be safer to genuflect and bow his head. He was not mistaken. "Well?" Calanthe hissed, standing over him. Her hands were lowered, clenched into fists bristling with rings. "Well, at last. That is the right response. One answers a queen from such a position when a queen asks one a question. And if it is not a question, but an order, one bows one's head even lower and goes off to carry it out without a moment's delay. Is that clear?" "Yes, O Queen." "Splendid. Now stand up." He stood up. She gazed at him and bit her lip. "Did my outburst offend you very much? I refer to the form, not the content." "Not especially." "Good. I shall try not to flare up again. And so, as I was saying, 10 children are playing in the moat. You will choose the one you regard as the most suitable. You will take it and, by the gods, make a Witcher of it, because that is what destiny expects. And if not destiny, then know that I expect it." He looked her in the eyes and bowed low. "O Queen," he said, 6 years ago, I proved to you that some things are more powerful than a queen's will. By the gods, if such exist, I shall prove that to you one more time. You will not compel me to make a choice I do not wish to make. I apologize for the form, but not the content." I have deep dungeons beneath the castle. I warn you, 1 second more, 1 word more, and you will rot in them.
None of the children playing in the moat is fit to be a witcher, he said slowly, and Pavetta's son is not among them. Calanthe squinted her eyes. He did not even shudder. Come, she finally said, turning on her heel. He followed her among rows of flowering shrubs, among flowering beds and hedges. The Queen entered an open-work summer house. 4 large wicker chairs stood around a malachite table. A pitcher and 2 silver goblets stood on the veined tabletop, supported by 4 legs in the shape of griffins. Be seated and pour. She drank to him, vigorously, lustily, like a man. He responded in kind, remaining standing. Be seated, she repeated. I wish to talk. Yes, ma'am. How did you know Pavetta's son is not among the children in the moat? I didn't. Geralt decided to be frank. It was a shot in the dark. Aha, I might have guessed. And that none of them is fit to be a witcher. Is that true? And how were you able to tell that? Were you aided by magic? Calanthe, he said softly. I did not have to state it or find it out. What you said earlier contained the whole truth. Every child is fit. Selection decides. Later. By the gods of the sea, as my permanently absent husband would say. She laughed. So, nothing is true. The whole lore of surprise. Those legends about children that somebody was not expecting, and about the ones who were first encountered. I suspected as much. It's a game with chance, a game with destiny. But it's an awfully dangerous game, Geralt. I know. A game based on somebody's suffering. Why then, answer me, are parents or guardians forced to make such difficult and burdensome vows? Why are children taken from them? After all, there are plenty of children around who don't need to be taken away from anybody. Entire packs of homeless children and orphans roam the roads. One can buy a child cheaply enough in any village. Every peasant is happy to sell one during the hungry gap, but why worry when he can easily sire another? Why then? Why did you force an oath on Dooney, on Pavetta and on me? Why have you turned up here exactly 6 years after the birth of the child? And why, damn it, don't you want one? Why do you say it's of no use? He was silent. Calanthe nodded. You do not reply, she said, leaning back in her chair. Let's ponder on the reason for your silence. Logic is the mother of all knowledge. And what does she hint at? What do we have here? A witcher searching for destiny concealed in the strange and doubtful law of surprise. The witcher finds his destiny, and suddenly gives it up. He claims not to want the child of destiny. His face is stony, ice and metal in his voice. He judges that a queen, a woman, when all's said and done, may be tricked, deceived by the appearances of hard maleness. No, Geralt, I shall not spare you. I know why you are declining the choice of a child. You are quitting because you do not believe in destiny, because you are not certain, and you, when you are not certain, you begin to fear. Yes, Geralt, what leads you is fear. You are afraid. Deny that. He slowly put the goblet down on the table, slowly, so that the clink of silver against malachite would not betray the uncontrollable shaking of his hand. You do not deny it. No. She quickly leaned forward and seized his arm tightly. You have gained in my eyes, she said, and smiled. It was a pretty smile. Against his will, almost certainly against his will, he responded with a smile. How did you arrive at that, Calanthe? I arrived at nothing, she said, without releasing his arm. It was a shot in the dark. They both burst out laughing, and then sat in silence among the greenery and the scent of wild cherry blossom, among the warmth and the buzzing of bees. Geralt. Yes, Calanthe. Don't you believe in destiny? I don't know if I believe in anything. And as regards, I fear it isn't enough. Something more is necessary.
I must ask you something. What happened to you? I mean, you were reputedly a child of destiny yourself. 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐵 claims...
No, 𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐵. 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐵 was thinking about something completely different. 𝐉𝐸𝐴𝐵, he probably knows, but he uses those convenient myths when it suits him. It's not true that I was an unexpected encounter at home as a child. That's not how I became a witcher. I'm a commonplace foundling, 𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐵. The unwanted bastard of a woman I don't remember, but I know who she is. The Queen looked at him penetratingly, but the Witcher did not continue. Are all stories about the law of surprise myths? Yes, it's hard to call an accident destiny.
But you Witchers do not stop searching.
No, we don't, but it's senseless. Nothing has any point.
Do you believe a child of destiny would pass through the trials without danger?
We believe such a child would not require the trials.
One question, Geralt. Quite a personal one. May I?
He nodded.
There is no better way to pass on hereditary traits than the natural way, as we know. You went through the trials and survived. So, if you need a child with special qualities and endurance, why don't you find a woman who... I'm tactless, aren't I? But I think I've guessed, haven't I?
As usual, he said, smiling sadly. You are correct in your deductions, 𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐵. You guessed right, of course. What you're suggesting is impossible for me.
Forgive me,
she said, and the smile vanished from her face.
Oh well, it's a human thing.
It isn't human.
Ah, so no Witcher can...
No, none. The trial of the grasses, 𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐵, is dreadful. And what is done to boys during the time of the changes is even worse and irreversible.
Don't start feeling sorry for yourself, she muttered, because it ill behooves you. It doesn't matter what was done to you. I can see the results. Quite satisfactory, if you ask me. If I could assume that Pavetta's child would one day be similar to you, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment.
The risks are too great, he said quickly. As you said, at most, 4 out of 10 survive.
Damn it, is only the trial of the grasses hazardous? Do only potential witches take risks? Life is full of hazards. Selection also occurs in life, Geralt. Misfortune, sicknesses and wars also select. Defying destiny may be just as hazardous as succumbing to it. Geralt, I would give you the child, but I'm afraid too.
I wouldn't take the child. I couldn't assume the responsibility. I wouldn't agree to burden you with it. I wouldn't want the child to tell you one day, as I'm telling you.
Do you hate that woman, Geralt?
My mother? No, 𝐿𝐼𝐴𝐵. I presume she had a choice, or perhaps she didn't. No, but she did. A suitable spell or elixir would have been sufficient. A choice. A choice which should be respected, for it is the holy and irrefutable right of every woman. Emotions are unimportant here. She had the irrefutable right to her decision, and she took it. But I think that an encounter with her, the face she would make then, would give me something of a perverse pleasure, if you know what I mean.
I know perfectly well what you mean, she smiled. But you have slim chances of enjoying such a pleasure. I cannot judge your age, Witcher, but I suppose you're much, much older than your appearance would indicate. So that woman, he interrupted coldly, probably looks much, much younger than I do now. A sorceress?
Yes.
Interesting. I thought sorceresses couldn't.
She probably thought so too.
Yes, but you're right. Let's not discuss a woman's right to this decision, because it is a matter beyond debate. Let us return to our problem. You will not take the child. Definitely.
Definitely.
And if destiny is not merely a myth, if it really exists, doesn't a fear arise that it may backfire?
If it backfires, it'll backfire on me, he answered placidly, for I am the one acting against it. You, after all, have carried out your side of the bargain. For if destiny isn't a myth, I would have to choose the appropriate child among the ones you have shown me. But is Pavetta's child among those children?
Yes.
Calanthe slowly nodded her head. Would you like to see it? Would you like to gaze into the eyes of destiny? No. No, I don't. I quit. I renounce it. I renounce my right to the boy. I don't want to look destiny in the eyes because I don't believe in it. Because I know that in order to unite two people, destiny is insufficient. Something more is necessary than destiny. I sneer at such destiny. I won't follow it like a blind man, being led by the hand, uncomprehending and naive. This is my irrevocable decision, O Calanthe of Cintra. The Queen stood up. She smiled. He was unable to guess what lay behind her smile. Let it be thus, Geralt of Rivia. Perhaps your destiny was precisely to renounce it and quit. I think that's exactly what it was, for you should know that if you had chosen correctly, you would see that the destiny you mock has been sneering at you. He looked into her glaring green eyes. She smiled. He could not decipher the smile. There was a rosebush growing beside the summer house. He broke a stem and picked a flower, kneeled down and proffered it to her, holding it in both hands, head bowed.
Pity I didn't meet you earlier, White Hair, she murmured, taking the rose from his hands. Rise.
He stood up.
Should you change your mind, she said, lifting the rose up to her face, should you decide, come back to Cintra. I shall be waiting. And your destiny will also be waiting. Perhaps not forever, but certainly for some time longer.
Farewell, Calanthe.
Farewell, Witcher. Look after yourself. A moment ago, I had a foreboding. A curious foreboding. That this is the last time I shall see you.
Farewell, O Queen. Chapter 5. He awoke and discovered to his astonishment that the pain gnawing at his thigh had vanished. It also seemed that the throbbing swelling which had stretched the skin had stopped troubling him. He tried to reach it, touch it, but could not move. Before he realized that he was being held fast solely by the weight of the skins covering him, a cold, hideous dread ran down to his belly and dug into his guts like a hawk's talons. He clenched and relaxed his fingers rhythmically, repeating in his head, No, no, I'm not paralyzed. You have woken. A statement, not a question. A quiet but distinct, soft voice. A woman, probably young. He turned his head and groaned, trying to raise himself up. Don't move. At least not so vigorously. Are you in pain? The coating, sticking his lips together, broke. No, the wound isn't. My back, bed sores. An unemotional, cool statement which did not suit the soft alto voice. I shall remedy it. Here, drink this, slowly, in small sips. The scent and taste of juniper dominated the liquid. An old method, he thought. Juniper or mint, both insignificant additives, only there to disguise the real ingredients. In spite of that, he recognized suant mushrooms and possibly burdock. Yes, certainly burdock. Burdock neutralizes toxins. It purifies blood contaminated by gangrene or infection. Drink. Drink it all up. Not so fast, or you'll choke. The medallion around his neck began to vibrate very gently. So there was also magic in the draught. He widened his pupils with difficulty. Now that she had raised his head, he could examine her more precisely. She was dainty. She was wearing men's clothing. Her face was small and pale in the darkness. Where are we? In a tar-maker's clearing. Indeed, resin could be smelled in the air. He heard voices coming from the campfire. Someone had just thrown on some brushwood, and flames shot upwards with a crackle. He looked again, making the most of the light. Her hair was tied back with a snakeskin band. Her hair. A suffocating pain in his throat and sternum. Hands tightly clenched into fists.
Her hair was red, flame red, and when lit by the glow of the bonfire, seemed as red as vermilion. "Are you in pain?" she asked, interpreting the emotion, but wrongly. "Now, just a moment." He sensed a sudden impact of warmth emanating from her hands, spreading over his back, flowing downwards to his buttocks. "We will turn you over," she said. "Don't try by yourself. You are very debilitated. Hey, can someone help me?" Steps from the bonfire, shadows, shapes. Somebody leaned over. It was 𝐤𝐭. "How are you feeling, sir? Any better?" "Help me turn him over on his belly," said the woman. "Gently, slowly. That's right. Good. Thank you." He did not have to look at her any more. Lying on his belly, he did not have to risk looking her in the eyes. He calmed down and overcame the shaking of his hands. She could sense it. He heard the clasps of her bag clinking, flacons and small porcelain jars knocking against each other. He heard her breath, felt the warmth of her thigh. She was kneeling just beside him. "Was my wound," he asked, unable to endure the silence, "troublesome?" It was a little, and there was coldness in her voice. "It can happen with bites, the nastiest kinds of wound, but you must be familiar with it, Witcher." She knows. She's digging around in my thoughts. Is she reading them? Probably not. And I know why. She's afraid. "Yes, you must be familiar with it," she repeated, clinking the glass vessels again. "I saw a few scars on you, but I coped with them. I am, as you see, a sorceress, and a healer at the same time. It's my specialization." That adds up, he thought. He did not say a word. "To return to the wound," she continued calmly, "you ought to know that you were saved by your pulse, 4-fold slower than a normal man's. Otherwise you wouldn't have survived, I can say with complete honesty. I saw what had been tied around your leg. It was meant to be a dressing, but it was a poor attempt." He was silent. "Later," she continued, pulling his shirt up as far as his neck, "infection set in, which is usual for bite wounds. It has been arrested. Of course, you took the witch's elixir. That helped a lot, though I don't understand why you took hallucinogens at the same time. I was listening to your ravings, Geralt of Rivia." She is reading my mind, he thought. Or perhaps 𝐤𝐭 told her my name. Perhaps I was talking in my sleep under the influence of the black gull. Damned if I know. But knowing my name gives her nothing. Nothing. She doesn't know who I am. She has no idea who I am. He felt her gently massage a cold, soothing ointment with the sharp smell of camphor into his back. Her hands were small and very soft. "Forgive me for doing it the old way," she said. "I could have removed the bed sores using magic, but I strained myself a little, treating the wound on your leg, and feel none too good. I've bandaged the wound on your leg as much as I am able, so now you're in no danger. But don't get up for the next few days. Even magically sutured blood vessels tend to burst, and you'd have hideous effusions. A scar will remain, of course. One more for your collection." "Thanks." He pressed his cheek against the skins in order to distort his voice, disguise its unnatural sound. "May I ask, whom should I thank?" She won't say, he thought, or she'll lie. "My name is 𝐕𝐸𝐴." "I know," he thought. "I'm glad," he said slowly, with his cheek still against the skins. "I'm glad our paths have crossed, 𝐕𝐸𝐴." "Why, it's chance," she said coolly, pulling his shirt down over his back and covering him with the sheepskins. "I received word from the customs officers that I was needed. If I'm needed, I come. It's a curious habit I have. Listen, I'll leave the ointment with the merchant. Ask him to rub it on every morning and evening. He claims you saved his life. He can repay you like that." "And me? How can I repay you, 𝐕𝐸𝐴?" "Let's not talk about that. I don't take payment from witches. Call it solidarity, if you will. Professional solidarity and affection. As part of that affection, some friendly advice, or, if you wish, a healer's instructions. Stop taking hallucinogens, Geralt. They have no healing power, none at all. Thank you, 𝐉𝐶𝐸, for your help and advice. Thank you for everything. He dug his hand out from under the skins and found her knee. She shuddered, put her hand into his and squeezed it lightly. He cautiously released her fingers and slid his down over her forearm. Of course, the soft skin of a young woman. She shuddered even more strongly, but did not withdraw her arm. He brought his fingers back to her hand and joined his with hers. The medallion on his neck vibrated and twitched. Thank you, 𝐉𝐶𝐸, he repeated, trying to control his voice. I'm glad our paths crossed. Chance, she said. But this time there was no coolness in her voice. Or perhaps destiny? He asked, astonished, for the excitement and nervousness had suddenly evaporated from him completely. Do you believe in destiny, 𝐉𝐶𝐸? Yes, she replied after a while. I do. That people linked by destiny will always find each other, he continued. Yes, I believe that too. But what are you doing? Don't turn over. I want to look into your face, 𝐉𝐶𝐸. I want to look into your eyes, and you must look into mine. She made a movement as though about to spring up from her knees, but she remained beside him. He turned over slowly, lips twisting with pain. There was more light. Someone had put some more wood on the fire. She was not moving now. She simply moved her head to the side, offering her profile. But this time, he clearly saw her mouth quivering. She tightened her fingers on his hand powerfully. He looked. There was no similarity at all. She had an utterly different profile, a small nose, a narrow chin. She was silent. Then she suddenly leaned over him and looked him straight in the eye, from close up, without a word. How do you like my enhanced eyes? He asked calmly. Unusual, aren't they? Do you know, 𝐉𝐶𝐸, what is done to witches' eyes to improve them? Do you know it doesn't always work? Stop it, she said softly. Stop it, Geralt. Geralt. He suddenly felt something tearing in him. 𝐉𝐶𝐸 gave me that name. Geralt of Rivia. I even learned to imitate a Rivian accent, probably from an inner need to possess a homeland, even if it was an invented one. 𝐉𝐶𝐸 gave me my name. 𝐉𝐶𝐸 also revealed yours, not very willingly. Be quiet, Geralt, be quiet. You tell me today you believe in destiny. And back then? Did you believe back then? Oh, yes, you must have. You must have believed that destiny would bring us together. The fact you did nothing to quicken this encounter ought to be attributed to that. She was silent. I always wanted. I have pondered over what I would say to you when we finally met. I've thought about the question I would ask you. I thought it would give me some sort of perverse pleasure. What sparkled on her cheek was a tear. Undoubtedly. He felt his throat constrict until it hurt. He felt fatigue, drowsiness, weakness. In the light of day, he groaned. Tomorrow, in the sunshine, I'll look into your eyes, 𝐉𝐶𝐸, and I'll ask you my question. Or perhaps I won't ask you because it's too late. Destiny? Oh, yes. Yen was right. It's not sufficient to be destined for each other. Something more is needed. But tomorrow, I'll look into your eyes in the light of the sun. No, she said gently, quietly, velvety, in a voice which gnawed at,
racked the layers of memory, memory which no longer existed, which should never have existed, but had. "Yes," he protested. "Yes, I want to." "No." "Now you will fall asleep, and when you awake, you'll stop wanting. Why should we look at each other in the sunlight? What will it change? Nothing can now be reversed, nothing changed. What's the purpose of asking me questions, Geralt? Does knowing that I won't be able to answer give you some kind of perverse pleasure? What will mutual hurt give us? No, we won't look at each other in the daylight. Go to sleep, Geralt. And just between us, 𝐉𝐸𝐴 did not give you that name. Although it doesn't change or reverse anything either, I'd like you to know that. Farewell. And look after yourself, and don't try to look for me. 𝐉𝐸𝐴, no, Geralt. Now you'll fall asleep, and I was a dream. Farewell. No, 𝐉𝐸𝐴, sleep. There was a soft order in her velvety voice, breaking his will, tearing it like cloth, warmth suddenly emanating from her hands. Sleep. He slept. Chapter 6. Are we in Riverdale yet, 𝐤𝐭? I've been since yesterday, sir. Soon the River 𝐤𝐴 and then my homeland. Look, even the horses are walking more jauntily, tossing their heads. They can sense home is near. Home? Do you live in the city? No, outside the walls. Interesting, the Witcher said, looking around. There's almost no trace of war damage. I'd heard this land was devastated. Well, 𝐤𝐭 said, one thing we're not short of is ruins. Take a closer look. On almost every cottage, in every homestead, you can see the white timber of new joinery. And over there on the far bank, just look, it was even worse. Everything was burned right down to the ground. Well, war's war, but life must go on. We endured the greatest turmoil when the Black Forces marched through our land. True enough, it looked then as though they'd turn everything here into a wasteland. Many of those who fled then never returned. But fresh people have settled in their place. Life must go on. That's a fact, Geralt muttered. Life must go on. It doesn't matter what happened. Life must go on. You're right. Right, there you are. Put them on. I've mended your breeches, patched them up. They'll be good as new. It's just like this land, sir. It was rent by war, ploughed up as if by the iron of a harrow, ripped up, bloodied. But now it'll be good as new, and it'll be even more fertile. Even those who rotted in the ground will serve the good and fertilise the soil. Presently it is hard to plough because the fields are full of bones and ironware, but the earth can cope with iron too. Are you afraid the Nilfgaardians, the Black Forces, will return? They found a way through the mountains once already. Well, we're afeard, and what of it? Do we sit down and weep and tremble? Life must go on, and what will be, will be. What is destined can't be avoided in any case. Do you believe in destiny? How can I not believe? After what I encountered on the bridge in the wilderness, when you saved me from death? Oh, Witcher, sir, you'll see, my wife will fall at your feet. Oh, come on. Frankly speaking, I have more to be grateful to you for. Back there on the bridge. Well, that's my job after all, 𝐤𝐭. My trade. I mean, I protect people for money, not out of the goodness of my heart. Admit it, 𝐤𝐭. You've heard what people say about witches, that no one knows who's worse, them or the monsters they kill. That's not true, sir. And I don't know why you talk like that. What? Don't I have eyes? You're cut from the same cloth as that healer, 𝐉𝐸𝐴. She didn't tell us her name, but she followed right behind us, for she knew she was needed, caught us up in the evening, and took care of you at once, having barely dismounted. You see, sir, she took great pains over your leg. The air was crackling from all that magic, and we fled into the forest out of fear. And then there was blood pouring from her nose. Now see, it's not a simple thing, working magic. You see, she dressed your wound with such care, truly like a mother. Geralt clenched his teeth. Aye, you've said it. And when you fell asleep, Yes, 𝐤𝐭. She could barely stand up. She was as white as a sheet, but she came to check none of us needed any help. She healed the tar-maker's hand, which had been crushed by a log. She didn't take a penny, and even left some medicine. No, Geralt, sir, I know what people say about witches and sorcerers in the world isn't all good, but not here. We from Upper Sodden, and the people from Riverdale, we know better. We owe too much to sorcerers not to know what they're like. Memories about them here aren't rumours and gossip, but hewn in stone. You'll see for yourself. Just wait till we leave the copse. Anyway, you're sure to know better yourself, for that battle was talked about all over the world, and a year has barely passed. You must have heard. I haven't been here for a year, the Witcher muttered. I was in the north, but I heard. The second Battle of Sodden. Precisely. You'll soon see the hill and the rock. We used to call that hill Kite Top, but now everybody calls it the Sorcerer's Peak, or the Mountain of the 14. For 22 of them stood on that hill. 22 sorcerers fought, and 14 fell. It was a dreadful battle, sir. The earth reared up, fire poured from the sky like rain, and lightning bolts raged. Many perished, but the sorcerers overcame the black forces and broke the power which was leading them. And 14 of them perished in that battle. 14 laid down their lives. What, sir? What's the matter? Nothing. Go on, 𝐤𝐭. The battle was dreadful, oh my, but were it not for those sorcerers on the hill, who knows? Perhaps we wouldn't be talking here today, riding homeward, for that home wouldn't exist, nor me, and maybe not you either. Yes, it was thanks to the sorcerers. 14 of them perished defending us, the people of Sodden and Riverdale. Certainly others also fought there, soldiers and noblemen and peasants too. Whoever could took up a pitchfork or an axe or even a club. All of them fought valiantly and many fell. But the sorcerers... It's no feat for a soldier to fall, for that is his trade after all, and life is short anyhow. But the sorcerers could have lived as long as they wished, and they didn't waver. They didn't waver, the Witcher repeated, rubbing his forehead with a hand. They didn't waver, and I was in the north. What's the matter, sir? Nothing. Yes. So now we, everyone from round here, take flowers there, to that hill, and in May, at Beltane, a fire always burns, and it shall burn there forever and a day, and forever shall they be in people's memories, that 14. And living like that in memory is something more. More, Geralt, sir. You're right, 𝐤𝐭. Every child of ours knows the names of the 14, carved in the stone that stands on the top of the hill. Don't you believe me? Listen. Axel Raby, Triss Merigold, Atlan Kirk, Vaniel of Brugge, Dagobert of Vol. Stop, 𝐤𝐭. What's the matter, sir? You're as pale as death. It's nothing. Chapter 7. He walked uphill very slowly, cautiously, listening to the creaking of the sinews and muscles around the magically healed wound. Although it seemed to be completely healed, he continued to protect the leg and not risk resting all his body weight on it. It was hot, and the scent of grass struck his head, pleasantly intoxicating him. The obelisk was not standing in the centre of the hill's flat top, but was further back, beyond the circle of angular stones. Had he climbed up there just before sunset, the shadow of the menhir falling on the circle would have marked the precise diameter, would have indicated the direction in which the faces of the sorcerers had been turned during the battle. Geralt looked in that direction, towards the boundless, undulating fields. If any bones of the fallen were still there, and there were for certain, they were covered by lush grass. A hawk was circling, describing a calm circle on outspread wings, the single moving point in a landscape transfixed in the searing heat. The obelisk was wide at the base. 5 people would have had to link hands in order to encircle it. It was apparent that without the help of magic, it could not have been hauled up onto the hill. The surface of the menhir, which was turned towards the stone circle,
was smoothly worked. Runic letters could be seen engraved on it. The names of the 14 who fell. He moved slowly closer. 𝐤𝐴 had been right. Flowers lay at the foot of the obelisk. Ordinary, wild flowers, poppies, lupins, mallows, and forget-me-nots. The names of the 14. He read them slowly from the top, and before him appeared the faces of those he had known. The chestnut-haired Triss Merigold, cheerful, giggling for no reason, looking like a teenager. He had liked her, and she had liked him. Lord Boar of Murivel, with whom he had almost fought in 𝐉𝐶𝐸, when he had caught the sorcerer using delicate telekinesis to tamper with dice in a game. 𝐿𝐼𝐴, known as Coral, a nickname derived from the colour of the lipstick she used. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 had once denounced him to King 𝐿𝐴, so he went to the dungeon for a week. After being released, he went to ask her why. When still without knowing the reason he had ended up in her bed, he spent another week there. Old 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐷, who had offered him 100 marks to let him dissect his eyes, and 1,000 for the chance to carry out a post-mortem, not necessarily today, as he had put it then. 3 names remained. He heard a faint rustling behind him and turned around. She was barefoot, in a simple linen dress. She was wearing a garland woven from daisies on long, fair hair, falling freely onto her shoulders and back. "Greetings," he said. She looked up at him with cold blue eyes, but did not answer. He noticed she was not suntanned. That was odd, then, at the end of the summer, when country girls were usually tanned bronze. Her face and uncovered shoulders had a slight golden sheen. "Did you bring flowers?" She smiled and lowered her eyelashes. He felt a chill. She passed him without a word and knelt at the foot of the menhir, touching the stone with her hand. "I do not bring flowers," she said, lifting her head, "but the ones lying here are for me." He looked at her. She knelt so that she was concealing the last name engraved in the stone of the menhir from him. She was bright, unnaturally, luminously bright against the stone. "Who are you?" he asked slowly. She smiled and emanated cold. "Don't you know?" "Yes, I do," he thought, gazing into the cold blue of her eyes. "Yes, I think I do." He was tranquil. He could not be anything else. Not any more. "I've always wondered what you look like, my lady." "You don't have to address me like that," she answered softly. "We've known each other for years, after all." "We have," he agreed. "They say you dog my footsteps." "I do. But you have never looked behind you. Until today. Today, you looked back for the first time." He was silent. He had nothing to say. He was weary. How will it happen?" he finally asked, cold and emotionless. "I'll take you by the hand," she said, looking him directly in the eyes. "I'll take you by the hand and lead you through the meadow, into the cold, wet fog." "And then? What is there beyond the fog?" "Nothing," she smiled. "There is nothing more." "You dogged my every footstep," he said, "but struck down others, those that I passed on my way. Why? I was meant to end up alone, wasn't I? So I would finally begin to be afraid. I'll tell you the truth. I was always afraid of you, always. I never looked behind me out of fear, out of terror that I'd see you following me. I was always afraid. My life has passed in fear. I was afraid. Until today." "Until today?" "Yes, until today. We're standing here, face to face, but I don't feel any fear. You've taken everything from me. You've also taken the fear from me." "Then why are your eyes full of fear, Geralt of Rivia?
Your hands are trembling. You are pale. Why? Do you fear the last, 14th name engraved on the obelisk so much? If you wish, I shall speak that name.
You don't have to. I know what it is. The circle is closing. The snake is sinking its teeth into its own tail. That is how it must be. You and that name, and the flowers, for her and for me. The 14th name engraved in the stone, a name that I have spoken in the middle of the night and in the sunlight, during frosts and heat waves and rain. No, I'm not afraid to speak it now.
Then speak it.
Yennefer. Yennefer of Vengerberg.
And the flowers are mine.
Let us be done with this, he said with effort. Take me by the hand. She stood up and came closer, and he felt the coldness radiating from her, a sharp, penetrating cold.
Not today, she said. One day, yes, but not today.
You have taken everything from me.
No, she interrupted. I do not take anything. I just take people by the hand, so that no one will be alone at that moment, alone in the fog. We shall meet again, Geralt of Rivia, one day.
He did not reply. She turned around slowly and walked away, into the mist which suddenly enveloped the hilltop, into the fog which everything vanished into the white, wet fog into which melted the obelisk, the flowers lying at its foot, and the 14 names engraved on it. There was nothing, only the fog and the wet grass under his feet, sparkling from drops of water, which smelled intoxicating, heady, sweet. Until his forehead ached, he began to forget and became weary.
Geralt, sir, what's the matter? Did you fall asleep? I told you, you're weak. Why did you climb up to the top? I fell asleep.
He wiped his face with his hand and blinked.
I fell asleep, damn it. It's nothing, 𝐤𝐭, it's this heat. Aye, it's devilish hot. We ought to be going, sir. Come along, I'll aid you down the slope. There's nothing wrong with me.
Nothing? Nothing? Then I wonder why you're staggering. Why the hell did you go up the hill in such a heat? Wanted to read their names. I could have told you them all. What's the matter?
Nothing, 𝐤𝐭. Do you really remember all the names?
Certainly.
I'll see what your memory's like. The last one, the 14th. What name is it?
What a doubter you are. You don't believe in anything. You want to find out if I'm lying. I told you, didn't I, that every youngster knows those names. The last one, you say? Well, the last one is 𝐿𝐴 of Carreras. Perhaps you knew him? Geralt rubbed his eyelid with his wrist, and he glanced at the menhir, at all the names.
No, he said. I didn't.
Chapter 8. Geralt, sir?
Yes, 𝐤𝐭.
The merchant lowered his head and said nothing for some time, winding around a finger the remains of the thin strap with which he was repairing the witch's saddle. He finally straightened up and gently tapped the servant driving the cart on the back with his fist.
Mount one of those spare horses, Pockfit. I'll drive.
Sit behind me on the box, Geralt, sir.
Why are you hanging around the cart, Pockfit? Go on, ride on. We want to talk here. We don't need your eyes.
Roach, dawdling behind the cart, neighed, tugged at the tether, clearly envious of Pockfit's mare trotting down the highway. 𝐤𝐭 clicked his tongue and tapped the horses lightly with the reins.
Well, he said hesitantly, it's like this, sir. I promised you, back on the bridge. I made a promise. You needn't worry.
The Witcher quickly interrupted.
It's not necessary, 𝐤𝐭.
But it is, the merchant said curtly.
It's my word. Whatever I find at home but am not expecting is yours. Give over. I don't want anything from you. We're quits. No, sir. Should I find something like that at home, it means it's destiny. For if you mock destiny, if you deceive it, then it will punish you severely. I know, thought the Witcher. I know. But, Geralt, sir. What, 𝐤𝐭? I won't find anything at home I'm not expecting. Nothing, and for certain not what you were hoping for. Witcher, sir, hear this. After the last child, my woman cannot have any more, and whatever you're after, there won't be an infant at home. Seems to me you're out of luck. Geralt did not reply. 𝐤𝐭 said nothing either. Roach snorted again and tossed her head. But I have 2 sons, 𝐤𝐭 suddenly said quickly, looking ahead towards the road. 2. Healthy, strong and smart. I mean, I'll have to get them apprenticed somewhere. One, I thought, would learn to trade with me, but the other... Geralt said nothing. What do you say? 𝐤𝐭 turned his head away and looked at him. You demanded a promise on the bridge. You had in mind a child for your witch's apprenticeship and nothing else, didn't you? Why does that child have to be unexpected? Can it not be expected? I've 2, so one of them could go for a witcher. It's a trade like any other. It ain't better or worse. Are you certain? Geralt said softly. It isn't worse. 𝐤𝐭 squinted. Protecting people, saving their lives. How do you judge that? Bad or good? Those 14 on the hill. You on that there bridge. What were you doing? Good or bad? I don't know, said Geralt with effort. I don't know, 𝐤𝐭. Sometimes it seems to me that I know, and sometimes I have doubts. Would you like your son to have doubts like that? Why not? The merchant said gravely. He might as well, for it's a human and a good thing. What? Doubts? Only evil, sir, never has any. But no one can escape his destiny. The Witcher did not answer. The highway curved beneath a high bluff under some crooked birch trees, which by some miracle were hanging onto the vertical hillside. The birches had yellow leaves. Autumn, Geralt thought. It's autumn again. A river sparkled down below. The freshly cut palisade of a watchtower shone white, the roofs of cottages hewn stakes of the jetty. A windlass creaked. A ferry was reaching the bank, pushing a wave in front of it, shoving the water with its blunt prow, parting the sluggish straw and leaves in the dirty layer of dust floating on the surface. The ropes creaked as the ferryman hauled them. The people thronged on the bank were clamouring. There was everything in the din. Women screaming, men cursing, children crying, cattle lowing, horses neighing and sheep bleating. The monotonous bass music of fear. Get away! Get away! Get back, damn it! Yelled a horseman, head bandaged with a bloody rag. His horse, submerged up to its belly, thrashed around, lifting its forehooves high and splashing water. Yelling and cries from the jetty. The shield-bearers were brutally jostling the crowd, hitting out in all directions with the shafts of their spears. Get away from the ferry! The horseman yelled, swinging his sword around. Soldiers only! Get away before I start cracking some skulls! Geralt pulled on his reins, holding back his mare, who was dancing near the edge of the ravine. Heavily armoured men, weapons and armour clanging, galloped along the ravine, stirring up clouds of dust which obscured the shield-bearers running in their wake. Geralt! He looked down. A slim man in a cherry jerkin and a bonnet with an egret's feather was jumping up and down and waving his arms on an abandoned cart loaded with cages which had been shoved off the highway. Chickens and geese fluttered and squawked in the cages. Geralt! It's me! Dandelion! Come here! Get away! Get away from the ferry! Roared the horseman with the bandaged head on the jetty. The ferry's for the army only. You want to get to the far bank, scum? Seize your axes and get into the forest. Cobble together some rafts. The ferry's just for the army. By the gods, Geralt, the poet panted, scrambling up the side of the ravine. His cherry jerkin was dotted, as though by snow, with birds' feathers. "Do you see what's happening? The Sodden forces have surely lost the battle, and the retreat has begun. What am I saying? What retreat? It's a flight, simply a panicked flight, and we have to scarper too, Geralt, to the 𝐤𝐴𝐺's far bank." "What are you doing here, Dandelion? How did you get here?" "What am I doing?" the bard yelled. "You want to know? I'm fleeing like everybody else. I was bumping along on that cart all day. Some horseman stole my horse in the night. Geralt, I beg you, get me out of this hell. I tell you, the Nilfgaardians could be here any moment. Whoever doesn't get the 𝐤𝐴𝐺 behind them will be slaughtered. Slaughtered. Do you understand?" "Don't panic, Dandelion." Below on the jetty, the neighing of horses being pulled onto the ferry by force and the clattering of hooves on the planks. Uproar, a seething mass, the splash of water after a cart was pushed into the river, the lowing of oxen holding their muzzles above the surface. Geralt looked on as the bundles and crates from the cart turned around in the current, banged against the side of the ferry, and drifted away, screaming curses. In the ravine, a cloud of dust, hoofbeats. "One at a time!" yelled the bandaged soldier, driving his horse into the crowd. "Order, damn it! One at a time!" "Geralt!" Dandelion groaned, seizing a stirrup. "Do you see what's happening? We haven't a chance of getting on that ferry. The soldiers will get as many across as they can, and then they'll burn it so the Nilfgaardians won't be able to use it. That's how it's normally done, isn't it?" "Agreed," the Witcher nodded. "That's how it's normally done. I don't understand, though, why the panic. What, is this the first war ever? Have there never been any others? Just like usual, the king's forces beat each other up, and then the kings reach agreement, sign treaties, and get plastered to celebrate. Nothing will really change for those having their ribs crushed on the jetty now, so why all this brutality?" Dandelion looked at him intently, without releasing the stirrup. "You must have lousy information, Geralt," he said. "Or you're unable to understand its significance. This isn't an ordinary war about succession to a throne or a small scrap of land. It's not a skirmish between two feudal lords which peasants watch while leaning on their pitchforks. What is it then? Enlighten me, because I really don't know what it's about. Just between you and I, it doesn't actually interest me that much, but please explain." "There's never been a war like this," the bard said gravely. "The Nilfgaard army are leaving scorched earth and bodies behind them, entire fields of corpses. This is a war of destruction, total destruction. Nilfgaard against everyone. Cruelty." "There is and has never been a war without cruelty," the Witcher interrupted. "You're exaggerating, Dandelion. It's like it is by the ferry. That's how it's normally done. A kind of military tradition, I'd say. As long as the world has existed, armies marching through a country, kill, plunder, burn and rape. They're not necessarily in that order. As long as the world has existed, peasants have hidden in forests with their women and what they can carry, and when everything is over, return. Not in this war, Geralt. After this war, there won't be anybody or anything to return to. Nilfgaard is leaving smouldering embers behind it. The army is marching in a row and dragging everybody out. Scaffolds and stakes stretch for miles along the highways. Smoke is rising into the sky across the entire horizon. You said there hasn't been anything like this since the world has existed? Well, you were right. Since the world has existed. Our world. For it looks as though the Nilfgaardians have come from beyond the mountains to destroy our world." "That makes no sense. Who would want to destroy the world? Wars aren't waged to destroy. Wars are waged for two reasons. One is power, and the other is money." "Don't philosophize, Geralt. You won't change what's happening with philosophy. Why won't you listen? Why won't you see? Why don't you want to understand? Believe me, the 𝐤𝐴𝐺 won't stop the Nilfgaardians. In the winter, when the river freezes over, they'll march on. I tell you, we must flee. Flee to the north. They may not get that far, but even if they don't, our world will never be what it was. Geralt, don't leave me here. I'll never survive by myself. Don't leave me." "You must be insane, Dandelion," the Witcher said, leaning over in the saddle. "You must be insane with fear, if you could think I'd leave you. Give me your hand and jump up on the horse. There's nothing for you here, nor will you shove your way onto the ferry. I'll take you upstream and then we'll hunt for a boat or a ferry." "The Nilfgaardians will capture us. They're close now. Did you see those horsemen? They're clearly coming straight from the fighting. Let's ride downstream towards the mouth of the Aina." "Stop looking on the dark side. We'll slip through, you'll see. Crowds of people are heading downstream. It'll be the same at every ferry as it is here. They're sure to have nabbed all the boats too. We'll ride upstream against the current. Don't worry, I'll get you across on a log if I have to. The far bank's barely visible. Don't whinge. I said I'd get you across. What about you? Hop up onto the horse. We'll talk on the way. Hey, not with that bloody sack. Do you want to break Roach's back? Is it Roach? Roach was a bay and she's a chestnut. All of my horses are called Roach. You know that perfectly well. Don't try to get round me. I said get rid of that sack. What's in it, damn it? Gold. Manuscripts, poems, and some victuals. Throw it into the river. You can write some new poems, and I'll share my food with you. Dandelion made a forlorn face, but did not ponder long, and hurled the sack into the water. He jumped onto the horse and wriggled around, making a place for himself on the saddlebags, and grabbed the witch's belt. Time to go! Time to go! He urged anxiously. Let's not waste time, Geralt. We'll disappear into the forest before— Stop it, Dandelion. That panic of yours is beginning to affect Roach. Don't mock. Have you seen what I— Shut up, damn it. Let's ride. I'd like to get you across before dusk. Me? What about you? I have matters to deal with on this side of the river. You must be mad, Geralt. Do you have a death wish? What matters? None of your business. I'm going to Cintra. To Cintra? Cintra is no more. What do you mean? There is no Cintra. Just smouldering embers and piles of rubble. The Nilfgaardians— Dismount, Dandelion. What? Get off. The Witcher jerked around. The troubadour looked at his face and leapt from the horse onto the ground, took a step back and stumbled. Geralt got off slowly. He threw the reins across the mare's head, stood for a moment undecided, and then wiped his face with a gloved hand. He sat down on the edge of a tree hollow, beneath a spreading dogwood bush with blood-red branches. Come here, Dandelion, he said. Sit down and tell me what's happened to Cintra. Everything. The poet sat down. The Nilfgaardians invaded across the passes, he began after a moment's silence. There were thousands of them. They surrounded the Cintran army in the Marnadal Valley. A battle was joined lasting the whole day, from dawn till dusk. The forces of Cintra fought courageously, but were decimated. The king fell, and then their queen, Calanthe. Yes, she headed off a stampede, didn't let them disperse, gathered anyone she was able to around herself and the standard. They fought their way through the encirclement and fell back across the river towards the city, whoever was able to. And Calanthe? She defended the river crossing with a handful of knights and shielded the retreat. They say she fought like a man, threw herself like a woman possessed into the greatest turmoil. They stabbed her with pikes as she charged the Nilfgaardian foot. She was transported to the city, gravely wounded. What's in that canteen, Geralt? Vodka. Want some? What do you think? Speak. Go on, Dandelion. Tell me everything. The city didn't put up a fight. There was no siege because there was no one to defend the walls. What was left of the knights and their families, the noblemen and the queen, they barricaded themselves in the castle. The Nilfgaardians captured the castle at once. Their sorcerers pulverized the gate and some of the walls. Only the keep was being defended, clearly protected by spells, because it resisted the Nilfgaardian magic. In spite of that, the Nilfgaardians forced their way inside within 4 days. They didn't find anyone alive. Not a soul. The women had killed the children. The men had killed the women, and then fallen on their swords, or— What's the matter, Geralt? Speak, Dandelion. Or, like Calanthe, headlong from the battlements, from the very top. They say she asked someone to— But no one would. So she crawled to the battlements and— head first. They say dreadful things were done to her body. I don't want to— What's the matter? Nothing, Dandelion. In Cintra, there was a little girl. Calanthe's granddaughter. She was around 10 or 11. Her name was Ciri. Did you hear anything about her? No, but there was a terrible massacre in the city and the castle, and almost no one got out alive. And nobody survived of those who defended the keep, I told you. And most of the women and children from the notable families were there. The Witcher said nothing. "That Calanthe?" Dandelion asked. "Did you know her?" "Yes." "And the little girl you were asking about, Ciri?" "I knew her too." The wind blew from the river, rippled the water, shook the trees, and the leaves fell from the branches in a shimmering shower. "Autumn," thought the Witcher. "It's autumn again." He stood up. "Do you believe in destiny, Dandelion?" The troubadour raised his head and looked at him with his eyes wide open. "Why do you ask?" "Answer." "Well, yes." "But did you know that destiny alone is not enough? That something more is necessary?" "I don't understand." "You're not the only one. But that's how it is. Something more is needed. The problem is that I won't ever find out what." "What's the matter, Geralt?" "Nothing, Dandelion. Come, get on. Let's go. We're wasting the day. Who knows how long it'll take us to find a boat, and we'll need a big one. I'm not leaving Roach after all." "Are we crossing the river today?" the poet asked happily. "Yes. There's nothing for me on this side of the river." Chapter 9. "𝐤𝐭! Darling!" She ran from the gate, her hair escaping her headscarf, blowing around, stumbling and crying out. 𝐤𝐭 threw the halter to his servant, jumped down from the cart, ran to meet his wife, seized her around the waist, lifted her up and spun her, whirled her around. "I'm home, my darling. I've returned. 𝐤𝐭! I'm back. Hey, throw open the gates. The man of the house has returned." She was wet, smelling of soap suds. She had clearly been doing the laundry. He stood her on the ground, but she still did not release him and remained clinging, trembling, warm. "Lead me inside." "By the gods, you've returned! I couldn't sleep at night, 𝐤𝐭. I couldn't sleep at night." "I've returned. Oh, I've returned, and I've returned with riches. Do you see the cart? Hey, hurry, drive it in. Do you see the cart? I'm carrying enough goods to—"
"𝐤𝐭, what are goods to me or a cart? You've returned, healthy, in one piece."
"I've returned wealthy, I tell you. You'll see directly."
"𝐤𝐭? But who's that? That man in black? By the gods, and with a sword!"
The merchant looked around. The Witcher had dismounted and was standing with his back to them, pretending to be adjusting the girth and saddlebags. He did not look at them, did not approach. "I'll tell you later. Oh, but if it weren't for him— But where are the lads? Hale?"
"Yes, 𝐤𝐭, they're Hale. They went to the fields to shoot at crows, but the neighbours will tell them you're back. They'll soon rush home, the three of them."
"3? What do you mean, golden cheeks? Were you—"
"No, but I must tell you something. You won't be cross."
"Me? With you?"
"I've taken a lassie in, 𝐤𝐭. I took her from the Druids. You know, the ones who rescued children after the war. They gathered homeless and stray children in the forests. Barely alive. 𝐤𝐭, are you cross?"
𝐤𝐭 held a hand to his forehead and looked back. The Witcher was walking slowly behind the cart, leading his horse. He was not looking at them. His head turned away.
𝐤𝐭?
"Oh, gods!" The merchant groaned. "Oh, gods! Something I wasn't expecting. At home."
"Don't take on, 𝐤𝐭. You'll see, you'll like her. She's a clever lassie, pleasing, hard-working, a mite odd,
She won't say where she's from. She weeps at once if you ask, so I don't. 𝐤𝐭, you know I always wished for a daughter. What ails you?
Nothing, he said softly. Nothing. Destiny. The whole way he was raving in his sleep. Delirious ravings, nothing but destiny and destiny. By the gods. It's not for the likes of us to understand. We can't mark what people like him think, what they dream about. It's not for us to understand. Dad! Nadbo, Sulik, how you've grown. A pair of young bulls. Well, come here to me. Look alive. He broke off, seeing a small, very slim, mousy-haired creature walking slowly behind the boys. The little girl looked at him, and he saw the huge eyes as green as spring grass, shining like two little stars. He saw the girl suddenly start, run. He heard her shrill, piercing cry. Geralt! The Witcher turned away from his horse with a swift, agile movement and ran to meet her. 𝐤𝐭 stared open-mouthed. He had never thought a man could move so quickly. They came together in the centre of the farmyard. The mousy-haired girl in a grey dress, and the white-haired Witcher with a sword on his back, all dressed in black leather, gleaming with silver. The Witcher bounding softly, the girl trotting. The Witcher on his knees, the girl's thin hands around his neck, the mousy hair on his shoulders. Golden Cheeks shrieked softly. 𝐤𝐭 hugged his rosy-cheeked wife when she cried out softly, pulling her towards him without a word, and gathered up and hugged both boys. Geralt, the little girl repeated, clinging to the Witcher's chest. You found me. I knew you would. I always knew. I knew you'd find me. Ciri, said the Witcher. 𝐤𝐭 could not see his face hidden among the mousy hair. He saw hands in black gloves squeezing the girl's back and shoulders. You found me. Oh, Geralt, I was waiting all the time, for so very long. We'll be together now, won't we? Now we'll be together, won't we? Say it, Geralt, forever. Say it. Forever, Ciri. It's like they said, Geralt. It's like they said. Am I your destiny? Say it. Am I your destiny? 𝐤𝐭 saw the Witcher's eyes, and was very astonished. He heard his wife's soft weeping, felt the trembling of her shoulders. He looked at the Witcher and waited, tensed for his answer. He knew he would not understand it, but he waited for it, and heard it. You're more than that, Ciri. Much more.